Warning. You are entering Open Lines Friday. For today anything goes. Thank you. Warning. You are entering Open Lines Friday. For today anything goes. Thank you for your cooperation.
¡Listos pelos chingazos! ¡Listos pelos chingazos!
I'm gonna bring the whole fucking diseased, corrupt temple down on your head. It's gotta be biblical.
Welcome to our show.
All right, this is King Bucho. Welcome to BDA Boxing, the Boxing Debate Arena. Sorry for the delay. There were some fucking issues. I think there's still are issues. It's not even my internet, I think. It's the software that I use to stream. I think it's fine now. We'll see what happens. So anyways, guys, you know how it works. You can join me on Discord. There's only a limited amount of people that can join the Discord because I don't want fucking complete chaos. I mean, we want chaos, but we want controlled chaos, all right? If that is even possible. All right, so I'm going to post the link in the chat, and then later on I'm going to post it in the description of the video because I forgot to do it. So let's see. Where's the fucking chat? I'm going to use the BDA thing. All right, there you go, guys. I'm posting the link. Let's talk boxing. We have some fights tomorrow. We have Navarrete against Valdes. We also have on the zone, we have Anthony Joshua returning to the ring against Robert Helenius now. So, also Hergovich is in the undercard. He's fighting Keenan. And then we have, who was it? Richard Torres fighting again. He's fighting a nobody, I think. So, I checked the guy's record. Torres' opponent. He only has like 11 wins and 3 wins coming by way of stoppage. So, he's gonna be taken out probably. All right, we have Joe, we have PSK. Guys, can you hear me? And welcome to the show.
Yo, how's it going, Brito?
What's up? All right, your thoughts about this weekend's fights. Also, if you want to talk about Crawford's future, a lot of people are already talking about Crawford and who he's gonna be fighting next. Go ahead, what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, I think I got Valdes to win tomorrow night. I don't think it's going to be as exciting as what we think it's going to be. I think it's going to be a lot of holding, hugging, and Valdes will win it because he's probably more marketable at this point. I think the UK card, I think Joshua's going to be tentative, and then he'll just hit Cananius and he'll fall over in like the 6th or 7th. I actually think the best card fight in that card could be the Hergovich versus McKean fight, 2 undefeated fighters. And I think that's for the IBF mandatory for Usyk, right? So that'll be the next fight for Usyk, because I don't think Fury will fight him next. So that's the fight to watch out for on that AJ card.
All right.
And
What else?
yeah, in terms of Crawford, I think he'll probably, I think logically he might fight Tim Tszyu next, because I know that Charlo's been stripped of that WBO. And then when Charlo gets whooped by Canelo, I think he'll come back down and Crawford will beat him as well.
All right.
But I like the Crawford Tszyu fight.
Yeah, I think that's because, a lot of people are talking about Crawford fighting Jermell after Jermell fights Canelo. But in my opinion, I mean, it depends how Jermell Canelo plays out. Because if Jermell gets destroyed, this is going to look similar to Spence versus Kell Brook, where a lot of people are going to say that Kell Brook is not the sorry, they're going to be saying that Jermell is not the same. If he gets beat up by Canelo. So, and by the way, what the fuck? Like, what's Crawford gonna do till, like, for a year? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's what I mean. So I think he might fight Tim Tszyu first, right? Because he'll be that WBO mandatory. Because Tim Tszyu's been elevated to WBO champion.
Exactly. So that's another belt that Crawford could win, another division.
Did you hear, Bucho? Did you hear what Tank Davis's trainer said?
No, what?
He said that in an interview he goes, Floyd said this in a statement. He said if Crawford beats Spence, I'll come out of retirement and I'll fight Crawford.
Yeah,
he said that's exactly what he said. Now, who knows if Mayweather told him to say that, to leak that out, or he slipped up, but he said that in an interview, and it was like a couple days ago.
Crawford will knock Mayweather out at this point easily.
Yeah. I know it. I'm just letting you guys know if you guys heard that.
Yeah,
I mean, if you saw the interview.
I even think that Crawford would have beaten Spence. Sorry, Crawford would have beaten Mayweather back in the days.
I think so too. I said that to somebody today.
At 147, yeah. Yeah, at 147, he definitely would have.
Yeah, that's right. That's true. Because at 135 and 140, Floyd still had some power. So it could have been maybe a different fight. But you're right. At 147, you can see that Crawford still brings in that power, whereas Floyd did not.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like the Crawford who beat Ricky Burns at 135 would lose to 135 Floyd. But Crawford at 147 wouldn't. I think he'd stop Floyd at 147.
Yeah. Good point.
Yeah, I was just shocked to hear that in the interview. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And but yeah, I think the thing that makes sense is that the WBO stripped Charlo, which I don't know why they would. I mean, I figured they just give him a pass. He's fighting the biggest fight of his career. But what is Crawford going to do in the meantime? The thing that makes sense is to fight Tim Tszyu and then go back and fight Charlo. But will Tim Tszyu even take the fight?
Well, it'll be mandatory, right? It'll be mandatory because he'll have that. Crawford will have the WBO super status, right? As undisputed champion.
All right, guys, you keep talking because I'm going to try to fix the stream. All right?
Yeah, I also think that Tank's calling out Crawford just a clout chase. And then he'll fight Isaac Cruz again, and then he'll fight maybe Rowley or Ryan rematches and some bullshit, and he just uses Crawford as a
what gets me about the whole calling out Terrence Crawford is that the guy's. I would take it seriously if the guy ever fought anyone legitimate at 135. The guy's failed to produce any legitimate fights with any top contending or top ranked fighters at 135.
Yeah, he's going to regret his. Yeah, he's going to regret his career. He's going to regret his career.
Yeah, like I think I was saying last week, he's defended his baby belt more than his real titles.
Did you guys hear too that Haney's trying to change the date with Progress? He's trying to change the date.
He'll fight TFE. I think he's going to back out and try and fight TFE. I think that's what's going to happen there.
Wait, did they officially? I heard two things. I heard Prograde come out saying that they changed the date. They tried to change the date on him, and then I heard something different that they are going to honor the original date of the fight now. So I don't know which one is true.
Yeah, well, for Progress, yeah, you're right. He came out and said, "I'm standing on the date. We signed the contract. You guys are bitches." And then I think the Haneys came out and said, "Okay." You know, but I didn't know if anyone heard about that either.
Yeah, this whole thing's sounding really it's sounding comical to me. It's just it's pretty sad, and you know, every time I see an interview with Floyd, I skip it because it's always just going to be a total an ego trip. It's always going to be about him telling the story about how he beat all these guys.
Yeah, and the funny thing is he's never been an undisputed champion. If he was so great,
he's never been an undisputed champion.
Yeah, and he ducked so many fighters, dude. He ducked so many fighters.
He's sucking the life out of whatever's left right now. I mean, encourage the new guys. Pass on words of wisdom, something else, instead of just about him and him and him. It's just I don't want to hear it anymore. I'm tired of hearing the guy talk. It's like Oscar De La Hoya. Kenny learned from Oscar De La Hoya. Oscar De La Hoya is a fucking joke now, and it's kind of like stained his career as a boxer. This guy's the same way. I mean, he continues to talk and make nonsense interviews.
Who the fuck goes to these fucking stupid exposition fights? I mean, who the fuck really would go to that?
Nobody's going.
I remember he went to one. He had one in the UK, right? And then about 50 people turned up.
Yeah, it's 50. Like even the Anthony Joshua fight, the guy that he's fighting now. I mean, who the fuck would actually go? I know the British fans are probably one of the best fans in the world, but I mean, who would really fucking go to that? I have no interest in watching that.
Well, yeah, they took it off pay-per-view, right? Because I knew it wasn't a.
I know. But I wouldn't even. I wouldn't even went to the Dylan fight. I wouldn't even gone to that Dylan one.
I got a question for you guys. The first thing I heard about the Dillian Whyte Joshua fight is that it sold out pretty quick, and then I heard that there was a sort of a conspiracy kind of theory going around saying that it was convenient that Dillian Whyte tested dirty right before the fight because they were afraid that the fight didn't sell out, and people were not interested in the fight. I'm not sure which story is true. The first one I'm inclined to believe because I still think that Joshua is still a draw and people will buy to go see his fight. People will fill a stadium to go see to see him fight. So is that for sure? Like, did the Joshua and Whyte fight did sell out? Correct? Am I wrong in that?
Yeah, I mean, with any boxing event in the UK, what you'll find is it will sell out quickly, and then a lot of tickets will fall into the secondary market. Because Joshua specifically has a lot of casual fans, whilst he was champion, but his casual fan base probably dropped by 50%, I would say. So that's why
it's at the O2 arena, right?
Into the O2, which holds like between 15 to 20,000 fans.
Yeah, 15,000. Yeah.
So he'll probably still have enough casuals to fill that.
Yeah, that's the equivalent to the Hulu. That's the equivalent to the Hulu theater in New York, where it's like another. It's another.
Gotcha.
Place in Madison Square. It's like 5,000 people. So that's like the equivalent to 15,000 fans in the UK is nothing.
Yeah, I mean, the only stadium fight Joshua could probably do now is got to be either probably Tyson Fury or Usyk Trilogy, I'd say. I mean, other than that, he won't for the stadium out again, right?
Just gotta take your picture really quick.
Yeah, so say that again. Who's that? DP?
I don't know.
What did you say?
Someone's talking. Anyways. All right.
So
Who
I
else do
heard
we
that.
have? Go ahead.
Take
Go
your
ahead.
best picture.
I heard that. Yeah, I heard you saying that the WBO stripped Crawford, but then I heard that the W was going to strip Crawford the night of the. I'm sorry, not
Charlo.
Charlo. I'm sorry, not not Crawford. Charlo.
They already have.
They were going to strip him the night, the day he got in the ring with Canelo. I heard two stories. So if that's the case, are they going to elevate Tim Tszyu, or
that's already happened. He's already elevated.
Fuck. So if he wants Crawford, if he wants undisputed, he's going to have to fight Charlo and Tim Tszyu.
Yeah, so that's why I think you may fight Tszyu next. Because when you're undisputed in one division, you can get that WBO super status, which gives you immediate mandatory for the next division up.
Right.
But guys, again, I'm gonna ask this question again. If Jermell Charlo gets completely destroyed by Canelo, would you be interested in Charlo versus Crawford?
Yes, I'd still watch it.
Yeah, just to see Crawford whoop his ass. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's coming down 2 weight divisions. Again, this reminds me of Kell Brook and Spence.
Yeah, that's a good point, Buccio. It's a good point.
Damn.
Yeah. All right, we're back. I think it's fine now. It's green color green. All right, guys, what you were talking about? What you guys were talking about? Hello, guys. What were we talking about? People on YouTube don't know what
we were
the fuck's
talking
going on.
about JDA sexual fantasies with his favorite boxer.
Oh yeah. Guys, by the way, what's up with Richard Torres? Every time he has a Wayne, he does that pose, that John Holmes, 70s born. I don't know if you guys seen it. Probably.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that.
He's just doing something like Val Venus shit, isn't he?
Yeah, Val Venus, remember that? Oh, man. All right, guys, on YouTube, we should be fine now. It says the connections, like the stream service is fine, software, I should say. So hopefully we get those viewers back. Okay, we're at 38 now. Good. Guys, keep letting me know in the chat if everything's okay, if the stream is not buffering, all right? Anyways, let's get back to the boxing talk here. Were you guys talking still about Jermell Charlo?
Yeah, just like why the PBC are making these kind of fights, and that whether he'll go back down to like Crawford, which I don't think anybody thinks he will do.
Oh my God.
What you call it made a good point. Campos made a good point, saying that the PBC are just going to keep putting on these fights now because they have, they basically have no money. They totally screwed up with the Fox deal, and now they got some of their top tier fighters leaving the promotion because all they have is Showtime, and Showtime might not even exist after the summer.
Yeah, we'll see what Paramount does, because I think this is why I think the PBC are trying to get these, like, they're letting their guys fight in these pay-per-view fights because they need Paramount to buy into the product, right?
Yeah, they'll probably end up signing with the PBC. I mean, with the Zone. The PBC will have no other choice.
Well, yeah, because they're not a promotional company, right? They're a management company, so that would make sense because then they can split their roster between the various promoters.
The Zone would have to. I guarantee the Zone comes down on them and saying, "Listen, we're gonna be doing the matchmaking. We're gonna decide who's fighting. You're not gonna just keep, hiding your fighters and shit like that, because that's why ESPN got rid of them. Like, go fuck yourself. That's why Fox got rid of them too."
Yeah, I mean, I think PBC's record against like Top Rank is like what 25-3 or 25-4, right? In like big fights.
Yeah, plus they don't know how to build. Like Golden Boy's great at building fighters. So is in Top Rank. PBC, they really don't know how to build a fighter. They don't have the experience really of building fighters. I mean, Tank Davis, that was all Floyd Mayweather. That was Floyd pushing him.
How big is Tank
Yeah, but
Davis? How big is Tank Davis?
What-
Like is he a
5'4",
superstar? Because
If
I
he's
still
lucky.
before he fought Ryan Garcia, he had that fight against the other Garcia. I forgot his fucking name, and that flopped. Hector Garcia. That was a flop.
Yeah.
Didn't sell shit.
He was only doing 200,000. That was his best buy rate was 200,000. Bucho. But Brian Garcia is the one who made it over $1 million.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Brian Garcia.
He's using
not
Crawford's
selling
name
it.
to clout chase. He's using Crawford's name to clout chase, and then he'll fight Isaac Cruz in a rematch.
And let me tell you something right now. When they say, "Oh, he sold out 15,000," shit like that. Listen, they said the same shit with Deontay Wilder at the Barclays. They said 10,000 people. He only sold 4,000 tickets. The other 6,000 were free. So who knows if they're doing that shit with Tank Davis too, just to fill the seats.
Yep, that's true. That's true. Listen, if they
They
think
do
they
that
have
shit all the time.
How
go ahead.
we won't know how popular or how much of a star Tank Davis is until he fights again. And then we'll look. Obviously, it's PBC, so they're going to put it on pay-per-view because they can't afford to pay their fighters. So it's going to be pay-per-view, and then we'll see the numbers.
I think it depends on his opponent. If he has a good opponent, I think people will buy the fight. But if he has like another shit opponent, that's why there's only going to be 200,000 people buying the fight.
This is where we have to rack our brains here and think about. It's PBC. It's Tank Davis. They're not going to put him with anybody dangerous. Who's got a name? Who's a draw? And who's low risk, high reward financially?
Yeah,
Who?
It's gonna be Isaac Cruz again. I'm telling you, that's just
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about high reward financially. Someone that has a draw and it has a name,
like a
similar to
Shakur, Devin
Ryan Garcia
Haney,
or something like that. Who?
Shakur, Devin Haney. Who else?
It'll be Keith Thurman or somebody if they were logical about it, because he's finished.
Okay.
I mean, that's who I would say he should go for if they really want to. I'm 47. Nah, 47.
He's not going to 47. Let's guys.
Why not?
Tank Davis not going to 47.
Why not? Listen,
Go to 40.
Crawford.
Go to catch weight.
Furman can't make 47 no more.
No, fuck Thurman.
And Keith Thurman never fights too. Like never.
I don't even. I forgot this guy existed. I forgot this guy fucking existed. And by the way, Terrence Crawford mentioned Tank's name. So I don't know. Maybe there's something there. Maybe they've talked to him about the possibility.
No.
There's no
Why
way
not?
that Tank Davis handlers are going to put him in with Crawford. There's no way.
No way.
That's a zero chance.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
They're literally putting their cash cow to slaughter. So they will never do that.
Well, what are the options, guys?
Bro, it's gonna be bullshit.
He's 30 years
defending
old.
his debut battle against Isaac Cruz in a rematch of the ages. That's how.
Then what? That one. Okay, let's say.
Where you hearing Chris Colbert?
And Rolly, he's got a belt, so maybe they might put him in again with Rolly.
Yo, that guy's 30 years old. 30 years old. What's the plan?
Right.
Move up into 140 when he's 32 or something like that?
But Bucho, you gotta remember, that's why they're clout chasing. They're crawling out a new way to call out Crawford, knowing that he'll never fight either of those guys. Never.
He's never going to fight either of those guys. Ever.
Yeah, they ruined his career, dude. They ruined his career.
Guys, I don't know. I have a feeling this Crawford fight, I know it sounds crazy, but it would sell. So, why not?
Bucho,
rounds.
Is there going to be a rehydration clause?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Definitely.
I don't know.
Yeah, he would
Yeah,
try
of
to
course.
install that.
But
Are
like,
you
guys,
fucking kidding?
people are talking about like, the cash cow is gonna. They don't want the cash cow to. He's not a cash cow. What are you guys talking about?
But to the PBC, he is.
No, he's at this point. I don't even think he really is.
No, not even to the PBC.
He has
only
no
a cash cow
options.
to his followers.
Nobody wants to see a rematch with that Mexican guy. Fucking what's his name again? Cruz.
That's Isaac Cruz. That's gonna be next, bro. I'm telling you, that's 100% next. That fight rematch.
Bucho, you're usually.
Fight, he looked awful.
Yeah, I thought he lost
usually-
Isaac Cruz.
Bucho, you're usually
The last
spot
two
on,
fights,
but I
he's
think
not
you're
Cruz,
off
they're
on
terrible.
this.
Yeah, I know people think I'm wrong. I think everybody thinks I'm wrong, but I don't know. I can see this happening because money-wise, it makes sense. The only thing that doesn't make sense is how that size difference. I guess is that what you guys? Oh no, you guys also think that Tank is a cash cow or something. Like, come on, he's not a cash cow.
Not that he's a cash cow, but I mean,
he's a protected commodity.
Fighters.
He's a protected commodity.
I think he was a protected commodity. I think at some point that commodity may lose its value. You know, at some in this.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
They're not gonna cash him out yet. No way. Not gonna Crawford.
Okay, let's say
who are the biggest names in terms of selling
these guys, right? Okay, let's say he does fight. Let's say hypothetically, he does fight Crawford. There's going to be a rehydration clause. There's going to be there has to be a catch weight. Crawford would probably never agree to it. Crawford's going to want the A side because he's undisputed, and then Davis's side's going to fight for A side. It's going to be a whole mess. They're going to go through the process of negotiation, and it's going to fall apart. There's no way they have the ego to be like, okay, you're the A side, you're undisputed. We're going to do it at 47. They're never going to agree to it. It's never going to happen. Let's move on to A side.
Crawford's top 3 pound for pound. They're not even putting him in with Lomachenko or fucking Haney. They're going to put him in with Crawford? No fucking way.
Right, no way.
Because the other guy's on the other side of the street, as they say. I'm being realistic here. There's nobody else over there at the PBC.
Haney's free now. He only had a 3-fight deal.
Look. It's this simple. Tank's next fight, two of those will be against Isaac and Rolly rematches. Wow. He'll fight Rolly for that WBA.
Okay, neither one of those fights is going to break 300K. We all know that. Neither one of those.
Yeah, but they'll still do it because they're protecting him. He might not be a cash cow, but he's the only one who's actually making a little bit of money in the PBC right now. In reality,
listen. Once Haney vacates the belts, because he's gonna have to. He can't keep making 135. There's no fucking way. He's gonna have to move up.
But when's Tank make 35?
Get scattered.
But when's Tank make last make 35?
Haney's not gonna make 135 anymore.
No. When has Tank last made 35? About 3-4 fights ago.
135. I don't know. Who did he fight last? Was that guy, the other Garcia?
Hector.
I thought there was all like catch weights between like 135, 140, right?
Oh, I think that was a 135.
Yeah, it was a lightweight fight.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, there you go.
He can still do it.
All right,
but I think he's going to hang around and wait for the belts to be free. Like once Haney vacates those belts, who the fuck knows where they're going to go? And that's where Tank's going to step in and get an email.
What's the point of?
Well, yeah, he'll get that WBA upgraded, right?
I think sometimes we put a lot of emphasis into titles. Okay, sure, Tank gets those belts, but so what? Like that's not going to give him more money.
Exactly, for doing dick.
No, but who cares about the? What I'm saying is the whole point is to make some money here, right? And just because he has some belts doesn't mean he's gonna be making more money. I mean, sure,
but that solves the illusion that he's pound for pound, because obviously
he'll still be fighting.
He's a baby about pound for pound.
No, people want to see Tank fight these other guys in the division.
Right there.
People want to see Tank fight these guys that everybody's talking about: Haney, Lomachenko, Shakur Stevenson. Maybe move up in weight.
He will never
they don't care
fight
about
any
him
of
being
those
undisputed and then fighting.
Shakur Stevenson will fucking cook him. He will fucking fillet that motherfucker.
I can guarantee he'll never fight Haney. He'll never fight Shakur. He'll never fight Loma. He'll never fight Crawford. He'll never fight anyway.
Yeah, I think our English friend said it best. He's going to be fighting Cruz and then Rolly. That's what they're going to have planned rolled out. I fucking know it.
I can see Rolly. For sure.
All right, let's get some other. Let's get some other opinions in here. People who haven't talked. Rarebreed is here. People were saying Rarebreed was hiding, missing in action. Rarebreed, why do you think people were saying that about you?
Why would I be hiding?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either. Speaking of hiding, Damadrazo, I need my money, buddy.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What happened?
I mean,
I bet him $20.
Yeah.
I owe
But-
$20.
Which
You
fight?
know, he
did you
needs
lose?
that. He's been counting on that. He needs that, Madrazo.
Well, he already.
Yeah.
Burberry had to pay somebody else before
Fair
that.
thing, but
Yeah.
That's $20 he already
yeah.
spent, Madrazo. He needs that.
Yeah.
He's still in the red. He's still in
That
the
was
red.
corny, by the way, but you got it, bro.
Listen, I'm good for it. I'm good for it. How
I'm
about
about
if
to say
I
it's
can I
$20. It's not a big deal.
Bucho, can I send it to you? And then do you have another account you can send it to him, or
No, just,
what's-
you guys
hell
have,
no.
just Cash App or something. I don't know what you guys in the US you have Cash App.
I'll figure it out, Rebri. Don't worry.
I got Vimo, bro. You said you have Vimo, so I set it up.
I don't have Emo. I have Venmo.
Same
You know
thing.
what I mean, goddammit.
Good thing.
This fool can't even speak
Is
English.
Venmo a video app?
Yeah.
How's that your
Yeah,
only language, bro? You can't speak
Reverend, I
it.
think they wanted your boxing take, not your money take. No one cares about that shit, bro.
I care about my money.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
Tank Davis, bro.
It's only
Look,
$20 though. You'll get it.
Tank Davis. Look, I'm not. I don't care about him fighting Crawford. I don't care about him fighting or just fight people in your division. There's plenty of smoke at 135 and 140. There's no need to fight Crawford. There's no need to fight Inoue. Fight Shakur. Fight Devin. Fight Teofimo. Fight Lomachenko. Lomachenko is he wants that fight. He said it. So come on now. It's time. There's no reason why you. There's no reason why you shouldn't be in these fights. Like.
I agree. The thing is, I'm being realistic here. These guys are on ESPN Top Rank, and then you have Tank on the other side with the PBC. So
Yeah, but those fights. Tank, he's got enough cachet and what's it called, buzz that those fights can happen. That side of street stuff doesn't matter with a guy like him. So
yeah, Danny's saying
any one of those fights would do big numbers.
use Monero. You guys should use that cryptocurrency. Monero.
Any what fights would do big numbers?
Loma, Tio, Devin, Shakur, all those would do good numbers.
But he'll lose those fights.
What
'cause he'll
constitutes
never
big
hit.
numbers?
Well, for
I don't
him,
think he would
he's
lose to
talking
Devin
about
Haney.
he's talking about
I think he would
like
beat
300K.
Devin, and I think he would beat Teofimo.
Hold on.
The other fights,
Hold on. What constitutes big numbers?
With nowadays, to be big numbers,
500,000 and up.
Yeah.
Okay, so did Haney and Loma do those kind of numbers?
No, they did 150.
But Tank
I
will
think he'll be
carry
around 3.
Tank will carry all of those anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Well, wasn't that because of Ryan Garcia that he did those numbers? That he did with
Okay,
Ryan?
well, guess what? Earl Spence
It doesn't make any sense. You're making up shit. You're
Well, I
making
told you
shit.
guys, Tank Davis versus Tank Davis versus the other guy. Tank Davis versus Hector Garcia.
For making more money.
Let me finish. Calm down. Calm down, bud. Look, bro. Earl Spence and Crawford had never even touched 500.
All right, guys, shut the. Okay, hold on. Let Rare finish his point. Go ahead, Rare.
Jesus Christ.
Go ahead.
Look, bro. Look. Earl Spence and Crawford had never touched 500. God damn, can I talk?
Don Madrazos, let him fucking speak, then you can speak. Go ahead, Rare.
Look, Earl Spence and Crawford had never touched 500,000 with any fight they were involved in until now. If you put the people that people want to see, the numbers are going to be there. People would love to see Teofimo versus Tank Davis. Shakur, Devin, all of these, they're going to do numbers. I think it's been proven if you put the right people in the ring together, you can do numbers.
All right, go ahead,
There you go.
I don't know about that.
Also, Bucho, can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Ryan had never been on pay-per-view either. So I know a lot of people attribute it to Ryan saying, it was all because of him. I can't go with that because if he was this big star, they would have had him on pay-per-view. Tank's been doing pay-per-views multiple times. He's not number one face of boxing, but he's up there. He's coming up.
He's only got 200,000, and when he fought Garcia, he did over $1 million. He's never done $1 million.
There's a difference. There's a difference.
Okay, why can't we just say they both need each other? Why is that shit so hard? Like,
why can't you just acknowledge the fact he's not going to spell that much without Ryan? You know what it was?
do you think Ryan would have done that much with just with you in there? Like, Ryan could do those numbers with anybody, right? Is that what you're saying?
No,
Listen,
but we all know that he had a different audience than everybody else, don't we? He was
go ahead, Don. What can Ryan do? Go ahead.
YouTube kid.
Ryan just based
I have a
on
question
following
for the-
alone can do good numbers based on the social media following alone. Ryan could do good numbers by himself. Maybe not 1 million, but I'd say he'd probably do 800,000 to 500,000 pay-per-view buys.
All right. If you're right
With
about
anybody,
that, right?
So with anybody, right, Don?
Dodge, if you're right about
Canelo
that,
can only do
why didn't they put him on
400,000.
pay-per-view?
Or John Ryder. What the fuck makes you think Ryan Garcia can just do 500,000 with anybody? Come on now.
Because he's got a following, dude. He's got a following.
They're not gonna pay to him. They're not gonna pay to watch him fight Fortuna.
They did on with Tank Davis.
I don't think you understand like the casual audience that Garcia brought in to play.
You're that dense that you think Tank Davis was responsible for those high numbers?
I think they both were. Like, why can't it be both? Why does it have to be one or the other?
Because it's not doesn't make any logical sense.
Because it's never been done by Tank Davis on his own. It's never been done before.
And it's never been done by Ryan either. You're just speculating because I don't know why you.
I know.
Okay.
You're speculating that Ryan carried all, but why can't it be both? Let's use common sense.
Let's just look at the situation. Ryan had the reach, right? But that reach doesn't mean that everyone's gonna buy it based on who sees stuff from his social media following, right? I mean, just hold on a second. Just look at like Jake Paul, right? He has bigger reach.
That's my.
But hold on. You keep interrupting. All right. Just look at Jake Paul. He has a bigger reach, but his fight with Woodley, the second fight, did very poor numbers from what I remember. I think it only did a couple 100,000 buys. Fight with Tank Davis. I mean, seriously, can I finish? Like, that's why Ryan's fight with Tank Davis did good numbers because people were hyped. A lot of Ryan's following knew who Tank Davis was, and so that fight did well. If you apply the same logic to the Gervonta Davis fight with a cross promotion with Lomachenko or Shakur, I think the issue there is Tank already got paid a lot of money, so he's going to expect a large minimum, and that's what makes it hard to do a cross promotion because if you're only going to bank on like 500,000 buys for an $80-$100 pay-per-view, that's not a huge pot of money to distribute if you have to give each fighter around 10 million or Tank 10 million, the other guy like 3 to 5 million. That's a big risk for the promoter because you have to divvy up like 15-20% with two different promoters. So it's much easier to do this if it's all in house. Exactly.
Right. Everybody gets cut to pieces before you even get a piece of your pie. It's a ridiculous. It's ridiculous to think that they're going to really sell boxing like this to people. It's not going to work. The reason that fight was so big is because Ryan Garcia was an absolute freaking YouTube idiot, and people and all that casual audience came in and they watched him. There's
put pressure on Tank, even though he does a lot of in-house fights, like you say. And
you don't know, bro. You don't know his fucking fan base, bro. Since when you
every fight's in-house?
Come on,
they
bro.
already think he's the best.
I don't know Tank
fan base, bro.
They already think he's the best. If you listen to him, they already think he's the best.
Yeah, that's true. His diehards think he's the best. But what I'm saying, there's an outside force where there's pressure that will get put on him. If you want to claim that you're the best in the cash cow, you can't keep fighting tomato cans.
I don't know. Floyd was able to. Well, that's true. You have to, but they have to establish themselves to a point. Like Miguel Cotto was so established that you know he had to. But these other guys aren't really doing as much. Devin, he's getting there. He's undisputed. But he got to do a little bit more. Huh?
Yep, T.O.'s up there too.
T.O.'s up there. These are the guys that you can pressure. But T.O.'s got to keep looking amazing. He can't just be up and down. That's the problem.
Right.
That George Kambosos fight really hurt his value.
Yeah, his stock for sure.
So you gotta be consistent. That's the hardest thing to do in boxing. You gotta be consistent. If he never lost that George Kambosos fight, that shit would have been crazy because he would have left the division undefeated.
Yeah.
I
gotta admit, I'm a huge T.O. fan, and
we have to stand
he wasn't right
forever.
that fight, man. He wasn't right. His lungs something was messed up. with Tio.
Doesn't matter, but he got
Everybody
beat.
has a bad night.
Yeah, but he got beat, and he took a stop. It took a hit because then he started talking about conspiracy theories and all this other stuff, and it made him look bad.
Yeah, but this is the problem with like these young boxing fans. They think losing your means that you're trash. It doesn't mean shit.
He should have asked for the rematch, Tio.
I mean, is that really true? Because look how people are bashing Earl Spence. So like,
It's the way of
nobody doesn't want to. He's good.
Look at how Spence lost, though.
Earl Spence is
those are two different.
Earl Spence
Some people had Earl Spence number 3 pound for pound.
Getting bashed worse than he is.
Some people had Errol Spence.
I think anybody knows, anybody with the brain knows that Earl Spence is compromised. He's not the same fighter he was. He just isn't. That accident, but he's actually got in 2 car accidents and then a detached retina. And he really doesn't take care of himself. He's a party animal, from what I understand.
He probably had a fat camp.
I think it's a combination of all that stuff plus this and not a good style matchup with Crawford.
Dude, his jaw was in 3 places.
Yeah, but nobody was saying that before the fight, man. Nobody was.
Yeah, they saying he's going to
sure were.
Yeah, but
people were speculating. People were speculating, like, oh, the car crash and this and that. But people were speculating, but nobody was really saying that.
No, but hang on. You remember, like. His speech was slower than, his speech is slower than Bucha's Wi-Fi. That's how bad his speech is right now. Come on.
That's fairly accurate, actually. That's a good comparison.
By the way, guys, in the chat, I fixed it here. It's green now. I think it was using a VPN or something. Anyways, now it's fixed. It was an easy fix. I want to hear LT. LT, are you there? Let's hear LT's take on Crawford versus Spence. LT. All right, I don't know. I can't hear you, LT. I don't know what the fuck's going on. All right. So let's talk about LT. I can't hear you, man. Let's talk about just quickly about Anthony Joshua. And now he's fighting Robert Helenius. They tried to make a little bit of a show there in the Wayne. No, I think it was a Wayne. Yeah, where like they tried to create some sort of feud between them. Like, but it's this shit's not.
I heard they couldn't get Hrgovic. They couldn't get Hrgovic for the fight, so they just found the guy. He literally fought last week, I believe.
He fought in a dungeon. I don't know if you guys saw it. Helenius was fighting in a dungeon. He looked. I don't know who showed up there. Good. Okay, so guys, do you guys think he's gonna knock out Helenius in round 1 like Wilder did?
No. And he shouldn't try to. He shouldn't try to do that. But I think he's gonna knock him out.
He'll probably carry him. I'm about to say he'll probably carry him for 7-8 rounds for some fucking reason.
I say 5-6. Carry him to 5-6 because he's done. Even when he was in his prime, his defense wasn't that great. So yeah, he's gonna catch him, or at least he's gonna carry him for a little bit.
Should AJ get some rounds in?
Why not?
Yeah.
You know, why not?
4 rounds.
I personally would really enjoy watching Anthony Joshua like crumble, like just have like an anxiety attack mid-fight and just get finished by Robert Helenius. Wouldn't that be an incredible end to his career? Well, I know it's happened, but like it would be like Khan Brooke, when he walked in with his big wide eyes, like he was on coke.
Hey guys, Joe, let me just ask this question: Did Anthony Joshua dock Andy Ruiz because Andy Ruiz said, "Hey, I'm ready for like to be a late replacement."
Definitely ducking the fucking rematch, bro. Eddie Hearn saw that fucking clip and look at fucking Andy Ruiz. He's like, nah, this motherfucker looks like he's been working out, bro. Fuck that.
He apparently asked us $7 million, Ruiz.
Have you seen that Eddie Hearn's been sending Ruiz boxes of Snickers every month? Like whole crates of it, just in case.
No, but hey guys, but since Ruiz lost that weight, he hasn't been looking as good as before. I think he was better when he was fat.
No, he needs that weight. He's better with that weight.
No, but when was the Luis Ortiz fight? That was like a year ago, right?
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah.
they only fight once a year. They only fight once a year.
If Eddie Hearn doesn't want that fight for Joshua, there's no way he wants that fight. Plus, a fight like that's not a replacement fight. You want to build a fight like that.
That's true.
No, it's too dangerous. It's too dangerous. And guys, I don't know if you heard, but they're talking about Wilder versus Joshua in January in Saudi Arabia. So that's
and you definitely don't.
I don't believe it, bro. I don't believe it.
That'd be crazy.
I don't know.
I think somebody with Helenius' dimensions that's probably pretty good because it's similar height, right? To Wilder.
I agree, and Wilder already killed him.
Yeah. They said that there's going to be the people are going to be there. They're going to be ready to iron out the deal in Saudi Arabia for both those guys.
It makes sense. Good for them.
I wouldn't care if Joshua gets knocked out, but I'd rather him take Wilder out first and then get knocked out after because Wilder's just super annoying. So
how bad would it be?
I'm kind of curious
if Joshua gets knocked out.
I'm kind of curious on this. Does anyone here think Derek James is helping Joshua? I personally don't think so.
I don't think so.
Me neither.
Nobody's thinking he does. Listen to the fucking advice.
Bro, like he helped fucking Spence.
He's got too many people in his career. He's got too many people. Fighters.
Exactly, and
too many high-profile people.
Everyone always says like they can't understand Errol Spence.
Bro, he's helping Anthony Joshua, right? He's helping him find steroids.
Yeah, that's probably it. Everyone says they can't understand Errol Spence, right? But I can't understand Derek James at all. Like, I don't know if that's why it was a good pairing or not, but I think they both have brain damage. Like, they both sound like they can't speak right. I don't think it's an accent.
His biggest problem is that they made no adjustments for him. They went into the fight, and Crawford actually had his timing within like 2 rounds, and he didn't know it. He told him nothing. He told him nothing good to really to make any kind of real adjustments. Like, don't go straight at him. To be
honest, though, like, you can't. But to be honest, have you ever seen Spence have a plan B though? I don't think he could make an adjustment personally.
No,
because even Charlo needed
guys, one at a time.
Ridiculous. Seriously, but he hasn't had to make an adjustment.
Even if he told him to make an adjustment, it wouldn't fucking matter. The dude was gonna get destroyed anyways.
The only adjustment I think he made was with the Brook fight, and he went from being a pressure fighter to like an immense pressure fighter. That's the only adjustment I really think I've seen him made. He just like turned it up more. That's it.
That's exactly what BDA said. The only thing, his plan B was just plan A, but more. That's all he can do.
Right.
Well, BDA's not here, bro.
Yeah,
turns it up. He just
was healthy. But anyways, guys, I posted a poll asking people who wins, Wilder or Joshua, and the results are AJ 18%, Wilder 82%. 82% of people think he wins. Does that make sense, guys? 82%.
I think
AJ. He's not fought in nearly 2 years. Wilder, right?
He fought last year.
Yeah, so by January next year, it'll be nearly 2 years, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's too much time off for Wilder. I think AJ is going to be fresher because it's going to be 2 fights this year. That's going to be a good for AJ.
That'll be great for the betting odds.
Hold on, but Joshua, honestly, he looks so shot. Like, he looks so scared in that ass fight against a guy with no power at all. Anything that got through, Joshua looked like he was terrified to get touched. And I was listening to an interview with Tim Bradley. I don't know if you guys caught it on ProBox. He was saying after the Provodnikov fight, nothing was the same for him. Like, featherweights were hurting him in sparring. He actually had this interesting anecdote that he had to go to a doctor and do like these eye coordination exercises after that. So he was talking about that in the context of Spence.
That was
that was a crazy fight.
You're saying after you take that damage, it's hard to recover from it.
Fuck
yeah, exactly. I think you remember. You're just. He said that in the Marquez. He said in the Marquez fight, he was terrified of getting hit in the final round because you just don't know how you're gonna take a shot anymore.
We're not factoring how much damage Wilder took from the Fury fights because he had one round with Hellenius and he caught Hellenius walking in. I mean, we don't know how. And there's 2 years of inactivity on top of that damage as well. He's had one round in what, 2.5 years?
I think the biggest problem in boxing is this inactivity thing. Think about Josh Taylor came inactive when he lost to Tio. Spence inactive when he lost to Crawford. This whole Fulton was very inactive. This whole inactivity thing is really hurting the sport.
Well, they can't afford to throw the fights, obviously, or these guys will be fighting more. It's simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you do wish that some of them would do what James Toney did.
Yeah, take
I agree.
money to fight more. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. You said that about James Toney.
Yeah,
James Toney would take less money just to stay active.
He would fight on off-television fights. Like, he would just fight on local fights all over the country. And he would just stay active that way.
Yeah, but look at him now. He can barely speak.
But you know what, though? He actually got money, though, for even doing those little fights because it was on TV. That was on ESPN still. You know, like, he still got more money than you think. It wasn't just some little shit in a whole fight where he gets hit like 30 grand.
No, but usually, Quags, fighters, once they make a certain amount, they don't fight anything below that. James Toney was willing to take less money just to stay active.
I understand that, and I agree with you. My point is that he had a better avenue to do that back then because boxing had actual TV syndication. So he got TV money for
many of those fights weren't on TV, though. Not all those fights were shown.
Fucking all the little fights that he had, like those are probably they probably put on like Wednesday nights or on Friday nights or something like that. Perhaps in Thursday.
I remember Chief saying they weren't televised. I mean, I can't speak to it because I wasn't around, but
the only
I
guys
remember
that can
Chief
fight
saying they weren't.
they want to are Tim Tszyu and Noe anyway because they got a country behind them. So Tim Tszyu can fight anybody he wants, and people will sell out. It doesn't matter. He followed Campo. He followed Campo. Campo's not even that good, and they sold out within a day.
Well, that statement is a little wrong, bro, because apparently he didn't fight Charlo, so he can't fight.
No, I said he can fight anytime he wants. Like, all they gotta do is get an opponent.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh,
they have to go there.
But if he wants to televise, that's a little trickier though with Showtime's dates. You don't have that, man.
Showtime's
what do you guys think
to
of tomorrow's fight? No one's talking about tomorrow, man. Call me a diehard, but Oscar Valdes versus Navarrete.
I think the thing with Showtime is they don't have.
We clocked the shit out of it, but go ahead.
Yeah, I think the thing with Showtime there is that they don't have I don't think they have a broadcasting rights in Australia, so he could technically fight on their TV. And I think the same thing with Inoue. Remember, he fought those non top rank fights over in Japan during the pandemic.
Yeah,
when they had no fights for him. So the licensing rights are different.
It's a co-promotion, so they'll have their own local promoter and their US exclusive promoter.
Yeah, you got to stay active, man. You can't. These people coming off these long layoffs, they think they're just gonna get in with these top-notch opponents, man, and they're just getting shell-shocked. Like Spence was completely shell-shocked.
I'm telling you right now, boxing's got to turn something around because it's just losing fans.
It's too late.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, now they're not going to be in the Olympics.
Fucking crazy. It's too late. It's too late.
Charlo will be next.
It's too late.
Inactivity.
Charlo, yeah.
I never thought that UFC would overtake boxing in my lifetime. I never thought that would be the case.
He hasn't overtaken boxing.
Hold on. I gotta fight back against that. The UFC ain't shit. All their superstars are fucking old and washed up. You got Conor McGregor.
Bro, the UFC
they gotta drag him out of the fucking every single week.
Listen to me.
You don't watch a lot.
The UFC is worth $14 billion. If you take all the promotions combined, they're not even worth fucking $1 billion, bro. So don't tell me.
We calculated it. It came out to under $2 billion between the big four. Out of everybody else, around $2 billion.
Who's the biggest star in the UFC?
Right now?
It's Conor McGregor, right?
Yeah, probably.
It's a really fight. I don't know.
It's probably
Active or
Israel.
non-active?
Israel.
Outside of him, you gotta think who's really relevant.
Bro, they're
like,
having
in the UFC.
25,000 people show up to every live event. What the fuck are you talking about? 14 billion compared to 2 billion.
And they have a much more devout fan base. Like for the preliminary, like the early prelims, the place is packed. Like the energy. Honestly, UFC is way better than boxing.
How much? Hold on, Joe. How much? How much are the tickets? Are they the same price?
Yeah,
No, I think the
sometimes more
UFC is a little
expensive.
bit more expensive.
UFC is more expensive. For the average ticket, it's more expensive. I'd say. Because boxing, yes,
because in boxing, nobody shows up. They show up for the main event. That's what it. But then again, But then again, the UFC, they
just look at the contract. Look at the contract the Top Rank got from ESPN compared to what the UFC signed for. It's not even fucking close.
Yeah,
I'm not really interested in the UFC, so I can't really say anything. But
boxing fans always
talking about numbers.
Put it into perspective.
Hold on, I want to say one thing. I just sorry, I just want to say one thing. I just looked that up, and the IOC says they guarantee a 2028 spot for boxing. So I don't know. Is it like confirmed by any other source that they're ending it at the Olympics?
The Olympics are next.
They've been trying to get rid of it for like a decade. And wrestling too. They've been on the chopping block.
Who cares about? I don't think that's okay. But
I thought this was the last Olympics that they're fighting. I thought this was the last Olympics it's going to be.
Well, JD was saying that about the PBC too.
I just looked it up. IOC said.
Can I say something about? Okay, listen. Whether boxing isn't or isn't in the Olympics, it's not gonna really make a major change. Like the UFC is not in the Olympics, and still, they're doing what they're doing. Here's the thing, though. I still remember that debate between Dana White. No, sorry, not Dana White. Joe Rogan and what was that promoter again?
Lou DiBella. Yeah.
And Joe Rogan
and
at
that
the time was
Mayweather.
Joe Rogan was saying that after De La Hoya, after Mayweather, there wasn't going to be anybody else. After Jermaine, he even mentioned Jermaine Taylor. But anyways, and he was wrong because there was Canelo, there was Pacquiao. What else was there? I mean, you saw Joshua. So there's always going to be somebody. Fury, of course. Fury, Tyson Fury.
Just to give you
but hold on. Buccio, one thing.
Hold on. To put perspective on this, the night of the fight, of the big fight, the welterweight show-off, how many pay-per-views did that do? What, 650, 750? And that was like 2...
Yeah.
Okay, a long way to fight. Do you know how much Justin Gaethje and Dustin Poirier did that night?
How much?
$750,000 pay-per-view buys. Wow. And that's not even a big. That wasn't a huge matchup. That was just a good matchup for.
I
did not know that.
Guys, let me tell you something though. If boxing could have Fury and who else is it? Fury versus Usyk, and in the undercard Wilder versus Joshua, and in the fight before that have like. I don't know. You tell me somebody else like Jermel
Zhang
whatever.
versus
Tank Davis.
Yeah.
Trust me, and if they had those type of cards consistently, you'd be having they'd be beating UFC.
But these guys are.
But they don't, Buccio. I mean,
I know that's the problem.
UFC is having more of those cards, though, you guys.
So the market.
UFC is having many more of those cards. The UFC is putting on big championship fights, well-known fighters together, people that casual.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
They're putting on. Okay, what do you call it?
Somebody's got to stand up for boxing here, bro. Don. Okay, name all the great fights that UFC put on this year compared to boxing. Go ahead.
Pereira, Adesanya 2.
Adesanya 2.
Okay.
There was
Go ahead.
John Jones and what's his name? Cyril Gane.
That was like over $1 million, I think, easy. That was a huge. I think that was bigger than Tank Davis. Way bigger.
I don't even want to get in this argument because Rare Breed, you're fucking dead wrong, dude. You're dead wrong.
You don't fucking know what you're talking about, bro.
This has been like the best year for boxing. UFC has been beating them on like a consistent basis for I don't know how many years now.
Bro,
probably 3-4 years since the pandemic.
$1 last year. The UFC made $335 million fucking dollars. The UFC's worth $14 fucking billion. So don't fucking tell me that the UFC is not more successful than boxing. I like boxing more than the UFC, but I'm just telling you, the UFC has surpassed boxing.
Now
it has. He's right.
I don't know about that.
Wait, so who else is on this card
like
with the Oscar Valdes and the Emmanuel Navarrete?
Oh yeah, let's talk about that.
Who else is on the card?
I know Murataya's on it, and he's fighting some tough Mexican guy.
He got injured.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sucks.
And he's that kid. The rugged dude is on there. Emiliano.
The lightweight division.
Emiliano's on there. Mr. Porn Stash himself is on there.
Richard Torres.
I'm on there.
Yeah. I forgot who else. Decent card. Oh yeah. I think Abdullah Mason is on there. Pretty sure, yeah.
Abdullah Mason. Oh yeah, I heard a lot about him. I heard he's really good.
Hey guys, if I'm gonna bring it back to UFC. If UFC fighters are underpaid, do you guys? First of all, let's start with this question: are UFC fighters underpaid?
I don't know.
No, I think boxers are overpaid.
Probably.
I think so.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say yes.
Well, you also
They're risking their life with debts and not underpaid.
Because
boxers are just overpaid.
UFC fighters are underpaid. Boxers are overpaid.
All right,
Actually,
there's a difference too. They have actual investors.
I mean,
I think MMA
how long can Dana White maintain a grip on this? You know, like fighters
forever, really, because the promoter and their contracts are ironclad.
Check it out, bro. Their contracts are not iron because they just lost. They're losing a class action lawsuit from the 2010s. So now fighters, I think from 2011 to 2017, who fought in the UFC, they can join a class action lawsuit against the UFC because they're not treating their fighters right. But I think they're getting paid just enough, bro, to keep them fucking hungry and thirsty. That they step up short notice for
class action lawsuits are not really all that they're meant to be. You never actually know if the stuff is ever paid out. A judge can make a ruling. There's all kinds of chicanery with that. And it doesn't mean that they're actually going to make a meaningful difference. But it's not going to change anything moving forward. The UFC has a lot of cash on hand. The UFC has a lot of cash on hand, and so they're just moving. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, bro. The guy that started the union for baseball wanted to start the union for the UFC. Okay, it's the fighters' fault for not. They have to all fucking get together and take a stance and unionize, but they keep fucking it up. Like it's the fighters' fault. If they want a union, they can have it.
The big boys don't want
they would get fucking revenue from TV rights for their likeness. They would make so much more money. Plus, the UFC only pays like 13% of their revenue to their fighters. It should be way more than that.
What?
I know, but John Jones and Conor McGregor would make way less.
Exactly. The issue is that the main fighters who are names won't agree to that because they'll lose their pay-per-view shares. And so the UFC can just cut anyone who's not a big name, and it's not going to matter to them whatsoever. They can always just pull someone in from a local promotion, and none of us will ever know the difference.
Yeah, my question is, guys, you guys that follow MMA closer, is there another option besides the UFC? I know there's Bellator, but
I think One Championship is the biggest competitor, actually.
That's in Asia.
That's where Demetrius Johnson fights, and they have some good marketing. I've seen them. They mostly went viral during the pandemic, but it's nowhere close to the UFC now.
I like
the PFL
but what is the future of the UFC? Like, what young stars are up and coming?
The problem with that rare breed is that it's not like boxing. The UFC sells out on its name. That's why they get to pay their fighters less. The fighters are not driving it. It's not like it's not a star-driven league. It's a name-driven league.
There's some badass fights though on UFC that you don't have to know who these guys are. There's some, even the prelims are badass.
Exactly.
I mean, they got fucking badass fights. No, the thing over there, no, very few of those fighters get bigger than the sport, where they can cut, demand, like maybe St. Pierre, maybe Connor, just a little bit. But
yeah,
well,
when it comes to casuals, it's like the one thing casuals always complain about with the UFC? They say, "Oh, why are these guys laying down? Why can't they stand up and bang?" Well, what is that? That's called boxing.
Bro, they bang all the time. I love boxing, and I know you love boxing too, but don't get caught up in like what you like better as a sport to watch. Don't even get it twisted. JDA is exactly right.
Yeah,
they are
exactly.
They are smoking boxing in terms of revenue.
Not this year, bro.
Share.
Maybe before, but this year I think you gotta give boxing their just due, bro. Like that's all I'm saying.
I mean, boxing's having a good year, but
UFC do 1 million buys every month. UFC do 1 million buys
every month. Every month, consistent.
You guys are comparing the whole sport of boxing to the one company, the UFC. That's part of MMA. There's different other MMA companies. That's how big the UFC is by itself.
Exactly.
So you guys are comparing boxing to UFC. You need to compare it more like the UFC to PBC, UFC to Top Rank. And individually,
Are we comparing apples and oranges? Are we? Can I say this?
Boxing is the wild, wild west. You have
honestly, just on that point. Hold on, just on that point though. If you compare like one championship to any other boxing outlet, it's pretty comparable. So like that's the crazy thing. Like just one championship is as big a company as Matchroom.
Yeah, but these outfits like One and stuff, these are like just little ancillary, just so it's not a total monopoly. I mean, in other words,
One's huge. They control Asia. They had over 1 billion.
I know they're huge, but I'm just saying that's good for UFC. They don't want to. They don't want to. Yeah, they're fine with that. That's what. Look, MMA's got it like boxing had it in the '90s. Let's just put it like that. You got a couple of big promoters, Don King and Aram at the time, and that's it. Then everybody else can fuck off and.
It probably gets closer to the 60s.
UFC is one organization. It's a monopoly. Okay, boxing is not a monopoly. You got organized. You got Top Rank here. You got PBC here. You got Matchroom over here. You got whatever bubble fuck over there. It's a wild, wild west. You can't compare.
Yeah, it hurts when you don't have the best fighters fighting each other. That's what's hurting boxing, man.
But that's why.
I mean, just on the note of the quality of the fights, it wasn't until that Luis Neri Armenian fighter that I had the same feeling I did when I watched like Shane Burgos and Edson Barbosa. That was sick.
Mm-hmm. Hey guys,
UFC has lots of fights like that are just insane.
Yeah,
the blood curdling brawls.
And even if there was the best fight, there are some good fights, but they don't get good promotion in boxing. I'd be coming across some good fights, but people never heard of them, so because they never have any good promotion or in the lower weight classes.
Like Subiro Matias, no one knows about him, and he's like the most entertaining fighter in the sport, like by far.
Hardcores know, but not the casuals, and that is a disconnect.
The UFC has become the 5th sport in America. It's like the 5th major sport. It's gonna take over the world, dude. Like they're gonna take they're building a center in Mexico.
In Africa.
Performance center in Mexico, in Africa, and in China.
No, it's not, because you know why Dana White don't pay his fighters.
No, it's
what do you mean they're not built? They're gonna
collapse.
No, you don't understand. Like those other markets where people have to work in like salt mines and get paid nothing, he can pay them even less than he pays everyone else. So it's even better for him. Like I think we'll see UFC. We'll see UFC take over like hockey in the next 20 years as a major sport.
I think it already has.
No,
I think it already has.
It's close. I don't know about all that.
First of all,
I don't know about all that. Like the Big Four, they got that's a huge cartel. Even something like hockey, which maybe is not so popular,
And I don't see
all over the United States.
I just never thought in my lifetime that the UFC would be where it's at today, and surpass boxing. I like boxing better than the UFC.
It ain't surpassed boxing.
But I'm
It ain't surpassed
Okay,
boxing.
listen, Joe. The United States is not the center of the world. All right, first
Thank
of all,
you.
what are you talking about? You're talking about
Yes, we are.
England, the United Kingdom, Mexico. You know what? Mexico's not gonna be fucking watching UFC, man. Trust me. Mexico's not gonna be
Why
watching
do you
UFC.
think? Why do you think these washed up MMA
no,
fighter
man.
is fighting in boxing for a big payday? Because Dana White, even though UFC has cornered the market, is the league, right? Dana White don't pay his fighters. Why do you think Nate Diaz, Anderson Silva, these fucking washed up trash fighters, right? Long retired.
They can't survive in
payday for Jake Paul.
And let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
We still see that shit in boxing too. We see people fighting way past their sell-by date in boxing anyway.
Guys, let me tell you something. The UFC tried to go to the United Kingdom years ago. It failed. And in Japan as well. In Japan, hold on, Joe. Let me fucking talk. Let me talk, Joe. Let me talk. They failed there. They fell in Japan. In Japan, you had Pride Fighting Championship. It was the best MMA organization of all time, in my opinion. And after they disappeared, after Pride disappeared, MMA disappeared from the map in Japan. Even though there was another option, which was the UFC. But Japanese weren't interested.
Do you know the UFC bought out Pride? Do you know that?
I know they.
Yeah,
the
reason that they stopped marketing in Japan, Bucho, is because Pride was Yakuza run, and they had all these issues, and a lot of fights were set up, so they had to pull out that market. But one championship is pretty big in Japan. It's pretty big in Asia. So that's like
MMA
out to the UK in the last year. So what are you talking about?
Bucho, UFC has sold out. The UFC has sold out the O2 so many times. They've sold out. I don't know if they've done Wembley yet, but they had a number of very big
they did do Wembley.
stars.
They did do Wembley.
They did? Okay, yeah. So there you go.
Yeah.
So they have a number of big stars in the UK. They have that heavyweight Tom Aspinall. They're always having people train there. There are more and more jiu-jitsu gyms. Basically, if you want to predict the UFC success, look at the density of jiu-jitsu gyms as it goes across countries. And then within 10 years, once it reaches like a critical mass, you'll see the UFC pop up in that market.
This is what I heard from. This is the same shit I heard after that Joe Rogan debate with Lou DiBella, and that was 2007. And by the way,
Joe Rogan doesn't know what he's talking about sometimes, Bucho. He's bullshit. He just he spouts off and shit.
Let me read a super chat from Earl Stevens. He says the UFC is a failing model. It pays too little to learn so many disciplines. Most fights turn into amateur kickboxing fights or hog fights. That's true. You have a wrestler that can strike. To me, that's not attractive. Now, sure.
I know. That's why the company's worth $14 billion.
Yeah, that's a marketing.
That's a failing model.
I think they are very successful at marketing that product. But
let's just look at this. Bucho, okay, hold on. Can I say something? Yeah,
no need to tell Judo.
So let me just say something. There's a great piece of advice in business called "Fire Your Customers," and the UFC is taking that to heart. What they have is an undiscerning mass of people who just want to get drunk and watch fights. They're very loyal. They're very excited, and they're going to keep showing up. The gate revenues alone on UFC are better than boxing. They're always selling out. They're doing bigger Vegas numbers. They're doing like 11 million every time they're in Vegas, and they're doing huge pay-per-views. People are constantly buying it.
Can I respond to that real quick?
Hold on, but bars are always buying it, and you don't see bars in my area. And I've heard the same across California and other major markets. They're just not buying boxing fights. I haven't seen any local promotion for boxing.
Who's breathing into the mic?
Who's breathing? Uncle Pete. Uncle Pete, mute your mic, please.
Yeah,
my bad.
Hey, but I looked up the stats for top 5 most popular sports in America. So obviously, football's number 1, basketball's number 2, and boxing was 4th place. I think 3rd place was baseball.
Yeah, but then where
are you looking at?
Hey, shut the fuck up, you loud ass nigga! Shut the fuck up, JDA.
All right, hold on. Let's calm down. Hold on, guys. If we're looking at the money, if we're looking at the revenue, if we're looking at revenue here, then okay, the UFC makes more money, right? But then if you look at individual fighters, Does that tell you something? Like some fighters, some
Exactly.
Shut the fuck up! Stop crying.
Hold on.
Bucho,
So,
what do you care about that, Bucho?
but
I mean,
no,
really,
exactly.
what do
But Pete, this is what
I just
people
fail.
were saying.
I
People brought
fail
the
to
money.
see the. I
People
fail
were
to see
bringing
the argument for how much the fighters make. Sorry, but I just don't
No,
understand
I
why that
don't
matters.
either. That's why this is what people were saying about UFC. They make so much money, and all of a sudden, when we bring it down to a single fighter, it's like, well, you
Yeah.
know, so is
the
this single fighter?
company makes money.
they're robbing
And
the fighters.
they're people. There's a cash. It's a consistent cash generating business.
Yeah.
That's all
they
these
make
things
all
are.
the money, but they don't pay
But,
their fighters. That's
right.
right.
So can we
Traded,
look at
guys.
boxing?
You understand that,
Actually,
right?
play.
Yeah,
Can we
investors,
break it
World
down
War
to
II.
single fighters though? Like, would that be
Look at
more
what Conor
fair?
McGregor made last.
Like,
what
That
each world.
doesn't matter. You want to pay. Fighters
that's
are
an
just
irrelevant
the
argument.
cost, right? Like the amount that you make, the amount the fighters make, is just a cost. That's like saying Walmart would be more successful if they just started paying their vendors more. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so I'm just looking at just saying, like, for example, Canelo by himself, is he the most popular? Is he more popular than any other UFC fighter? And if so,
Yes. by
and
far.
if so, what's the
you're
why?
doing-
No, I'm not making an
no,
argument. Guys, I'm not saying that boxing is more popular in the UFC. I'm just trying to make understand this. So because if we want to save boxing, then we got to look at the positives from boxing and then work on that.
Bucho, can I answer that? I mean,
Yeah.
let's look at Canelo. He fought.
Canelo thing's a negative, by the way.
He fought John Ryder, right? And how much did that sell? A couple, like 300,000, something like that. It did poor numbers. And throughout his career, the guys he's fought, like Liam Smith, not huge names, he's sold around 300 as well. But Conor McGregor, if he fights like some bum, like when he fought Cowboy Cerrone, the 1.2 million. So I think, Canelo may be at his best can rival McGregor, but he hasn't sold. McGregor has sold $2 million. $2 million.
McGregor makes more than Canelo Alvarez every fight.
Canelo. I'm talking about how many pay-per-views they sell, which is what matters. Why do you care about some guy's purse? We're just talking about reach and popularity.
Hold on.
JD is gonna have a fucking stroke. The thing about it is the fact that Canelo can pick who he fights.
You're sitting there yelling at everybody instead of just answering the fucking question.
All right, Joe.
The fact that Canelo can pick who he wants to fight is everything that's wrong with boxing. You're just not get as a. I'm saying if you're going to perform work and you get to choose the level of effort that you put to it, it's going to be a problem sooner or later. I know people like Canelo and shit, and he's popular and all that, but the fact that he gets paid $30 million to fight John Ryder is not good.
Exactly. The question you have to ask is: are Canelo events making money? Right? Are they net profitable? I guarantee you, John Ryder was not profitable.
Yes,
because there's no way it made $30 million.
Well, no, he was in Mexico, and they told him not to do it.
He was in Mexico, so
How much was the gate? How much was the domestic to Mexico either pay-per-view numbers or TV deal or whatever? How much money did it bring in?
in Mexico.
I mean, they call him McGregor and put him in Ireland, and he makes less money.
Wait.
You know what I mean? Like,
wait, let's talk. I'm sorry, King.
Let someone else answer, bro. Let someone else answer, bro. Let someone else answer, bro. Let someone else answer, bro.
No, I didn't say nothing yet, faggot.
Let someone else answer, bro.
I didn't say nothing, faggot.
No, let someone else answer, bro.
Bad fish.
All right, guys, come on.
Shut your ass up.
So I just looked it up, and I just looked up the Canelo.
Let me tell you something,
The Canelo Ryder gate was $1 million. Like that's all it sold.
Canelo gives away free tickets, bro. That's what I'm saying. When Mexico
exactly. And Mexico's not a market where you can get a big gate. It just isn't.
No, it's not.
You don't have any money in Mexico. It's the backwater of the United States.
I heard
you're the faggot, bro.
They don't have pay-per-view.
You're from the ghetto, you fucking piece of trash. Shut the fuck up.
I really doubt that Canelo Ryder made enough to pay him. I think that was a loss from Matchroom.
Yeah, Eddie Hearn talked about that. Not all of his fights. He was hinting at that. That not all of his fights were
Maximum made $14 million.
I guarantee you, every single Conor McGregor pay-per-view was a huge win for the UFC, right? So we're comparing the promotions. The fighter doesn't matter. The fighter is the input cost. How much you pay the fighter is the cost of the promotion. We're talking about what's going to happen down the line, what's going to overtake, what's going to be more popular, right? And so you're looking how much money they get to store, right, is what matters. Based on what? Boxing gets less and less popular. Boxing has to rely on these completely token novel fights. You look at someone like Tyson Fury, he's an embarrassment to the heavyweight division, right? Instead of rematching Klitschko, he got coked out and fat, and now he's fighting some nobody, a UFC fighter, a failed UFC fighter at that, a guy that UFC decided to let go because he didn't sell enough. That's what they do. It's cutthroat.
Guys, let me just read a super chat and want to make a comment. Rick Star, thank you for your super chat. He says, the mass of UFC fans and followers are inbred. All right, thank you for your super chat. All right, hold on. Let me just.
I really love
that's a whole lot of inbreeding.
Bob Arum's comments on the UFC are still funny, right? He's like, I don't know who this would appeal to other than Kelly Pavlik fans, bunch of skinhead homosexuals. that was really funny.
People are saying that. Hold on, can I just? Boxing is in decline again. I'm gonna bring it back to the 2007 Lou DiBella debate with Joe Rogan. All right, boxing has been in decline since then, right? But it's not like a linear thing. It's not a downward trend here. It goes up and down. And I think right now we're hitting bottom. But I think it's gonna correct. This problem's gonna correct itself because it has to survive, right? It can't just keep doing, like, promoters can keep doing what they're doing, seeing what they're seeing with what's happening with the UFC and seeing what's happening with the fan base, right? They're not buying pay-per-views. So I think this problem is temporary and things will correct themselves.
Hold on. I just want to say something. Shout out to Floyd. He's out there helping the people out there in Maui after the fires.
I can't believe you just said a dumb shit on here, bro.
Why not? I gotta give him credit when you do something.
I wish you went out there. I wish you went out there the day before the fire started. But anyway, to the goat, Floyd Mayweather.
Ain't no Floyd Mayweather love here, nigga. Fuck out of here. He's a cocksucker. He's a scam artist. Fuck out of here. You don't hear fuck away.
All right. Shout out.
He's doing something good.
Shout out to Floyd for helping the community. All right.
He's retired. He's retired.
Yeah, he's fighting though. He's like bum YouTuber niggas. Tell him fight Bud.
He's 45 years old. Why is he gonna fight? He's 45 years old.
He's fighting bums for exhibition. Tell him fight Bud.
No, he's not gonna come back. He can do. He's retired.
He's trying to end the way fight Tank Davis, right, at a catchweight. Okay, faggot. Okay, faggot, Floyd. Fight Bud.
Don't say the fuck
What dumpster did you grow up in, dude? What dumpster did you grow up in?
Jamal's bedroom.
All right, guys. Another super chat here from Rick Star. Rick Star with a super chat. He says Richard Torres. Rick Star says Richard Torres style icon is Burt Reynolds. It's true. He has that mustache and he looks more like John Holmes, I would say. John Holmes. But still, yeah, good comparison.
He looks like Magnum PI. He should come in on a Ferrari, in the old Ferrari.
Well, man. That's how I'm selling. That's how I'm selling. Yeah.
Yeah, he should play on that character, bro. He should.
All right, we have.
Problem is, I also think that they should not do these fights on pay-per-view. Fuck David Benavidez and Demetrius on pay-per-view. Just put it on regular Showtime. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but they want money. They want money though.
Guys, you know what? Guys, we should have a live stream.
Andre wants money. He's a decrepit 35-year-old prospect.
I'm telling you, like for those two guys to fight, they want money. So you have to like Showtime has to put them on pay-per-view because they want a lot of money that Showtime is not going to pay them. That's why it's on pay-per-view.
They don't. They need to stop that. You know, they're going to get their pay. If whoever beats them probably should get the Canelo fight. They should, because that's the way. I think that's how it should be. That's how it should be. Benavidez has been putting in work. He should get Jamel way before Jamel. I don't even know. I think that's Al Heyman.
Hell no. Mel undisputed. He deserved the fight first. He was undisputed.
in his own weight class. Yeah, in his own weight class.
So what? So yeah, that's why he deserves the
Justin, are you one of these people that that want to prevent Jermell Charlo from making history?
He can do what he wants, but I'm just saying Benavidez was a priority way before Jermell, in my opinion.
Well, he fucked up though. He fucked up though with cocaine and eating. He's a fat piece of trash and he's a cokehead. That's it. He was WBC
3 years ago.
2 times, not once but twice.
That happened 3 years ago, dude.
Why have this
It
junkie
happened
on the
3
panel,
years
man?
ago,
This
dude.
guy legendary. This guy's a junkie, man. Get him off the panel.
Yeah, I'm the body bag
Talked to his
boss.
fool the other day.
Yeah.
David Benavidez'
You
boyfriend.
ain't Mick Dundee. You ain't Mick Dundee, nigga.
All right.
Shut the fuck up.
Here comes.
Yeah, but
Idiot.
All right.
But yeah,
so
I like
moron. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
You're a Benavidez
People-
cocksucker.
don't want Jermell Charlo, a proud African American
I say he
man,
can do
to
it,
achieve,
man. He
to
can do
achieve
it.
history.
But he
know,
just is. I think it was all
Justin,
him.
are you a racist? Justin,
I think it was all him.
Justin,
all
are
him
you a
idea.
racist? Are you a racist?
Yes.
Yeah, he is.
Justin,
He is.
are you? Why are you preventing this proud black?
I said he can do the fight. That's all I
so
said.
then that's it. Let's enjoy the fight. I don't want excuses. I don't want like the guy's 5'10" and a half. You know, he's not short for the way he's.
But Bucho, be honest. Bucho,
Yes.
be honest. Who would you rather see? Charlo versus Canelo or Benavidez versus Canelo?
Benavidez.
Yeah, but what do you
Just so that Mirage shuts the fuck up. He's gonna see that Canelo's much better than Benavidez. That's for sure.
No, but you would rather see that fight. We'd all rather see that fight.
I want to see him fight
I was
Charlo.
actually pretty pumped for the Charlo versus Drew fight.
More deserving than Benavidez. Period. Charlo is more deserving than Benavidez. Point blank.
He
Period.
doesn't fight in the same division. Do you know what a division in boxing
Oh,
means?
what? He's
here we
bigger than
go,
Canelo.
here we go.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
you know what?
People are
Mirage,
people are starting not to.
I don't even want to talk to this guy. This guy's a
Mirage, do you
lunatic.
know what do you know what great fighters do? They move up in weight. That's what great fighters do.
They do.
Jermell is an
They
undisputed
don't
champion.
get to jump in line,
Jermell
man. They
is
don't
an
get to do
undisputed
that.
champion.
Charlo,
But more
Who the fuck is Charlo? He's lost to two B-grade fighters. How the
Here
fuck
we
is he
go.
a great
Who's
fighter?
Benavidez?
Harrison boxed his ears off,
Who's
and he lost to
Benavidez?
Castano, a little
Who's
fucking
Benavidez?
midget. He's not a
Who's
great fucking
Benavidez?
fighter, man.
Yeah,
Get the fuck
the
out
thing
of here.
about Charlo is that he's a big guy.
Oh,
fighting
he's
smaller
undisputed.
guys.
Oh, he's a great fighter. No.
Oh, Mirage.
More people want to see Benavidez versus
Yeah,
Charlo.
Benavidez didn't lose
More
to fucking
people wanna see
B-grade
that.
fighters. Yeah, two
He
of
got
them.
knocked
That's
out
right.
by Ronald Gavril. He got knocked out by Ronald Gavril.
Did he lose?
And
Did he
so
win,
what?
bitch?
Canelo got knocked down before.
Gavril. It was
And that's when he was 20 years old. Charlo's losing in his
You know
prime.
what? They starting to
Charlo's
weaponize
losing
that.
in his
They're starting to
Sometimes he
weaponize
lost
that.
it.
Charlo's
they
losing in his prime.
Sometimes he lost it.
The thing is that
Benavidez was given a belt 2 times.
He
He lost
couldn't
it
even
2
keep
times.
Castano, a
That's
little
it.
midget off him.
Rub his
And
dick.
he's getting a
That's
yellow
true.
fight.
Well,
Why?
more
let me say this. Let me say that
More
people are
people
starting to
wanna
weaponize
see
that Ronald
Benavidez
Gavril
I
not.
told you, this guy's crazy. You're going to need to mute him,
That
man.
happened.
Yeah, put him on mute. Put him on mute. Put him on mute.
Real niggas don't
He's
mute.
ruining.
All right, Legendary, you
He's
need to calm
ruining
down.
the show.
All right, hold on. Legendary, you need to calm down a little bit. Everybody needs to calm down. Everybody. All right.
I am calm. I have to talk over these nerves. I have to talk
All
over
right,
these
all
nerves.
right,
I
all right.
am
Calm down. All right.
Yeah.
Rare breed, calm down.
Yeah,
So
don't
what's
talk
on the
to me.
other card?
I have to talk over these nerds. Don't tell me to
For
calm
the,
down. I have to talk over these goddamn nerds.
Yeah, man, I'm
I
getting a
get
little
it.
bit
And
too
you're a
loud.
piece of trash.
You keep
You're
repeating
a piece
yourself.
of trash, bro.
All
You
right,
should be
Joe, don't make
embarrassed
it
that
worse,
you
guys.
talk
Don't
like
make it.
that.
Don't make it
You got a
worse.
fucked up phone.
All right. All right, calm down. All right. Jesus.
Yeah. So who's going to be on the undercard of the Canelo Charlo fight? Did anybody? Is it anything
I
confirmed?
already saw that.
I
Damn.
wish he was
I don't
Plant
even know.
against Charlo. That would be a good.
I think
I wish it
Martin-
was Plant and Charlo. That would be a good undercard.
Yeah, but Charlo's. He says he's going to come back this year, but I don't believe him. I don't believe he's coming back this
Follow
year.
the job, bro. Like,
Did you hear the
look,
way
look.
that Jermell Charlo described his brother when he was getting interviewed during the Terrence Crawford fight? What's the guy's
what'd
name
he
that
say?
runs it? Custer, Brian Custer. When he was
Brian
interviewing
Custer.
Jermell Charlo about his upcoming fight, he goes, "Yeah." He said something like, "My brother's unable to fight or incapable of fighting right now," or some shit. Like the way he phrased it was like, "God damn, man, this guy."
Yeah, he's tagged.
Who knows what type of clown shit goes behind the scenes with those? Well, with Jamel. I mean, man.
He's gonna come back next year, though. I don't think he's coming back.
Done, bro. He's done. He's done as a fighter. He's done.
Question.
He's high as a fucking kite. Did you see when he got on Instagram with Demetrius Andrade? He's like, you
guys didn't peep.
You want to fight?
You guys didn't peep what Demetrius said on that live. You guys didn't peep what he said on that live. He said, "I heard you've been getting dropped by sparring partners." Telling you, he's done as a fighter.
He's done. There's a reason why he never takes on challenges. Like, let's be honest. His brother's a fighter.
No, hold on. Now, Bucha, we're not gonna go that far. Like, before all this shit popped off, he was a good fighter. He was never like.
No, but he never fought anybody, right? Like, okay, he was an okay fighter. I never say he was a bomb.
Devenchenko.
Devenchenko's a good win.
Yeah,
you know,
he fought Devenchenko. He fought J-Rock when J-Rock was so solid.
You guys brushed off Montiel. That performance was embarrassing. That was an embarrassing.
Okay, but look, to be fair, look, I said this shit a million times. The difference between Maul and Mel is Mel had all the PBC champions on his side of the street, so it's easy to make fights with those guys and become undisputed. Maul had to fight Triple G. Yeah, but Triple G was with Eddie Hearn and them, and then there was a Japanese guy. And then there was the Japanese guy.
Tom Loeffler wanted that fight. Al Heyman didn't want it. Tom Loeffler.
Triple G was not interested in fighting Charlo. He wanted Canelo.
Tom Loeffler wanted that Maul Charlo fight. He didn't want it. That's why they went.
And the guy wasn't even active. And the guy wasn't even fighting. Okay, sure, nobody wants to fight you, but still fight somebody.
Murata wasn't fighting either. So.
He's sitting around, not doing shit.
He fought though. He fought
whatever.
Anybody.
Hey, Bucho, yeah, he's clearly done. We all know that. But guess what? Canelo wanted to fight him next. Canelo wanted to fight him next.
No, he also wanted Jermall. He wanted to fight Jermall.
Fucking embarrassing, man. That's embarrassing. I want to go after a guy who's fucking done because he's easy work. Because I can make money off that guy. That's your disgrace.
Mirage, you're
he's next, and then he went after the small Charlo when he got desperate.
What happened when you follow?
Who am I going to fight? I'm going to fight somebody because I'm scared of David. I'll pick on the little brother.
Following Instagram rumors.
Pound for pound, man. Shut the fuck up, pound for pound.
Let me say something. Canelo was supposed to fight the Charlo brothers way before, but for whatever reason, stuff happened.
Do you think 2017 is the same as 2023? Do you know how?
Yeah, he's trying to double back. He's trying to double back.
Things change.
Mirage is.
Yeah, I know things changed.
The guy
like 10 years ago. So yeah, now it's the same thing. Yeah,
guys, let me say something, guys. Mirage is a guy who said that Canelo was avoiding Andrade, Demetrius Andrade. He said that. Like that. Just let that sink in.
I mean, a lot of people were.
And you said Canelo's ducking Benavidez. He's going to fight him in 2023.
Andre get destroyed now by Benavidez.
What happened to that, boy?
You tell Benavidez, right?
Mirage,
like Mirage.
I'm being right about everything, and I'm going to be right about everything in the future.
Mirage is a total. Look, Mirage is a total stalking mutant moron.
Yeah, he's a cocksucker.
You have an argument?
But he's on the right side. But he's on the right side of the facts. But he's on the right. Shut your mouth. But he's on the right side of the facts. He's on the right side of the facts with regard to Canelo.
He's like
Canelo is Floyd 2.0.
He's like Hitler.
He's Floyd Mayweather.
He's a bigger champion.
He's a diva, stalling bitch. Yeah, he's a diva.
Respect.
And he sets up his opponents. And that's what he did with Triple G. That's what he's doing with Benavidez. He's waiting for him to move up to 185 so he can drag him back down to 168. Not 185, excuse me, 175. So he can drag him back down to 168. He'll probably, if he stays at 168, he'll probably drag him down to 165 or some shit like that. He fought at 155. Yeah, he's going to try to fuck around with Benavidez.
No, he's not.
That's exactly what he's doing.
Benavidez is scared to go to 175. He's not going to do it. So he's going to stay at 168 and get blessed by Canelo, okay? And we talk to fucking Mirage, right? Talk to him about Ronald Gavril. Tell him about Ronald Gavril. Tell him.
Is this Rolly Romero talking?
No.
That's what you sound like. That's what you sound like.
It's his retarded brother, yeah.
What about him, Mirage?
Hey guys, a question: should Rolly Romero be allowed to box?
No, I don't. I think there's something wrong with him.
Yeah, he's entertaining.
He started too late, but he's gonna get beat if he fights anybody good.
Hey, Justin, you're forgetting that.
Yeah, he's a retard.
Guys, Rolly
he's a
is
retard.
You gotta respect.
He's entertaining. Keep him in the sport.
Rolly's a
He's
champion.
gonna get hurt seriously, man. He's gonna get hurt seriously. They have to keep him away from some real
He's
fighters.
not funny. He's actually cringe, but he's entertaining.
Yeah, he's
nonetheless.
cringe, and they have to keep him away from some real fighters because he was getting beat up by the old guy. Like
they're gonna feed him to Ryan.
I think you
forget. They're gonna feed him to Ryan Garcia. They're gonna feed him to Ryan Garcia. Watch this.
He's an industry plant. He's an industry plant. They can't put him in there with some real fighters. He gonna get hurt.
Hey, if you're Ryan Garcia, you better hope
Have you
big
seen
stage
Ryan
champion.
Floyd?
That's
You know
easy
what that
go.
means?
You know what's gonna help boxing when the PBC disappears? Who agrees with me?
Yeah,
man, get the fuck out of here, Bucho.
No. PBC is dead. You got one more year.
So we could all
No. You get rid of Matchroom and all the UK bums.
They catch them out. They catch out all they want.
What's going to help boxing is
We can live without watching UK bums fight every other week. So get rid of
Don't
Matchroom.
watch them, nigga. Don't watch them, nigga. Don't watch them.
I don't call that. PPC, get rid of Matchroom.
What black niggas
How
gonna watch?
many UK bums did they feed Canelo, man? Fuck
Yeah, bro. How many?
Yeah, bro,
Who the fuck wants to watch Liam fight Hallam every other week? Fuck out of here.
See, black niggas don't fight. The black niggas don't fight though. Black niggas don't fight nobody or any kind of fight. Black
Man, the UK needs better fighters, man. They used to have.
We literally just got
fighters.
Spence Crawford.
They need
Fuck
better
you talking
fighters.
UK has good fighters.
When is Tyson Fury gonna fight Usyk?
You stop stuttering.
Come on, bro. When this shit gonna happen?
Next year, probably, because Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder are gonna fight, and they're gonna be looking at Fury like, what you about to do?
Yo,
Let's see if AJ wins tomorrow, man.
I can't wait with Joshua knocks out Wilder. I want another glove game.
Yeah, he's gonna win, but he's just
I
probably
laugh if he loses to Lanius. Holy shit.
He just might look like that's the problem.
Hey, Pucho, I agree with you. Once the BBC is gone, it's going to be better for boxing.
Thank you.
Hell the PBC.
Oh yeah, that's I can
Uncle
see
Al.
that. Yeah, definitely, I can see that happening totally. Once the PBC is gone, it's going to be way better for boxing.
You guys are idiots. Guess who's on top, dude?
The PBC doesn't have to disappear, though. Look, the PBC is just a label.
Guys were saying.
It's just a label.
Hold on, Mirage. Let somebody else talk. Mirage, I'm tired of you.
They've literally signed the biggest names in the sport, yet they were supposed to be gone next year, according to you, Peanuts.
All
What happened to
right,
that?
let
Look, it's just a
What's the
label.
guy, Jimmy? I think Jimmy said
It's just a TV series, guys.
Justin,
I wouldn't get wrapped up in disappearing, but you are seeing these Al Heyman fighters, like I said a couple of years ago.
What are you doing?
What you're going to see. Yeah, what you're going to see is like these fighters, like Hellenius. Hellenius is an example.
The best
They're going to start fighting for other promotions, but Heyman's still their manager. That's all he ever set out to do. The PBC is two things. It's a pay-per-view truck.
It's trash.
It's a pay-per-view set of trucks. It's a broadcasting, and it's the actual fights that have taken place. They're going to sell them to Paramount. So you can watch them again if you want to. It's really all it is. They can stay in business forever as long as they what?
Yo,
Al Heyman runs boxing.
No, he doesn't. Showtime is doing a bust out.
Yeah.
Showtime's doing a bust out. He's doing a
Al
fire
Heyman
sale
runs
right now.
boxing.
Yeah, no, he don't.
He does.
Yeah, he's catching
No,
out.
he just manages a lot of fighters.
He's catching out, nigga.
manages a lot of fighters.
He's catching out. He cashed out Errol Spence. A couple weeks ago, cashed out Errol Spence. Cashed out Deontay Wilder a couple of years ago. Sparked. You know what I'm saying? Now, Tank Davis is the next one. Okay, he's the next one.
Nah, they're gonna keep. He's their long-term investment. He's their long-term investment.
Tell Tank to fight. Tell Tank to fight either High Tech or Shakur.
He would never fight Shakur. Now Loma.
Yeah, why?
Maybe.
Why? Tell me why. Tell me why though. Tell me why.
Shakur is a problem. I know that.
I know.
Because they're afraid. They're afraid to. That's why.
Shakur beats all these dudes, and they know that's why he's having a hard time.
I told you to calm down when it comes to Shakur. You need to calm the fuck down.
No. Speaking of high tech, Mr. Lomachenko, why won't he fight Shakur Stevenson, Bucho?
Who?
Lomachenko.
Lomachenko wants to fight. He wants to fight. He wants to fight him.
No, it's not. He turned the fight down.
No,
he didn't want to get robbed. He didn't want to get robbed. That's why he didn't want to get robbed.
He's going to get his ass whooped.
You're going back to the Ukraine.
Shakur Stevenson is not that.
I don't know if
Shakur is not Devin Haney.
Man, it's not very advantageous for high tech to fight because all these guys are way younger.
Any version of Loma gets washed by Lomachenko. I'll say that shit again.
Lomachenko beats Shakur Stevenson right now. If they fought tomorrow,
he gonna beat the dog shit out of Lomachenko. He stole
dog shit.
You know it too. Hey, you know you're full of shit when you say that shit.
Yeah, I know. I still gotta believe that shit. You can put whatever you want on it.
Bet me.
How are we gonna bet on any version?
This is some crazy comment.
But yeah.
I'll
be shocked if that nigga wins one round.
He beat Devin Haney. Shakur next.
No, I did not. That was a 50-50 fight.
Yeah, was it? He beat Devin Haney.
I always thought that was a 50-50 fight.
Guys.
Hey, legendary body bag. This ain't the projects. We're trying to have dialogue here.
All right.
Yeah, it's your mouth.
Hold on. I tried to talk. Legendary, you're screaming like crazy. So let me just say something here. Rebrit, you're gonna go on the BDA records saying that Shakur would, what'd you say, whoop or wash?
He will wash him, whoop him, whatever the fuck you want to put in there. He gonna beat his ass.
Loma.
You wild. Bet some money. Tell him bet some money.
He said Shakur would knock out Loma and Haney in the same night.
I'm saying everything I said, dude, bro. If I'm wrong, so be it. But I think I'm right.
I know, because but what you said about the best version, in other words, Prime Lomachenko versus Shakur Stevens, you know that can't ever happen, right? Of course you're going to say that, because how are we going to find out? But dude, what do you look? I agree with you with the eye test. You're a smart guy. I agree with you on a lot of basis. Like, in other words, you have to have eye tests. You can't just have, but dude, what are you looking at? Like, he's got 2 stoppages in the last 7 fights. He's got no fucking power. The fuck
I'm not saying he's gonna knock out Lomachenko. I'm just saying he's gonna win every fucking round.
Hey, Rob,
Shakur Stevenson is a good fighter, but he's not being. But still, even this version of high tech, he's not beating him. He's not.
Let me tell you why he washes him.
They're gonna rob him.
Let me tell you why he washes him. Everybody that Lomachenko has fought at 135, he's been the more skilled fighter in the ring.
I never seen him move.
Let me finish. Well, that's not true. But let me finish. That's your opinion. Technically, he has 3 losses on his record. But okay, cool, bro. He's never lost. But when he fights Shakur, you won't be able to say that.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Listen.
Go ahead.
Listen. Every man Lomachenko has been in the ring with his whole career, he's been the more skilled fighter, including Devin Haney, everybody. But when he gets in the ring with Shakur Stevenson,
just say he's younger and get it over with.
No, that's not what I'm going to say. That's not what I'm going to say.
He beat Devin.
You're going to say, trying to tell me that he's got more, that he has more technical skill.
The first time he's been in the ring with a guy not only bigger than him, but more skilled than him, he's going to get washed. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, they robbed Mac.
That's why he don't want to fight him now, because he knows. He sparred the kid before. He sparred the kid before. He knows. He's not stupid.
He beat Devin. He beat Devin in the middle of the ring. He beat Devin.
That's Devin. That's not Shakur.
He beat him too.
Bro, if you're on Shakur nuts, why aren't you talking about why Shakur didn't fight Devin Haney, man, when he had the chance?
He's in the pocket. It's probably gonna be worse because he's in the pocket. It's probably gonna be
he's only getting older, man. Him and Usyk are getting older.
Loma, low-key's a harder fight than Devin Haney anyway.
All right, well, make that fight then. Yo. I want Bob Arum to make Shakur versus High Tech.
It's not happening this year.
Yeah, it's gonna be worse.
Shakur and Haney would be an absolute firefight. I mean, that'd be a fucking.
Nah, that's not gonna be. It's not gonna be
miles away.
That'd be boring.
Devin don't want it.
Someone's getting put to sleep.
Yo, are you saying that that's gonna save? Are you saying that fight's gonna save boxing?
Loma got a better chance than Devin. Devin ain't got shit. They don't got shit for Shakur Stevenson.
I agree. Shakur beats Devin if they ever fought. But
Shakur, I think Devin Haney would whoop Shakur's ass, bro.
Shakur loses the high.
Money on it, sober.
Loses the High Tech.
Huh?
If that fight happens, then it will happen.
You ever wonder why Haney stayed? Do you ever wonder why Shakur stayed down at 126 while Loma was fighting at 130, and then when Loma was at 135, why he stayed at 130 until he outgrew it on the scale? Like, he got blown out on the scale, he blew his weight, and he had to move up. He got forced. You ever wonder why that is, or no?
I know he was nervous
because he got more skills. You want to stay down there. You want to stay one weight class below Lomachenko the whole time.
Yep.
Because he's got all this extra skill.
Think he was avoiding Lomachenko?
Really? Do you really think that? Listen, do you really think that when Loma was fighting at 130 and and Shakur was fighting at 26, you think Loma would have flinched at fighting him? Honestly, you see anything about the guy that makes you think that he's
21 years, 18 to 21 years old?
Dude, listen, I've been watching the kid since he fought. I've been watching the kid since the Rio Olympics. I've been watching him since the Rio Olympics, so I understand how old he is. But you're the one talking. You're the one saying he's got more skill.
But he's going to get boxed by Shakur, and that's the only fighter in the world that can probably watch.
Okay, hold on. The thing is this, though. The thing is this. I don't care. I mean, if you pick Shakur, guys, if you pick Shakur over Lomachenko, that's fine. You know, we'll see what happens. But the thing is, Rarebreed sounds extremely confident. Uses the word wash and whoop. That to me, you know, that's you're exaggerating here, Rarebreed. Like at least you could say.
Well, if you'd have told Earl Spence fans a couple years ago that Crawford would destroy him and wash him, they'd be saying the same thing you're saying. Like that's crazy. That's never going to happen.
Guess what?
How much you want?
It is what it is.
You're talking about
guess what,
Rarebreed, how much you want that he? How much you want that? How much you want to put on it that?
He won't.
However you want it. Either Shakur knocks him out. I got that bet, and I got he wins every round. He takes every round off.
He's not.
No, my bet.
You want it or no? You just said it. No, you just said it.
We're not going to bet who wins the fight. We're going to bet if it's competitive.
$20.
If it's competitive, I'll pay you $200.
You just said Loma won't win a round.
Yeah, let's make a bet.
You said it a number of times.
You're just way too biased, Rare Breed.
Do you want that? Do you want to take my money? Do you want to take my money or not?
You said it.
You see, that's
competitive is a fair deal. It's a fair bet. If the fight is semi-competitive, I'll pay you $200.
I got 200. No. The bet is what you said. The bet is what you said. Either Shakur knocks him out, which you said he knocked him and Haney out in the same night, which I don't know who he's knocking out. He ain't knocked nobody out. He's never knocked anybody out, to be honest. But anyway.
No, I don't want to bet if he wins every round because.
But then you said he takes every round off of him.
Canelo every round, but they gave Canelo
you said
one
he won't win a
round.
round. No, you said, Rarebreed, you said he will not win a round. You said it numerous times tonight. Do you want that $200 bet? I got your $200 if you want it.
No, we can bet. We can bet if the fight is even competitive.
Well, how the fuck are we going to measure competitive? Is it competitive or not competitive? Do you want to back up what you said?
That's subjective.
Do you want to back up what you said?
That's subjective.
Do you want to back up what you said?
Bro, you can win one round and still get washed.
How can we measure? You said every round. You said
let me talk. How can we measure?
Spence won a round against Crawford.
How can we determine if a fight's close or not close? That's the thing. I mean, it's very difficult.
Yeah, what do you want to do? Take it to a tribunal?
That never Haney fight was a vote. You still won easy.
No, that was a close fight. Stop it.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
I'm just saying though. How are you going to bet? How are you going to bet and determine who we're going to do? Have a fucking vote? Was it competitive? Yes or no? You said he'd win every round.
I think it's pretty easy to see if it's competitive.
I know you like Shakur. But that's the point. That's what people are trying to tell you. Slow down, bro.
Yeah, be responsible.
No, I'm not slowing down. You can tell by the way Malone was moving that he knows.
I don't want you to slow down. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying the reason why people tell you to slow down is because you're saying shit like he'll knock them both out in the same night and that Loma won't hang around.
No, hold on.
You want to bet 200 that quote unquote. No, listen to me. Then you want to bet 200 that quote unquote it won't be competitive. How the fuck are we going to settle that bet? Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. Dude, you said every round numerous times, and then when it comes time to fucking take my money, you don't want my money now. Now you want to see was it competitive or not?
Hey, yo,
why is that, dude?
Hey, yo, Scalebender. He don't want to bet because he got no money. Number one, and number two, he don't buy fights. That's two.
No, he's got the money. I know Rarebreed, man.
He's a cocksucker.
I'm not talking shit. Listen, he's a good guy. No,
he's not. No, he's not.
Legendary, calm down. Pete,
get the fuck
go
out
ahead.
Here.
Like, make an offer.
Yeah.
Well, we can negotiate a deal, bro. I said I say if the fight is not competitive, meaning if Loma wins at least 3 to 4 rounds, then yeah, I'll pay you $200.
Money, nerd. Bet your fucking money, nerd. Bet.
Does this dude ever shut the fuck up?
Legendary, why are you not finding that and go play dice? And let the men talk. Yeah, go find an alley and play dice.
JDA, get in the goddamn chat because your phone's all fucked.
I got some breaking news here. I got some breaking news, Butcher.
Yeah,
Go
go find an alley and play dice.
All right,
You ain't Dundee. Piece of trash.
Female.
Guys.
Single white female. What's the news?
Oh shit! I love that movie.
So breaking news. Hang on. Hey, Rolly Morero's retarded brother. Shut up for a sec.
You shut up.
I just saw an interview with Eddie Reynoso. I just saw an interview with Eddie Reynoso, hot off the press, and I quote: "First, we're going to fight Jamel Charlo, then we're going to go after Jamal Charlo." Right from the horse's mouth. What's up?
Good. That's good. That's what I want.
Hey, who said Mirage out of the cat? Who said Mirage out of the cat? That's fucking funny.
You got a new cat. You got a new cat, everybody. Cat.
Okay, we're going to go after everybody, not named David Benavidez. That's what he just said. So the guy Bucho just said, the guy said that Bucho said needs to retire. He's done. He's next on the list for undisputed for Canelo. Just let that sink in.
We'll see about that. You know, they talk. You know, I want to fight this. I want to fight that. You know, I think the Benavidez fight will happen. I think Canelo has 3 fights with the PBC.
Pucho, don't defend. Don't defend.
He's third. He was going to be first, then he's second. Now he's going to be third.
He's a retard.
He's never going to fight him. Then he's going to do a rematch, or he's going to fight Joe Bloggs down the road. Whatever. It's over.
All right.
I'm going to be rich. I'm going to collect a lot of money off these chumps who bet on this fight. I'm going to be rolling in the cash, man.
But when is the next time you're going to suck Benavidez? When's the next time? Tonight? You're going to suck Benavidez. When's the next time you're going to suck him?
I want to finish with your mum. That's going to take a while.
No, you're a gay man. You don't fuck with me. You're a gay man.
Okay, man. I'm going to turn it down.
You're a gay man. You are. You're a faggot.
All right, guys. Where are we going with this? And by the way, don't throw the F-bomb like somebody said in the chat. Don't throw the F-bomb, please, because
I'm sorry, Bucho. Get fag. How about that? Get fag. How about that?
What? Oh my God. Anyways, we'll see what. Listen, if Canelo does fight Jermal, then I'll be disappointed. But we'll see what happens. I mean, just because Eddie Reynoso said it. I don't even know if Eddie Reynoso said it. I mean, that's just Mirage saying this. I don't know.
He's a retard.
You can take my opinion to the bank, okay?
Well, just at least post the article. At least post the fucking article.
Hey, yo, Bucho.
You know what I mean?
Hey, yo, Bucho. Bucho, how about this, right? How about this, Bucho? Like, when Canelo beats Charlo, right?
I posted the video in the chat.
Canelo beats Charlo, right? When Canelo beats Charlo, right? Don't be surprised. You can see Bud Crawford next. Don't be surprised.
Yeah, he'll drag up Bud. He'll drag up Bud eventually. That'll be a good fight.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Bucho, you know what?
That's big
Bucho,
money.
you totally overestimate Canelo's shame. He has no shame, dude. He will fucking give you Macaboo. He will fucking get, oh my God.
Hold on. No, can I say something? No, can I say Macaboo fight, he would have won a belt in the cruiserweight division. I know he's the weakest link.
Macaboo was literally the bottom of the barrel, man. That's the point.
I know it's a shitty fight, but I understand what he said.
But that's cherry picking, Bucho. Come on.
Hold on. Okay, hold on, guys. Okay. I'm not defending Canelo. I'm not a Canelo. Like, if he does something wrong, I'll call it. I'll say he's done some wrong.
I know that.
Some things that are wrong, right? So, but the things
the problem is Mirage is such a rude. Mirage is such a rude little mutant. A little inbred mutant that you want to fire back at him because he's such a little fucking cocksucker. But the thing about it is, he's a cocksucker to the bone. But the thing about it is,
don't be so hard. Don't be so hard on Mirage, man.
Canelo did take on Bivol.
He has an allowance. Don't be so hard on him.
He's probably killed
Canelo.
He's the worst.
Who gives a shit about?
Dear God, let him just fucking say his shit. Go ahead.
Yeah, legendary. You're screaming like crazy here. Okay. I was saying Canelo did fight Bivol.
Legendary has ADD.
Was the Bivol fight a cherry pick?
I'm bringing class to the show.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I'm bringing class to the show.
Only Mirage. I don't care about Mirage.
Bivol was a nobody.
Yeah, your vocabulary tells it. Joseph.
Bivol was a nobody.
What you mean? I got 5 master degrees. What are you talking about?
All right. Let's read a super chat from Just Brian. He says, "Let the PBC die. Overpriced pay-per-views." There you go. Overpriced pay-per-views.
They're all overpriced. What are you talking about? It's all the same, man. Oh, one of them's like $10 cheaper or something, or whatever, $5.
Yeah, whatever. Hey, whatever.
They're all ripping us off.
Shut your mouth. Hey, yo, Bucho, right? Everybody talk about Canelo moving up to fight McAboo is a trash fight, but who else is doing that? Who else is moving up to fight cruiserweights? Who else is going up to 175? Who else is doing that?
Cherry picking?
I mean,
Who else is doing that?
He was the weakest link.
No, nobody.
If it's that easy, why ain't Benavidez move up to 175?
Because it's a joke. It's a joke.
Why your boy ain't doing it? Why your boy?
I guarantee you that Badu Jack's going to be part of this deal too. You'll see Badu Jack. Who's Badu Jack fought since he got that belt?
Ass whipped.
Who's Badu Jack fought since he got that belt? Nobody. He's just sitting there waiting for Canelo.
It's Benavidez.
It might be 190 pounds. Might be 190.
It's Benavidez number 2 and Bud Crawford. It's Bud Crawford and Benavidez. That's the deal. It's Benavidez and Bud Crawford. Watch. It's a big money fight.
Crawford said he won't fight Canelo unless he goes down to 158.
Dude, that's a first offer. Hang on. That's a first offer 1 week.
Yes.
1 week after he won. What do you think he's going to do when he gets weighed 40 million in front of him? Do you reckon he'll increase those pounds a bit? Come on, use your heads. This is negotiation. Negotiation.
Ucho, put this idiot on mute. He's ruining the show, dude.
Dude, you put me on mute. Come to Australia and put me on mute, bitch.
Not you, Mirage. Not you.
Not you, dumbass.
I wish you say the fucking N-word every 2 seconds.
Yeah, I told you this guy's crazy. I already said that. I talked to this lunatic yesterday.
All right. So
not everything's about you, Mirage.
JDA is loud as fuck with a fucked up phone, and Mirage is a cocksucking troll. Okay, I try to help niggas out. You know what I'm saying? Netflix,
bro. But I don't fucking talk every 2 seconds like you do. You gotta keep jumping, bro. You got some fucking ADD.
You got nothing to say. That's why.
Just calm down a little bit, dude. Have some class. Let people talk.
I was supposed to hear before I got here.
All right. Legendary. Take a break. All right. All right. Who else do we have in here? We have this guy with the monkey picture. Who is this? Yeah. Who is this guy with the monkey picture?
Hey, what it is?
Who is this?
Nerd. There we go. Another nerd.
It's Gorilla.
Gorilla. There we go. Yeah, Gorilla. Sorry, I can't see shit. All right.
Yo, Gorilla, what's up, man?
What's up?
What's happening, y'all? What's happening?
Who is this?
Hey, Legendary. Did you say you had 5 master's degrees? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, are you stuttering? Yeah, you are.
What the fuck?
So yes and yes.
Maybe fucking act like it, dude.
Why not?
5 master's degrees? Why would you do that?
He's got an astronaut.
5 master's degrees.
That's weird.
Why is it weird? How far in you is weird?
The guy can't even speak English, and he's got 5 master's degrees. He can't even speak English.
Yeah. You got a fucked up phone. Get on this board. Nigga, get off that fucking trash ass phone you got. You got a flip phone. T-Mobile. Loud as fuck, you fucking retard. Go ahead.
Hold on. Whoa. 5 master's degrees in what?
Guys, why are you entertaining this fucking bull? Guys, why are you even asking?
Speech pathology.
In what?
That's true. All right, so what's going on?
Who cares about the 5 masters? Who cares about the?
Yeah,
all right.
thank you.
All right.
I mean, 5 master's degrees. How old are you?
Leave the professor alone.
50?
Leave the professor
leave it alone. Leave me alone.
Leave the professor alone. All right.
Leave me alone.
Chill.
All right.
Yeah.
Somebody wanted to bring up
no PhD at all.
Jesus, I'm gonna have to mute you, dumb.
I know.
Doctorates, maybe.
All right.
Yo, Bucho, I got him, Bucho. Oh, about the answer him. Okay, cool.
Yeah, nobody cares about the 5 master's degrees. Okay, so
thank you. I mean, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, all right. So somebody wanted to bring up a boxing topic. I think it was G or somebody. I don't know.
Fuck it, I have a PhD then, I guess.
All right.
Guys, point is, Shakur Stevenson beats everyone.
Not for sure.
Anyway.
We
I don't know about anyway, but he best beats everybody at 135. That's for damn sure.
Not for sure.
Oh, man,
I put money on that.
Yeah,
no, I'm playing.
For sure.
Come on, man.
Money on that.
You can say it's highly likely or
throw money on it. Whatever you want.
$100.
Make the bet.
I tried that with you already. I tried that with you already.
Make the bet with you.
Do you see the difference between what you said and what you're willing to bet? You see that difference there?
Yeah.
You said he will not win a round. You said he will take every round off of Lomachenko.
He's just trolling. He's a scale bender, bro. There is such thing as exaggerating.
Uh-huh.
Bullshit. When you're just talking shit, you know, like,
Yo,
come on,
Rarebreed, you know what, Rarebreed,
Stop
you're talking
exaggerating
shit, man. Rarebreed, it's all talk with you, Rarebreed, because Scalebender.
No, it's not all talk. I think he's gonna wash them, but to
Scalebender
say
has been
every
trying
single
to make a
round,
fucking
that's
bet
hard
with
to
you.
do.
Scalebender
Because
has been trying to
even
make a
could
bet.
win
You
every
said it
single round,
50
still
fucking times
Make the fucking
on the
bet.
card.
Just on this show, you said every time you talk about the guy, you say it.
Yeah.
Talking about.
Okay, but guess what? Floyd watched
His
Canelo,
skills.
and they still gave Canelo a round, so shit could happen. So I'm not gonna bet on that.
But that's a
All right,
domination.
one round. All right, one round. All right, we'll let you adjust it. One round. You ready? 200
for one round.
Make it 3.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Nah, make it 3. Make it 2, and I'll take it.
See,
make
here we
it
go
2,
now.
and I'll take it.
Yeah, here we go now. So before we know it now, you're gonna come off. You're gonna come off.
That's how you negotiate, bro. That's how it works.
I'm not negotiating with
You fucking retard! This kid's fucking ruining the show.
You got a fucked up phone. Fuck up.
Yo, but like, did y'all see the rounds that Crawford was doing on all the media sites, on all the talk shows?
Yeah.
Yo, and what drives me crazy, man, I'm seeing all these quote unquote media sites pushing out the stuff where Crawford wants Tank now at 147. All they did was ask him a question, a casual, question, and now they run. It drives me nuts that they run with the narrative like that. Like all he did was say, "Yeah, I'll fight him." Yeah, it's crazy. I can't stand all
They're gonna latch on to whatever creates headlines.
You're right.
Yeah.
For the money, I'm gonna for the money, but he's too small. He said he's too small. I'll fight him. I'll beat him up, but it's for the money, and he's too small.
Yeah, I mean, it was hypothetical, but it's crazy seeing all these websites the way they just run with it. Oh, Bud wants Tank now. I'm like, oh my God, you guys got to stop taking things out of context. But what I wish he would have said, he had an opportunity to hook up his boy, which I was hoping he'd do. I was hoping he would be like, no, you know what? He needs to go through Shakur because Shakur is my boy. Shakur is my dog. He needs to.
He's not gonna fight him, bro. He's not gonna fight him.
I know, but it would have been a good plug. You know what I mean? Because Shakur is. I think Shakur. Yeah.
Hey, yo, Tyson, I'll put it to you like this, right? Now, money, right? Floyd Money Mayweather, right? Let's put Floyd Money Mayweather with
This
Bud
dude
Crawford.
is the Clarissa Shields of DEA. This is who this guy is.
Yo, mute.
This is this guy. Okay, Clarissa. Okay, Clarissa.
Joe, hold on.
Yeah, I've been to myself. Okay, here's a real parallel, right? Bud Crawford, right? Prime for prime with Money Mayweather, prime for prime. I'm telling you, bro. Floyd Mayweather would never fight that dude. It's the same thing. It's like wait. He would like if there were prime like okay, say it was like Floyd and Manny, right? Floyd and Manny. He fought Manny eventually. He will never fight Bud Crawford. Never. If there was prime for prime, never. It's like Tank versus Vasil. Never. Shakur. Never. You're never gonna see that fight, bro. Never.
Yeah, I know, but you know what? The thing is, you got to put pressure on Tank because they put pressure on Spence and everybody else. Because I mean, everybody was going back and forth. It was with Bud and Crawford, and it got to the point where it was driving the fans, all of us, crazy. We're like, man, all they're doing is fucking talking for 5 years. But it finally came. It finally came to fruition because Spence has pride. So he saw the flack that he got from Keith Thurman, the Keith Thurman possibility, and he's like, man, I don't know, man, they're killing me blind. I gotta go. I gotta take this fight.
Yeah,
and I think that's what it took, man. But I think they gotta start pushing that. They gotta start doing the same because I don't want to see another 5 years for those two to get in. Because I mean, Tank's an older guy, man. He's got bad habits. He gets hit a lot. I don't know if he's gonna be in the game too much longer. You know,
you're right. You're right. And Lena, guess what too? Like it's the most money. Like these big fights, right? Bud Crawford, Spence, right? Spence won, and Crawford also. Yes, it's the toughest fight for sure, but it's the most money. Why you want to fight Keith Thurman, who hasn't fought in 2 to 3 years? That fight is not gonna make no money. Yeah, you can make some money. Compared to Bud Crawford on the biggest stage, undisputed, the most money, man. Why do you think Stephen Filton went with the fight anyway? You know what I'm saying? He wanted that money and he wanted to challenge himself. And you know what? The internet is doing him dirty, right? Disrespecting him like, oh, he ain't shit now. No, that's why you do that, because your fans, the internet, they don't give a fuck about you. You gotta fight for yourself. Get that big
No
money.
wonder why you have 5 master's degrees.
Go get that money.
Wow, what great insight.
So that's what Errol said. Look, I know I'm probably gonna lose, but he made that fight. Bud Crawford said in the middle of the ring, thank you. I appreciate you, because without you, the fight would never happen.
Yeah, they got a lot in common, man. They're both. Neither one of them has a lot of charisma like the welterweights from the past, right? And they're both low key, mellow country boys. I mean, they probably they probably talked about going hunting and fishing together, hanging on the road. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're true fighters. They're true fighters. They're real fighters.
But if it was a guy like Devin Haney, with these new wave guys that just want to be flashy and have everything in their favor, I don't think it would have happened. But Spence, I mean, I think he has a lot of similarities to Bud. I think Bud kind of talked him into it. He's like, "Yo, man, come on, man, like." Because they're both the same kind of dude outside the ring, with the exception of the party,
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. I just wish he would have plugged. They're gonna start pushing that. Watch, they're gonna say Shakur has to leave Top Rank to get a fight. I mean, they just got to start. Nobody wants to fight this dude.
Tank Davis is never gonna fight that dude unless Showtime makes him. And I got on Twitter with Leonard Ellerby. I said, listen. Like you can't be having these setups with Tank Davis. He's got to fight somebody before Showtime makes you fight somebody. And I'm telling you, bro, like it could be Shakur, it could be High Tech. He's got to fight somebody though.
But I fault Shakur a little bit too, guys. I fault Shakur a little bit too because there's this, y'all know the type of fans that are on Twitter that they went after Bud, they went after anybody who wasn't PBC. A lot of these dudes, they got like 20 accounts. It seems like there's a lot of them. They gang up on you on there, but they're not really that many. Part of the LDBC guys, I think he's a little wary of treading that water and kicking up dirt with those kinds of fans because he saw like they'll just come at you nonstop. And the Bud talks about that, So I think when it comes to him calling out Tank, he's a little cautious about it. He'll go after anybody else, but when it comes to that, he doesn't want to stir up that crowd, you know what I mean? Even though right now is the perfect time to kick, talk shit, and because these guys got their tail between their legs because they just got proven wrong big time with Bud and anyway in the same week.
Crowd you talking about loves Devin Haney.
Can I say this though, Tyson? Can I say this, Tyson? Shakur Stevenson, even though he got lowball for 25%, 20% to fight Devin Haney, right? True. Okay, call his bluff. Take that. If you believe in yourself, Oscar would have did it, right? Oscar would have did that shit. You know what I'm saying? He would have did that shit. Take that.
I believe you, but I forgot who said. I think it was Burberry that said that crowd likes.
Got it from Bud, man. Bud didn't take no pay cut with Earl, so why the fuck would he take a pay cut?
Yeah, but Shakur and Devin are not on the level of Errol and Bud.
Thank God nobody's
These two guys are two good fighters coming up with two young good fighters. So okay, if you want 25%, okay, cool. If I was Shakur, bet let's do it. Yo, give me 1%, give me 10%. I'm gonna bust your fucking ass.
I agree. He should call his bluff, but hey, man, I don't control that.
Yeah, then what if he loses there, brainchild? Then what happens?
Negotiate online. I'd be like, okay, cool.
If it was 75, I bet there was a lot more demands behind the scenes that were outrageous too. I mean, if that's just the upfront pay cut, sounds crazy. But you counter offer.
But what though? Rehydration? That's the only thing I could be.
Maybe I don't know.
Well, you're not gonna know because of non-disclosure agreements. So
maybe
you guys are arguing. You're just fucking screaming into the abyss right now. You're not gonna figure it out.
So wait, let me get this right. He gets to go to 140 and keep his belts at 135.
But people know how to negotiate not to have fights. Okay, like these fighters know how to get out of fights. Like Devin Haney.
The sanctioning bodies will probably let them because they're all crooked. Y'all know that.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, by the way, guys, I just want to thank Jonathan Morrison for his super chat. I appreciate that, Jonathan. Thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's just crazy. I'm seeing so much clout chasing. We had a great week of boxing, right? We got two dominant fights, and then we're getting Valdes. We're getting Valdes Navarrete next. Man, it's a great. But every time I scroll, it's just clout chasing.
That's gonna be a great fight. That's gonna be a great fight.
I'm seeing this crazy cloud chasing with the 70-20, the 75-25. The Tank wants to fight Crawford. Tank wants to fight Inoue. Floyd wants Inoue to fight Tank at a catchweight and drug testing.
It's like you said, bro. It's cloud chasing. Tank Davis is never gonna fight Bud Crawford. Never.
No, but I'm just saying it's just frustrating, man. The headlines, man, and then you got these goofy websites that take things out of context. Oh, Bud wants Tank. So it's just
Yeah, he said, "Yeah, I'll fight him for the money. Yeah, I'll fight him. Yeah, but
It's
he's
just
little.
frustrating. I see why y'all so angry, man. I see why some of y'all so angry, dude. Because every time we get our way, the dummies still come out, and then we're right back to the dumb shit the next week. A dumbass headline.
Guys, I have a question. Do you guys think that if Tank Davis gets offered enough money, he would actually take that fight with Crawford?
Yeah.
Probably he should.
Any of them would.
Okay, so
he should.
No, go ahead.
I don't think so, man.
said no?
I mean, think about it. He had Barrios on a rehydration clause. He had Ryan on a rehydration clause. Leo was a bantamweight. The other Garcia was coming up in weight. I mean, Rolly is Rolly. You know, I mean, who has it really fought like that? That he can be like,
I know.
okay,
It's the money though. It's money talks. Why would he take the money? What? He's afraid of losing. So he's not gonna take the money.
And Bucho, right? Tank Davis can't A-side Bud Crawford with rehydration clauses. No, he's a natural, undisputed welterweight champion. You can't.
Yeah, but if he wants money, he might sacrifice. Bud Crawford might make a sacrifice and go like, sure, all right, I'll.
Nah, for what? For what? No,
for money.
No. Nah.
If money weren't an issue, like
I fight Canelo instead of Tank Davis. I fight Canelo. Move up, fight Canelo.
He could do that too. If he doesn't work out, guys.
They got 3 guys.
Guys. Bud Crawford was in before the Spence fight. He showed up in that Mike Tyson podcast, okay, and he said that the main driver for him is money. He said it's all about money. He says, I already know I'm the best. I don't need to prove I'm the best. I just want money. So if he cannot get the Canelo fight, he would take that Tank fight, in my opinion.
He will.
So
Bucho, he will.
But hey, Bucho, here's the reality, man. They got 3 opponents lined up for Tank right now.
Okay,
they got 3 guys lined up for Tank right now.
People keep saying that. People keep.
Yeah, Tank just came off. Tank just came off of making like 30-40 million because of the pay-per-view was a big hit. You know what I mean? So I don't think he's gonna be looking at I gotta go for the big money. They got all right. They got Rolly.
He's older.
They got Pitbull. Oh, check it out. They got Rolly. They got Pitbull. And what's the other guy that he got a robbery win on the Benavides undercard? The guy from Philly.
Sorry, but
they got those 3 guys.
Nobody
was on.
Nobody wants to see those. Nobody wants to see those fights. I mean, let's just be honest. Who wants really?
Nope. Bucho, let me say something real quick.
Yeah.
People keep saying, People keep saying that Canelo keeps ducking fighters. He fought Golovkin 3 times, and the dude's only like 32 years old. He's younger than a lot of these dudes that fought nobody. If he fights Benavides, what are people going to say after that? Did he duck anybody in his career? Probably not. They're only asking for that fight that he will deliver to people, especially when he's fighting 3 times a year and people can't be patient. All the while they wait 2, 3, 4 years for these fuckers to only fight 1 time a year to fight. But Canelo will fight 3 times a year, and he'll fight that dude. If not next,
Bud is the best fighter of his generation, not Canelo.
He'll fight within the next year.
Well, Bud's a new era. I think Bud's in a different era.
No, they're in the same era, bro. There's a 4-year difference between the same era.
Yeah, I mean, but Canelo started a lot younger. You know, Canelo started a lot younger, which he shouldn't have because he was way too green and on top of being dehydrated for Floyd. But, I mean, they did a good job. He's our last HBO era superstar. He's the last crossover guy boxing has. After he's gone, which I hope he leaves because we need a hard reset. He's the last guy from that era.
No, Bud and Canelo are in the same era because after Floyd and Pacquiao were done, it was the next group was Crawford, Usyk, Canelo, those type of guys. That's the next.
Maybe I can agree. I can agree, but I think they're along a different lines too because Bud was getting froze out for 5 years, and Canelo could fight whoever he wanted.
The only reason why
he's
seen as some other guys.
Yeah, and I didn't like what he did with Triple G, man. I couldn't stand the 55 catch weight.
That was the only guy because that was the only guy Canelo ducked. That was the only guy.
Can I say everybody ducked Golovkin. Everybody ducked Golovkin. Even until now, and nobody was held accountable for that shit.
Even Canelo, he ducked him.
I agree. He fought him 3 times.
Until he looked human against Danny Jacobs.
To that shit. Americans, Black Americans, especially, they keep making excuses for their fighters.
Man, everybody makes excuses against Canelo. You're on here making excuses for Canelo right now.
Gonzalo,
What's the excuse?
Gonzalo. I agree, but at the same time, when
When
Canelo was doing that 55 catchweight bullshit, I mean, I'm Mexican, right? I'm Mexican American, but dude, I was a Triple G guy, man. A lot of the Mexican fans were acting exactly the same as the Spence fans. So I mean, I don't want to just paint, I think
wanted that fight.
But the Mexican fans have done it
too
too.
much time on that CCD channel.
Yeah, the Mexican fans have done it too. So I like, so we don't paint, we don't sound like we're biased.
Okay, listen, we can get caught up in what the fans say and what they don't say, whatever. The thing is, Canelo fought Golovkin, he's still his biggest opponent. Hold on, let me finish. Just quickly. His biggest opponent so far has been Golovkin. He fought him 3 times, and he's just 32 years old, like Gonzalo said. Now, when it comes to Terence Crawford, his biggest fight, his nemesis was Spence Jr., and this fight happened like just right now. So
and he destroyed him, unlike Canelo.
Well, you wanted him to destroy. Okay, well, you wanted him to destroy Golovkin.
There's levels.
Well, no, listen, there's levels.
I'm just saying, I think Spence is a better win than Golovkin. I don't care what nobody says. Golovkin's best win than
There's levels. There's levels. Golovkin was on another level. He's not on the same level as Spence. He couldn't even perform properly as a pound for pounder. He got destroyed.
Spence had a better career.
What are you talking about?
So you're basically telling me that if you put Crawford against Golovkin, Crawford knocks out Golovkin. Make them the same size.
If they were the same size, he beats the shit out of Golovkin. Yeah, he would. Why do you think Golovkin didn't fight guys like Lara? He didn't like that type of style.
He knocks him out with the jab. He knocks him out with the jab in the.
I don't know if he knocks out Triple G, but he beats his ass.
That's why we can't have a conversation with this nigga. Like, he's a fucking troll, bro.
Triple G is the most overrated fighter of the last 30 years. Outside of Mike Tyson. Outside of Mike Tyson, that motherfucker overrated too.
Bro,
it's just like the
money.
Yo, I like.
He's fucking done. What are we talking about? Like, what's the point of that?
Hold on. Gennady right now will stop Crawford right now. This version of Gennady right now will stop Crawford.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
That's money.
You out of your damn mind.
No, Golovkin's washed, man.
What's the point of putting money, you idiot? That fight's never gonna happen. What are you talking about? What's wrong with this dude, bro?
Cool. All right, cool.
All right, guys. You know what? There's more than one person.
There's no way you talk about that in real life.
I hope Canelo retires. I hope Canelo retires. We need a hard reset. Hope Canelo retires, and we need to get these young guys.
Don't mute me like that, bro.
These young guys need to get
like a maniac, man.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
All I hear is your voice, man. All I hear is your fucking voice.
Deal with it.
I let everybody talk, bro. I let everybody talk.
Calm down.
No, I'm calm.
And everybody's complaining about you. Have some fucking awareness.
There's no way.
Whoever said that Spence is a better opponent than Golovkin, they're retarded. There's levels. Gennady Golovkin was much superior at 160 than Spence was at 147. It's not the same fight.
It's true.
They got the same trajectory fighting in one weight class. But look at how many title defenses Golovkin amassed.
I know.
And
against who?
Gone, dude. The fucking he couldn't take a punch.
Against who?
Against the best in the division, just like Spence.
Name the names. Go ahead, please name the names. Go ahead.
Okay, against 10 years of motherfuckers hiding in the woodwork until he retired. The little kid,
you want to face the real. I won't name the names.
Danny Jacobs, a fight he arguably lost.
All right, Ray, name me Spence's opponents. Let's talk about Spence opponents, the superstars from the PBC.
This league, Kell Brooks.
Go ahead.
By the way, getting Triple G a little bit of trouble.
Go ahead. Name me the superstars. I want to hear the superstars of Spence beat that were so much better than. Go ahead.
Beating Ugas, beating Danny Garcia, and Kell Brook and Sean Porter is better than beating Lemieux.
Danny Garcia. Let's look at Danny Garcia. Sean Porter beat him.
Okay, yeah, that's one of them.
Welterweight, he didn't do anything. He's not even I don't even know why Danny Garcia got welterweight title shots, because after the Thurman fight, he didn't do shit. Like, he didn't deserve a title shot. But just because he's a
when he
PBC name,
fought Thurman and Sean Porter, it's not like he didn't belong. He was
listen,
competitive.
Robert, you need to differentiate between popularity and actual skills, all right? And Danny Garcia was popular because of the PBC and all of that shit, and because of what he did at 140 with that Matisse fight that took place 3,000 years ago. But after that, in the welterweight division, Danny Garcia was a nobody.
He didn't fuck all.
And not only Robert, okay, he fought Keith Thurman, the biggest fight, like the fight that everybody was talking about. His performance was subpar, was embarrassing. That fight showed you that this guy does not belong in the welterweight division because he didn't do anything against Keith Thurman. He wasn't even competitive. Now, you mean to tell me that years later, he fights Spence Jr., and now you're saying, oh, this was one of Spence's best wins, Danny Garcia.
Yeah, and I gave you like 5 names. You can't even give me. You can't even give me one for Triple G. So
he couldn't
go
even
ahead.
stop him. He couldn't even stop him. He couldn't
go
even
ahead.
stop
Give
him.
me the Triple G names.
All right, fine.
Go ahead then, GD.
I have you.
Go ahead.
You want to hear it? You want to hear it?
Yeah.
Martin Murray is better than Danny Garcia. He's the uncrowned middleweight fucking champion. He beat Sergio Garcia in fucking Argentina. But you probably never saw that fucking fight. So we have to sit here and explain everything fucking to you.
Yeah,
and this
Martin
is actually
Murray
where
was
we're at on a fucking podcast right now. Because you don't know shit about boxing.
Are you guys talking about Danny Garcia? In what context are you talking about Danny Garcia right now?
Popular.
In the context of how good he
is. By the way, guys.
Is Martin Murray a better win than Sean Porter?
He never did shit at 147.
Don madrazos. The Danny Garcia that lost against Mauricio Herrera. Remember that?
Yeah, he lost that fight.
I mean, Jesus Christ, Ray.
Okay, you guys keep talking about one guy, but I gave you other names.
Okay.
He was,
so
he's quit moving the fucking goalpost.
I gave you other names. So like, okay, you can pick and choose Danny Garcia, but let's not act like he didn't beat other guys too.
Hold on, rare breed. The reason I think you would make a good litigator is because you like to move the goalpost. You love to fucking argue different fucking shit that doesn't make any sense. Exactly.
No, not really. I gave you. I don't know why we're so stuck on Danny Garcia. I literally gave you 5 names.
You
act like I said that's his best one.
Right. Okay, guys. Okay, hold on. Rabbit. Okay, that's fine, Rabbit. That's fine, Rabbit. You made a mistake. You named Danny Garcia. Now you agree with us that he's not actually a good win, right? You admit that?
It is a good win.
No,
it's a good win because no. Let me tell you why. It's a good win. Nobody has ever dominated Danny Garcia the way Earl did.
Mauricio Herrera.
So that, and not to mention that was after the car crash. No tune-ups.
Keith Thurman did it
straight to Danny Garcia. So he deserves credit for that.
Stop embarrassing yourself.
Mauricio Herrera fight Danny Garcia.
He was off 2 years when he beat Danny Garcia easily. So he deserves credit for that.
Mauricio Herrera beat Danny Garcia.
You think Danny Garcia is an elite fighter? You think Danny Garcia is an elite fighter?
He's a B+ fighter.
Hey guys, I don't think
keep criticizing Golovkin's resume, but you know what? He fought Canelo 3 fucking times. But you're gonna say
what's
technically
Golovkin's best win?
He lost. Technically, he lost. Golovkin was like Duran versus Sugar Ray versus Sugar Ray versus Hearns.
What's Golovkin's best win?
Americans count those fights. He got a draw
right now.
He could have won one of the fights. So, but you're not going to count.
Okay, you still didn't answer. What's his best win?
Golovkin's best win is the first Canelo fight. That's Golovkin's best win. It's a win that he
his best win is a fight that he lost in the
card. Because he did it.
He arguably lost to Danny Jacobs too.
Oh man! You know what's funny though is that everybody outside of Wade, was actually ranked in the top 10. Daniel Gill was a 2-time champ. You didn't know that though.
Yeah, exactly.
So we have to sit here and explain this
question for you guys. I got a question for you guys. Do you guys know? Are you guys aware that when he fought Golovkin, was that his actual first 160 fight?
Interesting.
Yes. No, because what did he fight? What did he fight Travis Jr. at? Travis Jr.
164.
164, yeah.
Yep, Travis.
164, okay.
By the way, Martin Murray, if Martin Murray would have been American and black, Martin Murray would be on the level of Ugas or something, or even better because he
Even lineal
Really,
champ.
Ugas is not even American. I don't know why you brought him up.
He's a PBC African, like he's black, so he gets the attention. You know what I mean? Like
he's American.
What attention? Nobody gives a fuck about Ugas. What are you talking about?
Oh, please. He fought Sean Porter. He fought Pacquiao. So he got all this attention. Now all of a sudden you mentioned him.
He's a good fighter. It's not like because he didn't deserve it. He's a good fighter. He earned that shit.
I agree. He deserved it. He deserved it.
That shit was handed to him. Like he had to beat these guys.
No, Rebby, I'm not saying Ugas is a bad fighter. I'm saying that if Martin Murray would have been in the PBC landscape, world, whatever, he would have been, a big name like Danny Garcia.
And if Crawford was British, he'd be the greatest fighter to ever come out of that country. He'd be a worldwide superstar.
Yeah, we're talking about
right now.
He's still the same fighter.
He is.
He would still be
the best fighter in the world
from the UK. What I'm saying is this, though. You mentioned these names from that Spence beat, but they're just popular.
Did you see his 141?
2 times undisputed. What more? What more do I need to say? Who else is 2 times undisputed?
Do you want to dissect his 140-pound campaign? Why didn't he defend all those belts?
We can dissect every fighter's campaign.
You did it, though. You still gotta do it, even though it was trash. You still gotta do it, though. Yeah, it was trash.
Exactly. If it's so easy, why the rest of these motherfuckers ain't done it?
Ain't nobody else do it. So stop it.
Thank you, bro.
Usyk would do it. Usyk would do it if Fury weren't ducking him. Usyk would do it.
Listen, I think what some of us are trying to say here is that we're not shitting on Spence as a boxer and his record, but we're defending Golovkin's record because you are completely shitting on Golovkin's record. That's the thing, though. That's the issue we have. That's the thing. Disrespectful.
Hey guys, he's the most overrated. I do know he was dug, but he's also overrated.
You said he's the most overrated boxer in the last 30 years.
Maravilla and Cotto both ducked Golovkin. Maravilla and Cotto both openly ducked Golovkin.
Cotto almost paid $1 million to get out of that fight.
Every fight.
They got
Cotto. I was about to say Cotto was giving him
Triple G and Crawford. Triple G and Crawford have a lot in common because both guys, they were always talked about, they didn't fight nobody. But they were ranked high on pound for pound because people knew by the eye test, like it's the way he's beating these guys. But it's just there's really no answer to the argument right now. You guys are just, it's just okay.
That sounds very familiar with the eye test.
The thing with Spence. Here's the thing. I'm going to say something about Spence. This welterweight era is weak, bro. Like I'm talking about. Think about it. Before them, who was it?
Welterweight.
Yeah, the Pacquiao, Floyd was before them, right? Who was before them? Oscar, Tito. Imagine Tito Trinidad versus Danny Garcia.
Knocks him out.
No, that's not fair. You can't put one to like that guy who's not even top 5 against a Tino Trinidad.
Tito Trinidad against Sean Porter. Tito Trinidad against Sean Porter. Even Tito Trinidad versus Spence. Man, I'm telling you, man, this era is weak. I think the only one who could compete with any era is Crawford.
That'd be a competitive fight.
Yeah, the only one who can compete with any era is Crawford, and he showed that last Saturday. He showed that. Okay,
the only guy.
It was levels, man. It's levels. Spence was always an A-.
But nobody. Wait. So are you saying that fighters actually get ducked?
Guys. One at a time.
Are you implying that fighters actually get ducked?
Nobody dominated Danny like Errol did, right, Rebry?
Facts.
Okay, so why are you getting upset when they compare Trinidad to Danny Garcia? He would fucking blow straight through him. He wouldn't dominate him.
Trinidad was
arguably Errol Spence's best wins though.
Tito is like top.
I think
Danny Garcia is not that. That's not a fair comparison.
You're not gonna tell me that Spence got a better chin and can take a punch and hits harder and has a better jab than Golovkin. You're not. Pound for pound.
That's true.
Hell no, dude. Hell no.
He got exposed. That chin.
Well, nobody got a better chin than that.
And by the way, can I say something? Well, I'm gonna ask a question, guys. Gonzalo brings up the Spence's chin. Is it fair to say that Spence never fought a real puncher, and therefore his chin had never been tested? Or was he?
No.
Go ahead.
No, he didn't fight someone like Crawford. Like Errol was the top welterweight. He was. Errol Spence was the top welterweight, but he wasn't pound for pound. Bud Crawford is levels. He proved it in the ring a couple of weeks ago. This guy.
No, look, just because this people get messed up. Just because you're in the ring with a special fighter does not mean you're a bad fighter.
Exactly.
Canelo is not a bum. Canelo's not a bum because he got washed by Bivol or Floyd Mayweather. He's a great fighter.
Am I wrong for saying Spence was a manufactured champion? A manufactured great?
No, he's a good fighter. No,
I mean, he's good, but he was hyped up way.
Can I tell you? Yeah, can I tell you? Floyd would never fight this version of Canelo. He would never fight.
Come on, man. We can't. Man. Floyd was the best.
Canelo's worse.
Floyd was the best matchmaker.
Canelo was better when he was at 160.
This version's slower.
Floyd
less
was the
cardio.
best matchmaker
He's more
of his
basic.
era. You know.
Yeah,
everything.
Floyd's not
The stars aligned for Floyd.
Guys, let Southpaw. Go ahead, Southpaw.
No, I'm just saying, man. I like Floyd. The stars aligned for Floyd. That would never happen again. The HBO era was the biggest era. He had so many. He had Cotto, Pacquiao, De La Hoya, Mosley. I mean, think about it. He had all these names, you know, and he got them all at the right time. So it's like the stars aligned for him. Y'all know who the. Hey, check it out. You know who the real green print is? Y'all know who the real green print is? Is Bob Arum. Bob Arum. If there was no top ranked fighters, Floyd wouldn't be Floyd, man. I'm just saying. He started
no.
He does
build
fighters.
No. Floyd has names, but he fought them at the right time. They all been knocked out, beat up, old,
small, weight drain.
Yeah. Like so, I don't.
Man, bro, we
sort of like Canelo, sort of like Canelo does now. You mean?
Yeah. You know, and Canelo does it too. Canelo does it too. Everybody does it.
No.
Weight drain.
All right.
Dehydration clauses.
I agree. Canelo's the greatest. He can do no wrong.
I don't know. Weight drain.
All right.
Change your story.
Guys.
He didn't weight drain any of these guys.
Guys, please. Everybody's screaming at the same time. Legendary's going crazy. Hold on. Yo.
Okay, I haven't spoken for 20 minutes. I'm getting muted already.
Yeah, you're muted because everybody's screaming at the same time. Everybody's screaming at the same time.
All right, whatever.
Hold on, guys.
You can speak when you pay me my money.
Calm down. Everybody silence.
I was talking. That's why
the most retarded motherfuckers talk.
All right.
I mean, seriously.
I'm muting everybody. Hold on a second. Jesus, stop crying. I'm muting everybody at the same time. I'm muting everyone, or almost everyone.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Let me just read a super chat. He says, Chet Collins says, please don't talk all at once. Show respect. See, there you go. People can listen to the show. Remember, there's people listening.
I was talking. They were talking over me.
You're yelling, Legendary. You're yelling all the time. All I hear is your fucking voice. All I hear is your voice. I know, but listen, all I hear is your voice. Sometimes you need to like.
That's why I'm yelling, though. I'm telling you, that's why I'm yelling.
Okay, I understand. But listen,
all right, you got
I know
bro.
sometimes you can't like.
It's your show, bro. It's your show.
No, but listen, I know some people. I know we want to
figure that out.
Hold on. I know we want to like say reply, but you can't reply all the time. Sometimes you have to like.
But I was talking. They took over me.
All right, guys. Everybody, Hold on. And Don Madrazo, shut the fuck up. I muted everybody, Don Madrazos. I muted everybody. So like, don't start like complaining. All right, I'm muting everyone. All right. You were talking. Legendary was talking. Rary was talking. And Mirage. The 4 people I muted temporarily. All right. So let's calm down. All right.
Yeah. So as I was saying, yeah, you can't criticize Floyd and then Canelo doing the same, even worse. I expose the hypocrisy of peanuts like this legendary dude. And you've got to be consistent. Keep it real like I do, and you'll go a long way. Okay, that's my advice.
All right. Next.
Point taken.
Yeah, hey, man, it's just hypotheticals going on, man. But yeah, man, it's just the Floyd thing, man. It was a lot of smoke and mirrors. He was a great fighter. Same thing with Canelo. Gervonta Davis, he's doing it just like, with the A side, with the catch weights, smaller guys. I mean, I think the well's running dry. He's running out of names, but now I think Devin's gonna try to do it, but he doesn't have as much fan power to do it. So I don't know, man. Hopefully these guys just all get it on, man. Because I think the next guy to get done the way Golovkin did, the way they did Crawford, is Shakur. So that's
nope. There's the guy in my profile.
He's too young.
They're going to continue to duck this man.
All right.
Yeah, that's going to be the
that kind of
frustrating
shit
thing.
to guys that are young.
All
You do it
right,
to
all right,
old men.
all right. The reason why you cannot compare Floyd to Canelo went through prime super middleweight champions. He went through 2021. He went through starting for the top guy. Callum Smith was lineal. WBA lineal
Callum
champion.
Smith was garbage. He got beaten by
So
John
what?
Ryder
He
the
was
fight
lineal.
before.
So what? He was lineal. He beat him first.
Lineal. So who gives a fuck lineal, man? That's on paper.
That's
That
a
means just
man.
shit.
That's a man, faggot. That's a man.
Lineal. Who did he beat for lineal? Fucking George Groves. Wow.
Did Benavidez fight him when he's world champion? Because he was WBC before Canelo.
Even what are you talking about? So Canelo went through a soft. Canelo went through a soft Euro tour of mediocre champions. Caleb Plant was the only decent win. Caleb Plant was the only decent fighter on that list.
No, what I'm telling you is, faggot. What I'm telling you.
Let me say something.
Bro, you keep throwing the F-bomb, man. Don't throw the F word.
Legendary, listen to him.
I'm sorry. Get fast.
It's like an Asperger's breakdown. What the fuck is the matter with you?
First of all, what Canelo did at 168.
I'll stop saying faggot if you let me talk.
All right, Professor, calm
Nobody
down,
gives a
Professor.
fuck about what you have to say.
There's something wrong with this guy. There's something wrong with this guy.
Yeah. The Professor.
You gotta get rid of this guy.
I need my own shit, bro.
5-degree Professor.
Yeah,
All
you do need your own shit. You need some fucking pills.
I'll let everybody talk.
All right, let Campos.
Oh, you really got problems.
All right, Joe. All right, let Campos go. Campos, go ahead.
What Canelo did at 168, Benavidez had two chances to do it. Do you guys know that Benavidez has never fought a champion? Both of those belts are vacant. So Benavidez
What do you mean he had chances? Did I want to fight him? Who wanted to fight him?
Hey, I'm not done speaking.
He's right, Mirage.
No, I'm not done speaking.
I'm
not done speaking, Mirage. Shut up, Mirage. Okay, so Benavidez had 2 times to unify. Benavidez ducked twice. Benavidez had a chance to join the World Boxing Super Series. Benavidez ducked it. Callum Smith reached out to Benavidez. Benavidez turned down the fight because it was on the other side of the street.
Give me evidence he ducked the Super Series. Give me evidence.
Shut up, Mirage. Shut up. It's on record. Look it up, moron. Shut up, moron.
Benavidez is so scared of Jordan.
Mirage, he's right. He's right, Mirage.
No, he's not right.
Shut up,
he's not right about
moron.
nothing.
Of course he's right, you fucking idiot.
Shut up, moron. Shut up. I'm not done speaking, Mirage. And then check this out. So when the fight between Canelo and Callum Smith is announced, Benavidez still had his belt. What did Benavidez do? What he always does. He fumbled. He fumbled the freaking ball. He lost the belt before payday.
He lost the Mirage.
Shut up, Mirage. Shut up, Mirage. Mirage. Shut up. Shut up.
Shut up, Mirage.
Mirage. Shut up, Mirage.
Let him make his point.
You can't make 10 points. You can't make 10 points.
It's fine.
Shut up.
He's not done.
Okay, so Benavidez had a golden ticket to fight Canelo, and what happens for the second time? He gets stripped of his belt. This dude fumbles the ball all the time. Okay, and that's something that you see. I'm not done yet, Mirage. Shut up.
Yeah, but that's the problem. The problem. You're never done.
I'm not done, Mirage. Hey, Mucho, mute him, please. Mute him, please, Mucho.
Just Mirage. Okay, he's taking 2 minutes. Let him take 4 minutes. He never talks. All right, let him continue. Then you can jump in. Go ahead, Campos.
Okay, so Benavidez has the opportunity to fight Canelo, and what does he do? He fumbles the ball. Who has Benavidez fought since then? He fought a dude from 154. He fought these dudes that aren't 168 pounders, and then you people like you complain. You are a moron. I'm done, Bucho. Thank you for giving me time. Thank you to the panel. Thank you, guys.
Go ahead.
You're welcome, bro. Well said.
Thank you very much.
Perfect. So I went and looked at some articles in 2020. 2020 when David was champion still. and when Canelo was coming back to 168, he was going after Billy J. Saunders. That was supposed to happen. Canelo tried to make a fight. He made the fight basically with Billy Joe Saunders in March. Shut up, March 2020.
Oh no, you interrupted Campos.
David was already the champion then. Canelo was going after the UK guys already then. And then the Billy Joe Saunders fight was postponed because of COVID till 2021. So David, Canelo was going after Callum Smith. He's going after Billy Joe Saunders already.
A long time ago, bro.
He was never interested in fighting David. But when David lost his belt, 1 week later,
you didn't want to unify. Your boy's trash.
Why are you warning him for over talking? The week after David lost his belt, I checked the dates. Canelo petitioned to fight for that belt, and that's why I threw it in with Callum Smith. 1 week after, then he was suddenly interested.
You could have been unified with Caleb Plant years ago. We had the IBF.
So David never told anybody.
Way before
Anybody really knows David's not scared of fucking anybody. He's just offered Canelo 45 million. He
did avoid Morel though. He did avoid Morel.
Who's at the back of the line? Morel's literally nobody. He's at the back of the line.
I think he did avoid Morel because Morel was next. And all of a sudden,
courtesy to Mirage as he extended to Campos earlier.
Hey guys, I think he did avoid Morel.
No. Wait, hold on. You know what's crazy, right? Benavidez and Plant fought when they have no belts. When they could have fought when they both had belts.
Exactly.
Bad promotion.
Thank you.
There were literally nobodies back then. Literal nobodies.
You could have fought him a long time ago. You
down to the PBC.
Well, literal nobodies. They had the belt for like 6 months.
If you're going to fight now, you're going to
had a
fight then.
fucking belt. Fucking Plant had a belt. He could have fought him for that belt.
There was no money behind the fight. You don't get champions for fucking nothing.
All right, guys.
If you guys fought now,
It was an example where you need to marinate a fight a little bit. That's why sometimes you do.
All right, guys. Super chat from Jonathan Morrison. No comment, but thank you, Jonathan. I really appreciate your support. I feel like I'm gonna have to make myself a drink here. But I have to leave.
Hennessy.
I don't know if No, it's rum. I don't know if you guys can handle this.
That's too weak.
Rum.
Get a drink. I'll sort them out.
All right. The thing is, never sober. If you're there, I think you have a wrench, or you can.
Oh God!
So
got a wrench.
Yeah, I do. So you better watch out a little bit.
Yeah, I think Gonzalo.
So was that Southpaw Lefty that I heard saying some bullshit about earlier? Did I hear Southpaw Lefty say Canelo was weight trained in green versus Floyd? Did you say that, Southpaw Lefty?
Yeah, but that was his fault. I mean, he wasn't
weight trained and he wasn't green. Never happened. That's bullshit. That's a myth.
Okay.
I disagree, man. But that's
how is a fighter with 42 pro fights fucking green?
No, yeah, come on, man. He started at 15 and he's beating up cab drivers in Mexico. It's not act like he's going. Let's not act like he's going through murderous bro.
Why are you defending
drivers?
Don't defend this.
They all beat up cab drivers for the first
time. He fought really low competition. Go box.
They all do it. They all do it.
Yeah, they all do it, man. But he's still a baby.
In his 18th fight, was fighting a guy with 10 losses.
Who the better beat this fight? From what?
They all fight cab drivers at the beginning of their careers. Canelo had 42 pro fights. He was an experienced professional.
Hasn't fought anybody.
And he was easy work
levels, bro. You act like 42 fights versus the A level, the top contenders. No, man, it wasn't those guys. Like Floyd did. He was fighting world champions.
He was already a champion.
Lefty, he's a troll. Lefty, he's a troll, man.
But he wasn't green. He wasn't green. You can't say he's green. You can say he's less experienced.
Who's been his best win?
He wasn't green, but he wasn't developed. He wasn't developed. You can't tell me that's the same Canelo that was. You can't tell me that's the same Canelo that was.
That was a better Canelo. That was 3 years ago. Canelo that got washed was a better Canelo.
I'll tell you one thing.
People develop, bro. People develop.
No, they also regress. They also regress.
The way he did, and he's physically, he's still in the pound for pound all these years later. How long
He's not
ago
pound
was
for
that?
pound. He couldn't even beat up John. He couldn't even stop John Bum Ryder, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah, man. I mean, but they all go through performances like that. I mean, I don't like Canelo. I'm not going to say I like Canelo. I don't.
He's not a bum. He's not a bum. Benavidez couldn't stop Plant.
So Canelo at that stage of his career, he'd fought Valdemir, he'd fought Valdemir, he'd fought.
Why are you making this argument? Mirage, hold on. 1 second, Mirage. Why are you making the argument?
He just fought Austin Trout, a very good fighter.
No, that was years later.
Couldn't stop Plant. I mean, that's the most ridiculous.
Plant and Ryder are the same fighter? Do you think they even fight the same?
Could not stop Plant.
Do you think John Ryder and Caleb Plant are the same fighter?
I don't understand.
Think they're the same style of fighter? Yes or no?
Mirage, I'll tell you this, right? I guarantee.
Is Caleb Plant and John Ryder the same style and caliber of fighter? Yes or no?
We don't give a fuck. He beat them both. We don't care. He beat them both.
The answer is no.
So he beat them both. He beat them both. He beat them both convincingly.
Yeah, man, everybody peaks. Everybody peaks at different times, man. He wasn't like
Floyd was faster.
First 5 or 6 rounds of the fight with Plant.
And he was a better boxer back then.
The first 5 rounds with Plant easy until Plant
he didn't.
Out.
Cannelo's regressed into a basic.
Of course he
basic
outlanded
fighter.
him in the first 5 rounds.
No, wrong. Benavidez outlanded Plant.
Mirage. What fight were you watching?
I'm watching Copybox. Go argue Copybox. David outlanded.
Madrasos. He's a fucking fag.
5 rounds with
He's a troll.
Benavidez lost. Benavidez lost the first 5 rounds with Plant.
He's
in your fantasy world, because you're a delusional lunatic.
Bro, he moved the goalpost. It don't matter what you say to him. He's gonna move the goalpost.
It don't matter. Instead of Mirage's boyfriend.
Benavidez outlanded Plant in the first 1 round. He outlanded him.
Please, can you go away so we can talk boxing now?
Mute this faggot.
I'm schooling you on boxing all day.
No, you're not.
You're not schooling anybody. You're a fucking kid. You're living at home.
You look around barefooted. You wear sandals barefooted.
You talk shit.
What do y'all think?
Hold on, yo. Let's move on.
Hey guys.
Let's move on.
What do y'all think of Benavidez on paper?
Nothing better than to cook your ass. That's right. I admit it.
Guys. What do y'all think of Benavidez on pay-per-view?
Cooking your ass is my favorite pastime.
Fat fucking shit, Mirage.
Hey guys.
You sound like to me.
Shit.
What do y'all think of Benavidez on pay-per-view?
You know why? Because you sound like a fat fucking shit, Mirage.
Have you guys talked about
Hey, your mom still likes me. Your mom still likes me.
Have you guys talked about Navarrete and Valdes?
I know you, Mirage. You're a fat
man. Let's talk about Navarrete Valdes, please. Please.
Well,
let's talk about Navarrete Valdes.
Get the fuck out of here. Mirage, take a fucking hike.
Let's just move on.
Hey, what y'all got?
I'm gonna cry. Please remove. That's weak.
What y'all got?
Shit, Madrasas.
Fuck out of here.
You're soft, man.
Navarrete versus Valdes. Navarrete versus Valdes. All right.
Let's move on.
On the Navarrete.
Yeah, move on, man. Move on. Yo.
Yeah, predictions. Who wins?
Actually, that's a good idea. Get to the matter
versus
at hand.
Valdes. Okay, on the Navarrete versus Valdes fight, if Navarrete wins, that's good for boxing. If Valdes wins, that's bad for boxing.
It's going to be a good fight, man. I think if it's a good shootout,
you need Navarrete to win to be a win for boxing, you said, bro?
Yeah, I think so because
he's younger?
If Valdes, because he's younger and he's got more mobility. If Valdes is already being considered kind of like the old class or kind of because not that I agree with it, but because of his loss to Shakur, his luster has kind of gone down. And if Valdes wins, it's just not going to be good for the division. Now, may the best man win. I favor Navarrete to win, and if Navarrete wins, that's good for the division. That's good for the division because I don't see Navarrete staying in that division. I see him eventually moving up.
Yeah.
Well, I hope they do a trilogy, man. Like Barrera Morales were there, for with the press conference and the weigh-ins. I think this would be one of those fights where they could do 3 times. And, like Gotti and Ward, man, they weren't the top guys, but they fought 3 times, or they fought a few times, so it was just good. They don't have to be the top guys to, if we get a bunch of fights versus guys that are flawed, those are the better fights, man. Usually the guys that are like the upper echelon, they usually put us to sleep if you really think about it, man. So
yeah, it's like
I think it's gonna be a good fight, man. They got a good undercard. They got the young guys. I like that Vargas kid a lot. They got the heavyweight that looks like a porn star, Torres. You know what I mean? They got. It's gonna be a good night. I'm gonna have to watch it on my phone, but I think it's a toss-up fight, man. I think. I mean, the only thing I don't like about Valdes is he doesn't change speeds. He throws everything hard. It's always like everything is just one speed, hard. Like 90% power every shot. That's the only thing about him.
He choked.
Navarrete's kind of wild though. He's wild. I feel like he's gonna get caught. But I just don't know if Valdes has that power to. I mean, didn't Navarrete get fucking like dropped and shit his last fight?
Yeah, he got dropped hard. It was a long count. It was a long count. If it would have been,
and he was hurt by bias.
He would have been.
He's incredibly awkward though, and that's what I like about this fight.
Yeah, he is.
I think the thing about Navarrete, I don't think
if he's switched on, it's going to be a good. I think he could be he's trouble for anyone. That's what I like about it.
He's not going to take any shortcuts. That last fight, he partied, and he admits it. He likes to go out and drink and stuff. And he got robbed. But I think with Valdes, he knows. Like, and even Valdes said it. He's like, I missed an opportunity because that's not the guy that's going to show up when I fight him. Because they know, man. They game respects game. So I think they're gonna put on a good one, man. I'm going for Valdes, man. I've always been a Valdes dude. I remember seeing him down here in Texas. Real cool kid, real personable. He'll stop and talk to anybody. You know what I mean? I interviewed him a few times. He's a real good guy, and I like the managers. They're real like people. But I think it's gonna be it's Mexican pride is on the line, man. Like game plan's gonna go out the window because it's worse. I think it's worse than the Puerto Rican Mexican thing because it's Mexican versus Mexican. It's usually territorial. You know what I mean? Bragging rights. So it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be wild, man. They got an awesome crop of prospects.
No, bro, Puerto Rico versus Mexico's bigger, bro. I mean, it's a Mexican is good, but Puerto Rico versus Mexico, that brings the best out.
Yeah, but it's once in a blue moon.
At the gate for sure.
Yeah, it's once in a blue moon because I remember Barrera Morales, man. That third one was that was wild, man. I had a big fight party for it, man. It was a blast. I mean, they hate each other because within Mexico, they have rivalries. Like the people from from the border states. They're way different people, and they can't stand some of the ones from like the central Mexico. So they talk different, they act different. It's like the cartel thing, man. Like, you know what I mean? They just got these hardcore rivalries.
But the thing about Morales and Barrera is there were no elite Puerto Ricans at that time. That's why that fight. I remember watching that fight with a bunch of Puerto Ricans. There were no Puerto Rican contenders to match these guys. And the difference between Barrera and Morales is both of those guys were elite. I really don't know if we can say that about Navarrete and Valdes.
Right.
Yeah, I think Navarrete is elite for his weight. If that makes sense.
I don't think that.
I like that little flaw, man.
Like Ocampo's saying, they're not gonna be Mexican all-time greats like Navarrete and Morales, but that doesn't matter. They can still put on a great fight, and like Southpaw was saying, it's true. Some of these great fights that we've had in the past, or even trilogies, included fighters that weren't really elite, like Mickey Ward versus Arturo Gatti. Great fight.
Yeah.
They were contenders, I would say, but
great matchup.
Great matchup, yeah.
They just have to be evenly matched for it to be a good fight. They don't necessarily have to be world-class level.
Yeah, but those are fights that people like us appreciate. Those are fights that the casual.
This is a world-class fight.
I mean, yeah, it is a world class. Of course, these guys are world class. Yeah, somebody mentioned they're the best in their division, some of the best. So it is a world. Now, historically speaking, they're not going to be remembered like Barrera and Morales, for sure.
Oh hell no.
Well, I feel that Navarrete has an opportunity to maybe not be on their level, but to be better than what he is now if he wins. Because I see if Navarrete wins, the mobility is there for Navarrete. It's not there for Valdes anymore. He's older.
He has the age factor and even physically speaking, he can move up in weight. He's tall. He's very tall for that weight class. So, yeah, you're right.
I would argue he has better feet too. He darts. If you guys are familiar with how fencers like get in real quick, He darts in really good. He does that really well. We've seen it times.
But the
win the fight.
The issue with that, the way he darts in, is eventually he's going to fight someone that has length or someone that has reach, and it's going to be an issue because up until now, he hasn't fought anybody that has his length.
Yeah, I'm riding with Valdes. He had a tune-up. He's more active. He doesn't have bad habits. He wasn't rocked his last fight. I mean, it's still a 50-50, but that's the only reason I'm leaning for Valdes, on top of him being a cool guy in person. But yeah, the tune-up, the layoffs that would kill these fighters, man. So I think that's going to be a big factor. He had that tune-up versus Adam Lopez, and I think Navarrete didn't do anything for a while. I'm not sure when his last fight was. And he had to strip butt naked. He had to strip butt naked to make weight, man. So and I always tell what I like with Crawford, all these guys that are elite, it's all the guys that are quote unquote smaller guys because they're not killing themselves to make weight. Crawford was a smaller guy. Loma was a smaller guy versus Devin. Canelo's always been the smaller guy. Floyd was the smaller guy. Pacquiao was the smaller guy. These dudes are dehydrating, taking so much out of their own performances by trying to get that size advantage, man. It works against them.
I don't know, but arguing that Floyd and Crawford were smaller guys is kind of crazy. They're humongous at that weight class at the time.
Yeah,
they weren't
Floyd's
smaller.
Floyd's, but they were considered the smaller fighter.
He's 5 foot. By comparison, he's 5'8" with the 72-inch reach. You name me guys that he fought that were smaller than him.
Well, what I mean by smaller, but they were called the smaller fighters versus whatever opponents they were fighting for the most part. They were Floyd's a smaller man, just the way Canelo is always a smaller man. They get more out of their abilities, but they're more closer to their fighting weight. They're not killing, they're not dehydrated. Boots,
he was using his
has to be really careful because Boots admitted that he gets up. He wouldn't put a number on it, but he's like, yeah, I get up there. When he was interviewed by Steve Kim and Mario Lopez, they're like, hey, how heavy do you get? He's like, yeah, I get up there. You know what I mean? So, and you see him in the ring, and the guy's huge. You know what I mean? So it's guys like that. They got to be careful. I mean, he's young; he can get away with it. But
Floyd's that guy. He just didn't bulk up as much. He had the frame. He did the same shit. Look at the guys he fought. Guerrero. He dragged Marquez up 2 weight classes. He's the king of that shit. Look at Berto.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah. But what I mean by actually getting as much out of your ability as possible that night, you know what I mean? Never run out of gas. He never looked kind of where he was just off. You know what I mean? Yeah, I agree with you when he got guys that were small, catch weights, rehydration, whatever. I agree. But every fight when he fought Oscar, he was the smaller guy. When he fought, all these other guys, he was usually the smaller dude. He's not. He eats. He doesn't dehydrate to make weight. They say he eats a full meal before getting on the scale.
He drags guys up. He does the opposite. That's what I'm trying to tell you right now. And
I agree with that. But I'm just saying the similarities of the elite guys is always look at Canelo. Canelo's, I don't think he dehydrates that much. One, he's always in shape. Two, he's the naturally smaller man. He's only 5'7". He's not 5'8". I'm sorry, it says that, but he's a smaller guy. These guys always a tower over Canelo. Pacquiao the same way, Lomachenko the same way. All these guys that the most elite fighters, that's what they have in common. That's all I'm saying.
Hey guys, in the chat, Robert Ledford, he keeps asking this question. Hey guys, do you think the fight between Valdes and Stevenson was fixed, or did Stevenson legitimately beat Stevenson? I think Stevenson legitimately beat. Sorry, what?
That was legit.
Yep, I agree.
The levels
legit.
Yeah, no, it was legit. And by the way, Valdes, the thing is, even the fight before that, when he fought Conceição, he looked terrible in that fight. So I don't think Valdes was as good as some people thought he was.
Yeah, like I said, he only has one speed. He only has one speed. He throws hard with every shot. You know what I mean? He doesn't change it up. That's the only thing I don't like about him. But he's exciting. He's exciting.
Yeah, Valdes was worse before with that one speed, but the thing about Valdes, remember, I think Rare Breed was saying it that Shakur was gonna knock out Valdes. Do you guys remember that? And how they were predicting that Shakur was gonna knock out Valdes.
I will have to go back.
I didn't see it happen.
He said that.
I mean, I can understand. I can understand that prediction because of how precise and how they break people down. But he doesn't have the power. But maybe by accumulation and maybe just by setting him
I
up.
don't think he breaks people down too well. The guys that he's knocked out were like completely outclassed. They weren't ready to get hit. Everybody that's been like a legitimate boxer wears his shots fine.
But what I respect about Shakur, but like what I respect about Shakur, he admitted it. He's like, yeah, I get it. He had a shitty fight versus I forgot what that Asian fighter was, but he admitted it. And then later, the next fight, he went and put more on the line. Even when he fought his hometown fight, he tried to get the guy out of there. But yeah, he doesn't have that. He doesn't have that power. You know what I mean? But I think versus a guy like Tank, who throws everything in a shot the way Valdes does, I think he has a good chance of stinging him, maybe staggering him. You know, and with Tank getting hit as much as he can, man, that you can't fight like that forever, man. Eventually, you know, the armor's going to crack. So maybe
eventually.
You think Tank hits it at the same punch every time? I don't think he does. I think Tank's actually very reserved with this punch.
No, I mean, he gets hit a lot. I'm saying he takes a lot of punches. I mean, Rolly was hitting him, for God's sake, like rocking his.
I know, but you were comparing. But hang on for a second. You were comparing him to how other fighters. You're saying with Valdes how he throws all his punches at the same rate, you know, at the same power. Tank doesn't do that at all.
Well, when he's trying to set up a counter, he does, and you know, he's real good at that. But like he's a power.
When he sets up a counter, he's trying to knock you out. I get that, but I'm talking about when he's boxing you. He's not always punching you like he's trying to set up a counter and trying to put you to sleep. Tank is much more methodical than that.
Yeah, I just think. Yeah, but he's never gonna fight nobody. But I don't know why I brought him up.
Okay, I'm just saying it's a little bit.
Yeah, I hear you. I understand. Yeah, I get it. But yeah, man, I think Shakur, man, or Valdes, man, it's gonna be a good, man. I can't wait for this weekend, man. We're like we got 2 good weeks in a row, man. Like I just hope we just keep this momentum going. Like I want to see like I don't know how y'all feel about Vargas's boy. That kid looks like the goods, man. Yeah, man. Top rank has the guys, man. Top rank has the cream of the crop, and they've been proving it. What are they versus the PBC? Fighters. They're like 4-20. But with the PBC, we were talking about fixed fights. I think the PBC is notorious for that. We saw Rolly get a gift stoppage. We saw what's the guy that they're lining up? The guy from Philly, Colbert. He got a gift because Barrios got a gift. So you notice these guys are all getting gifts that are around.
Rolly got 2 gifts.
Tank. They're around Tank, you know, and then I think, well, a gift stoppage. Come on, like that looked fixed. Yeah, but and then you see guys
Marinez also beat Rolly. They also robbed Marinez with Rolly.
Yeah, but you remember when who was it? Marinez beat Barrios, right? But they gave it to Barrios.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the guy you screw.
Yeah, and then so guess what? They serve up Barrios on a silver platter with the rehydration clause. You know, they did. You know, on that side, I think that's more of where you got to worry about the judges and the referees and all that stuff on the PBC side. I still think Deontay Wilder's last knockout was a setup. I'm sorry, man. That looks staged like hell. You know what I mean? So there's so much fishing.
You know what? I watched that. I watched that. I studied that. I rewinded it. I froze it. And I got to say, that looks very suspect to me.
I know who you're talking about.
Well,
who was that? That was bad.
Hellenius.
You're right. Hellenius. That was bad.
That was horrible, dude.
That was really bad. You're right.
Yeah, but there's a worse one than Hellenius. What about the Malik Scott fight? Wilder didn't even touch Malik Scott, and he went down.
No, that was blatant. If you see the video, you got to slow down the video and watch it. There was no contact made. I'm not lying.
None.
Look at it again. There was 0 contact.
Yeah, I think there's more shenanigans on the PBC side when it comes to like fixing things.
Between the glove and the head, you can see the space. There was space between that hit. Watch. I'm not fucking smoking crack here, you guys, gentlemen. I implore you to watch that fucking footage again. Go look it up and watch it again, and look at how much contact there was in that punch. And if there was very minimal contact in that punch. Look at the Hellenius fight. Look at how his body moved in that fight, and look at how that punch connected. There is no way you can get a knockout in that fight. There's no fucking way, unless the guy is down.
Sir. Oh shit! I agree with you though. That looked fucking
just watch it. You guys, if anyone has any questions about it, please contact me on the messaging app here. We can talk about it at length. I would love to talk about it, but study the video, watch it again. I'm telling you right now, there was minimal to little contact on that punch with Malik Scott and the Helenius fight.
Yeah, it was more funny, man. Did you see when Malik Scott, when he was he started crying after Wilder was crying? It's just like these guys are just like.
It looked like it. You know what it looked like? It looked like somebody either had a psychological break, or they're just in on it, or it looked very suspicious to me. It didn't look right to me, and it looked like they were totally in on it together, and they took each other's cues and they executed. It didn't look right, you guys. Please watch the fight. Please watch both of those fights because they're very blatant, and you just got to.
I don't want to waste my time. I saw it once. Yeah. I saw them once. I don't want to waste my time.
Well, I you know what? The only reason I'm saying this is because I want people to arm themselves with the truth. I like to arm myself with the truth. I study things, I read things 3 or 4 times over, and I cross-reference things. I'm just that kind of person. I implore you to please watch that video so when you talk about it, you can talk about it with conviction, and you can talk about it with truth in your heart, because that will win.
Well, I have conviction. That's why I don't need to watch it again. And anyways, you can't argue with idiots, bro. You can't.
I know that. But
I don't even try.
Just you know, this goes for anybody that's skeptical, that has any kind of like mentality where they question things. And I love to question things all the time. So if you watch the video, if you watch these fights, just kind of rewind it and see what's going on. You know, I'm not saying that boxing is not beyond fixing. I mean, obviously we've had a lot of shady shit going on in boxing, and that's why Boxing USA is getting a bad name for themselves right now, and they're not. They're trying to fix the Olympic thing right now because of the corruption. That's not by design, and that's not by accident. That's by fuckery. That's by somebody sabotaging something. And you've just got to look into it a little bit more. If you're suspicious about anything, I would implore you to look into it a little bit more and do a little bit more research yourself and be well informed. That's it. That's all I got to say about that.
I got quickly read a super chat here from High and Low. Thank you for your super chat. He says, BDA Boxing, the boxing soul of Britain. All right. We're glad to be the soul of Britain, man. Thank you for the super chat.
There's only one BDA. But yeah, man. But the only reason I bring that up because I've been seeing everybody getting lined up. Like I bring up Wilder because I think that he's just they were, you know, they're trying to line him up. But I think with all these guys getting these gift decisions around or gift stoppages around Tank, it's all for a purpose, man. They're notorious for like the shady shit going on. I mean, it happens everywhere, but that's why I was worried about Bud. I was like, Bud needs to get a stoppage, and he can't get staggered. If Bud gets staggered, they're going to jump in. So I was like, man, I wouldn't even trust the scales because everything's digital. I mean, it's 2023. You could probably play with it, you know, like that's why I just don't trust the powers that be, man. I mean, that's why Floyd stayed at Vegas because he can control everything. He paid USADA extra money. You know, he did whatever he wanted, man. I think he was the biggest juice head in boxing, but he's like, I mean, not getting political, but he's like Donald Trump. He projects a lot. He's like, you're doing this, when it's really just him doing it, you know, like when it's just, but that's boxing, man. It's a business before a sport, and people got to realize that.
Well, someone mentioned earlier about a fabricated champion. Wilder is the epitome of a fabricated champion.
I think his power is overrated too, man. I mean, yeah, he dropped all these guys, but they weren't really at the top level. But even with Fury has always been chinny. I saw Fury getting dropped hard by Steve Cunningham when he was that guy was
division. Everybody hits hard. We're not talking about the power. We're talking about boxing.
You know. So I think his power is way overrated too, man. I think it's just like
no, it's not.
The way you guys were y'all were arguing over nobody like Benavidez and Triple G and Spence. I think a lot of these guys fall into these time frames when the competition isn't really that good. You know what I mean? So like Roy Jones went through it.
All that stuff might be true,
But one thing about Wilder is you can't say his power is not for real. You don't have a record like that and not have power.
I mean, outside of Fury,
yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
You guys are ignoring.
Yeah, you
No,
do.
you don't. Nobody else has done it.
Yes, you do.
Outside of Fury,
you fight cruiserweight.
What do you mean you fight cruiserweights? He's damn near a cruiserweight himself. He's not a big heavyweight.
How is he not a big heavyweight?
Wilder,
he's tall, but he's super skinny. He's not big.
Hold on. Let Gonzalo go. Gonzalo, go ahead.
The sad thing about Wilder, he does have power, but he never wanted to take the risk to fight the Anthony Joshuas and the Dillian Whites of the world when he could have beat those guys when they were undefeated. And those names would have looked great on his record. But now when he saw that those fucking dudes got knocked out, he's still okay. Maybe I'll fight those dudes. But it would have looked a lot better a long time ago.
Agreed. That's what happened with Spence. Spence could have fought Blood and he would have had a better shot.
They probably were right to do that shit. The motherfucker started boxing as 21. He was raw. You can't just put him in there with those type of guys like that.
The thing is with Wilder is that he never really improved at some point. Like he stagnated. Like in my opinion, yeah, it's true. Like, he never improved. No, he didn't improve.
He started relying on his power too much. But yeah,
his first 30 fights are all no names.
Yeah, maybe it's true. Maybe he relied too
How
much
many
on
of them
power,
are
but he
cruiserweight?
didn't even develop a jab ever.
Or left hook. How long did it take him to throw a left hook? He's never thrown a
This Wilder fight.
It's fucking insane.
When I thought he had some promise and he actually looked good was the first fucking Stavern fight when he went the distance. I was like, dude, this dude can box. I don't know what happened to him after that.
Yeah.
Because Stavern sucks, Gons. It's not you. He fooled your eyes because Stavern's terrible.
Very heavy, very slow. If you think about it, yeah, he was
okay.
Terrible.
And Stavern got the belt. Stavern got the belt through vacancy. That was a vacant belt that Stavern got.
Ariola.
He beat
Ariola.
Right.
Yeah.
He beat Ariola. How many cruiserweights are on Wilder's record?
I don't know. Would you tell me how many? Like who was a cruiserweight?
A lot.
Yeah. You must know them. Who are they?
Most of his knockouts. Bunch of guys ranked plus 100.
Spilka?
That's who Wilder knocked out.
Give us the names. You're just saying shit.
There's a rumor circulating the net, which is probably not a rumor no more. It's most likely a fact.
So you don't know then.
Vladimir Klitschko iced Deontay Wilder in sparring in the gym, like put his lights out. That's the reason the guy never was brought up against dangerous fighters because he was always at risk of getting knocked out. He got sparked out of sparring by Vladimir Klitschko.
I wouldn't be surprised. Again, the guy started boxing at 21 years old. I think he did pretty good for himself for a guy who started at 21.
Yeah, but the thing is,
I don't know, man. I think he was just good matchmaking.
He's what you call an overachiever.
Level guys. And outside of knocking down Fury, he's just known for knocking Fury down and losing. That's really all it was. And I honestly don't think Fury's
if I would have got $30 million out of that, I'll take it.
No, yeah, I mean, he did good. Monetarily.
Fury was a cherry pick gone wrong. Fury was a cherry pick gone wrong.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Why isn't Fury fighting Usyk? Let's talk about that.
Well,
why are they holding up the whole
Rebby, I think you want to change the topic.
Thing.
You want to change the topic? We can change the topic.
No, I'm saying we know Wilder lost. That's old news, but the biggest news in the heavyweight division is Fury. Why is he not fighting Usyk?
Yo, check this out, man. I don't like what Fury's doing, but at the same time, I don't fault him. Like, I want to say he's ducking Usyk, right? I want to say that. But, dude, you know who I blame? I blame the Saudis, man. The Saudis, they come with their money because they don't know any better. They just got fuck around money. Man, if you can fight Ngannou for just as much money, why wouldn't you? You know what I mean? I think it's the Saudis that
so it's okay if Fury goes the money route, but when other fighters do it like Floyd,
no. Whoever's putting up the money is their fault.
I think Fury's trying to milk this for whatever he can. He knows he's going to make money with Ngannou, and I think that's a fight he already had planned. He never planned to fight Usyk this year. He wanted to make the Ngannou fight because it has more credibility if he's still a champion. Now, if you were to fight
Usyk,
it's
crazy how you guys get certain fighters championship. It really is.
No.
It's crazy.
I think hold on. Let me talk. I think Dom Adrasos, he's explaining what's happening. He doesn't say he agrees with it. right? Like I think all of us agree that.
It sounds like he's trying to defend this motherfucker.
Ray, I think all of us.
Nobody likes what Fury is doing. Why the fuck? Why would you even try to say? How do you know what he's doing?
Nobody likes it. Nobody likes it, Ray.
Hey, and mess around, man. And mess around. This isn't a popular opinion. This is a popular opinion, but mess around, dude. You got dropped 5 times by Deontay Wilder, who can't box. We're not gonna say he knows how to box because he doesn't. And Ngannou's not a boxer either. But that because Wilder wasn't a great boxer, so Ngannou isn't either. But then Deontay Wilder dropped fucking Tyson Fury 5 times. If Tyson Fury goes in there lazy and fucking fat and decides to carry this dude by playing around with him, fuck around, he's gonna land a fucking hard punch. Put him on his ass.
That'd be hilarious.
That's a dangerous fight if you fucks around.
That would also be
I'm not saying I like it, but I'm just saying, like, if you were in anybody who was in Fury's position, you do the same thing. Because honestly, it's gonna sell more than Usyk too. Nobody knows who Usyk is in America. They all know
you always criticize Floyd. Let's put it in this context. Let's say Floyd was supposed to fight Pacquiao for undisputed, but instead he said, you know what? Let me fight Conor McGregor instead, and I'm not going to fight Pacquiao. How would you feel about that?
It didn't line up like that. It didn't line up like that.
I'm saying if it did, would you have the same energy?
That's not a good one. That's not a good comparison. Let me talk.
Well, he already beat Pacquiao Canelo. He doesn't need to fight Thurman.
Okay, let me tell you why that's a bad comparison. Because Usyk is not Pacquiao. Pacquiao was a rock star. Nobody knows who Usyk is. Nobody's like saying, "Oh, we want to see this fight for 5 years." The whole world, celebrities, everybody's talking about Pacquiao Mayweather. That's not happening with Usyk.
I think it's funny when certain fans, when they don't like certain fighters, or when they do like certain fighters, they bring up the business aspect of boxing. That's funny.
This is in the era of undisputed, where everybody's collecting all the 4 titles. Why isn't he doing it? Until what point is not having enough money not enough? He's fucking rich. He's a fucking multimillionaire. When is it enough? You fucking got so much money that you can fight for your fucking legacy and become undisputed.
Win or lose against Usyk, you can always fight Ngannou and these other UFC dudes later. Like that, those fights are not going to go away.
Okay.
So like, why the fuck is he holding up?
I don't think you can compare Usyk to Pacquiao as far as like what people want to see. Nobody knows Usyk. You know what I mean? So. And like with Conor McGregor, you can't even compare Conor McGregor to Ngannou because Conor McGregor is way more popular. Like you're really comparing like guys.
Well, I'm just saying certain people, and I don't know if you were one of those people. You could be. I don't know. Certain people were dissing Floyd for fighting Conor at the end of his career. At least he's not in the middle of his so-called prime trying to fight Conor McGregor.
I'm saying the same thing about Floyd. I'm saying the same thing about Floyd or about Fury that I said about Floyd. The exact same thing. Do I like it? No. Do I understand it? Absolutely. It's money, bro. Like I didn't like that.
Well, I'm saying at least Floyd has sealed his legacy by the time he fought Conor McGregor. He beat.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Let me say something. Listen. Okay. Yes. Rabbit. Yes. Floyd did it after. It's still like what Fury's doing right now is disgusting. I think we all agree with this. We understand why he's doing it. He's doing it for the money.
But if he would have done that after beating Usyk, I wouldn't give a fuck. I was like, do what you want to do.
I understand. I'm with you. I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
The timelines are different,
he's not holding up 2 weight classes. Look what Floyd did. What did he do at 154? That dude held that motherfucker hostage for 2 years. He's useless.
54. I thought he only fought a catch weight.
Well, at least you don't see Fury doing that, right? He's just fucking up heavyweight.
No, Fury's just a cheater.
You lost the plot now, huh? Now you're getting on to how bad.
I'm just saying, like, it's not, you can't compare Floyd to Fury. That's disrespectful.
We just did, and you actually made a PC argument, and we're making you follow through with it now.
And the timelines are different. The timelines are different. Conor McGregor, he happened to just come out of the UFC when Floyd was already at the tail end. Like, it's not Fury's fault that Ngannou is out and Fury is still reigning. You know what I mean? So it's stuff out of their control. I don't like it, like I said, but you know, it's money, bro. And honestly, this is the ugly truth. It's gonna sell more than the Usyk fight. It's gonna be more of a. They're gonna bring all the UFC fighters. They're gonna bring fans. They're gonna bring all the UFC fans.
Bro, they're doing this fight.
Explain
This fight has more validity because Tyson Fury is still undefeated. That's why this fight is held to a higher standard right now. It's like it's going to make more money. There's more hype around this fight. If he would have lost against Usyk, this fight wouldn't be shit. So he has to take this fight first, and then he'll take the Usyk fight.
So Tyson Fury knew that there was a chance of him losing against Usyk. Is that what you guys are saying?
Yeah, it's calculated risk. It's calculated 100%. Risk. All fighters do it.
All right, and so Floyd took Floyd took an uncalculated risk by fighting Andre Berto. Then, right? Do you understand how I'm going to take this conversation now? You know how bullshit this is.
And that was a tune-up. Yeah, I think that was his farewell, his little farewell fight.
Exactly. Then he fought Conor. Then he fought Conor. Which one is it? Which one? Yeah, he waited a long time to fight Pacquiao too.
Here we go. He's older than Pacquiao. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, but not boxing wise. Everybody ages different.
There's always something with you motherfuckers when it comes to Floyd.
No, it's true, man. Because if you got a guy like Pacquiao,
his pinky toe was too big. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
You wait him out. Do you think it would have been the same fight in 2010?
His elbow was too elongated or some shit.
Nobody's listening to you because you talk over everybody. You understand that?
Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Yeah, you
wouldn't be the same
Floyd's the best of his era.
Pacquiao was on a fucking streak. He was on a tear, knocking fools out. He didn't want to face the man.
Let me ask one question to you guys. How many of you guys think that Pacquiao was more shot-born when he fought Floyd than Floyd was?
Yeah, he was knocked out cold by Marquez. Yeah, he was.
100%.
Whose fault is that? That Floyd's fault?
Yes, he didn't fight him in 2010.
Floyd took care of his body, so what? Because Floyd took care of himself. Maybe Pacquiao should have followed him.
Why didn't the fight guy
Maybe the motherfucker should have took the Go ahead, man. Divide it. Maybe that's not what happened earlier.
Like in soccer, where people are going through their moment, like in the World Cup, when they're really like the team is really hot and it's scoring all the fucking goals, and there's like going through it. When Pacquiao was going through a tear, beating motherfuckers, that's what he did. Pacquiao, correction, Mayweather didn't want to fight him then. That's what's important here. What people miss.
Exactly.
Like he was
why do you people ignore that style?
And Canelo did that.
Pacquiao always struggled with counter punches. No matter who he fought, every counter puncher he fought gave him trouble.
No, I understand your point. I understand Gonzalo's point that he was on a winning streak and on a hot streak, whatever you call it, when it came to Pacquiao. But I want to say something else.
Well, Pacquiao.
The fight, Floyd and Pacquiao, that fight, yes, Pacquiao struggled against counterpunches, but that wasn't much of a counterpuncher performance, much of a hogging and clinching performance. The amount of clinching that occurred in that fight, it was horrendous.
Some Haney shit.
It was,
that's not prime Floyd. Pretty boy Floyd would have beat the shit out of Pacquiao.
Well, we will never know.
Floyd doesn't beat the shit out of nobody. He just
they should have.
That's the real Floyd.
We will never know.
The one that won 35.
His entire career.
Guys, he doesn't beat the shit out of Pacquiao. Lost. Get over it. Let it go.
He's
the best of his era. Let it go, motherfucker.
It doesn't count.
That's why we're still talking about count. To this day, we're not talking about anybody else. Floyd's been retired for 5 years, and we still talk about him.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Campos, come, hold on. When we revisit the Floyd fight, and we start breaking it down and how it went down, the clinching, all of a sudden it's like, oh no, Pacquiao lost, let's move on. Mayweather won, let's move on. Like, why can't we just go back to that fight and break it down and see,
No, hey Bucho, but what the funny thing is,
we can't.
The funny thing is, Red Reed is the one who brought up
then why are you freaking out? Red Reed starts freaking out.
No, you guys brought up Floyd.
No,
you brought him. Like, you always, we do this shit every single Friday. Like,
you brought him up.
Oh, Sam's here.
You start freaking out.
Come on, man.
His career doesn't make sense, and you have to be an idiot not to fucking realize it.
His career doesn't make sense. How does it not make sense? Who's had a better career?
He didn't fight anybody else. 54 for 2 years, but yet he held on to the belt.
What
is the matter with your fucking brain? What is the matter with your fucking brain? You understand who was at 154 at that time? He didn't fight Paul
guys. It doesn't matter. Nobody cares about Floyd, man. Nobody likes him. Nobody misses him. Nobody goes back and
clearly we care about Floyd. Like, look how
nobody gives a shit about him, man. How many people actually say, "Oh man, I wish Floyd was still fighting"? Like, his fights were boring, man. His fights were boring.
I agree with
he
that.
did a great job.
I was
of playing
boring because
villain.
you wanted him to lose and it never happened. That's why I was boring.
No, a lot of people that was the stick. People hated him. So
When can I say something, guys?
That's cool. You can hate all you want, motherfucker. Never lost.
Wins or loses.
Who cares if he never lost?
Guys, when can I say something?
All right, Campos.
Beat all your favorites.
Campos.
Hey, King Bucho, you probably know better than I do. How many guys did Pacquiao beat that Floyd ducked? It's a list of people that Floyd ducked that Pacquiao beat. Hold on. Well, another thing. The only reason Floyd Mayweather fought Pacquiao was after Marquez knocked out Pacquiao. It's the same thing with Benavidez. The only reason Benavidez fought Plant after what? After Canelo knocked him out. That's why they call it the Floyd Mayweather blueprint. Look at Tank's career. Tank's career is a reflection of how Floyd held his career. Floyd never went undisputed. Floyd retired 2 times to avoid mandatories and avoid other champions. Behind every Floyd victory, there's an asterisk. Either it was a weight drain, either it was a dude he brought up from another weight, or it was a dude that he only gave 2 to 3 weeks to get ready. There's always asterisks behind Floyd's wins. That's all.
All right. I agree.
You could literally do that with any fighter. You could do that shit with Canelo, your favorite.
The thing is,
if you really wanted to, you can pick and choose every fighter.
He'll beat his ass.
No, he didn't.
Canelo's not my favorite.
No,
Canelo's not my favorite, but look at Canelo at 168. Canelo's not my favorite. Tell me where Canelo picked at 168. No, you tell me now. I told you about Patrick. You tell me now. Who did he fight? He fought undefeated fighters in their prime. He fought
but which one of them is a Hall of Famer? Is Caleb Plant a Hall of Famer?
Okay, when did Floyd? Tell me the Hall of Famers Floyd fought. Tell me. Tell me the Hall of Famers Floyd fought.
That's for damn sure.
Okay, no. Tell me.
Canelo, Cotto, Pacquiao.
Okay, Canelo had a hydration clause, had a weight drain. Hold on. Had a hydration clause.
What are you talking about, bro?
Hold on. A Canelo at a weight drain. Marquez from 2 divisions below. Well, hold on. No, Marquez was a 135 fighter. You need to shut up, Reverie, because you're a moron.
Well, then Canelo pick up Amir Khan from 147 where he came from?
Hold on.
You're a fucking hypocrite.
Hold on, moron. You're the hypocrite. You're the hypocrite. When he fights old-ass De La Hoya, who had been at 160 for 4 years. Every win. Hold on, moron. Every Floyd win has an asterisk behind it. And here's the thing. You can make a list. Hold on. You can make a list of all of the fighters Pacquiao beat that Floyd ducked. And the last one that Floyd ducked was Thurman, who Pacquiao beat. That lets you know what type of fighter Floyd was. And history is being unkind to Floyd because people are now starting to figure out that Floyd, for the most part, was a fraud. I'm done.
Yeah, Crawford beats his ass.
Hater energy, bro.
No, he would never fight Crawford. Floyd would never fight Crawford.
I know this is a fantasy
Floyd would
matchup,
never. Floyd didn't fight.
No, I think
Will Canelo fight a Crawford? Hell no.
Crawford would beat Mayweather.
No, he wouldn't.
Yeah, he would.
He never fight as a fighter.
He fought Golovkin. He fought Golovkin.
Absolutely.
He fought Golovkin.
He fought Mayweather.
36-year-old Golovkin who looked human after fighting Danny Jacobs. Interesting. So I can play that game too,
and
motherfucker.
He still beat. And wait.
And he had to cheat to do it too. And he got caught cheating, and he still arguably lost that fight. Get the fuck out of here.
Danny Jacobs weighed 190 pounds.
Wow.
Danny Jacobs weighed 190 pounds when Gennady fought him. When Gennady fought Danny Jacobs went into the ring weighing 190 pounds. Now you shut the fuck up, moron.
Yeah, here's the thing about
you're a moron.
Turning into a
you're a moron.
People, hold on. People
Danny Jacobs went in as a cruiserweight.
Guys,
when he fought Gennady, he went in as a cruiserweight.
Here's a question.
You need to shut the fuck up because all you do is you're a Floyd Mayweather nut hugger.
Okay. Floyd, who was the biggest physical fighter that he fought? I would name De La Hoya, Chico Corrales at the time, And then I cannot remember another tall fighter that he fought. Now there was talks about Margarito, but he didn't fight him, and even Paul Williams. Those fights would have been interesting. Those fights would have been interesting to see.
Winky Wright. Don't forget Winky Wright.
Well,
Winky
Winky
Wright.
Wright. No, he never took a good fight.
Floyd might as well fight Andre Ward too. Why didn't Floyd fight Triple G? Why didn't he keep going?
Let me interject for a sec. Let me interject for a second.
Don't forget Burning Forest.
No.
Hold on. Gucci's trying to talk.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, hold on. Just before you go in, slow. I'm just. He's mentioning Golovkin. Golovkin. I'm talking about Paul Smith. What's his name? Paul Williams. Paul Williams, who was a welterweight.
Paul Williams. Yeah.
Paul Williams a welterweight. Margarito was a welterweight. Winky Wright was a super welterweight, but still, Floyd could have fought him. So I'm not talking about Golovkin here, Rare Breed. That guy was 2 weight divisions above. All right, so calm down.
Okay, you know what? Let me talk about the Winky Wright thing. Okay, here's the thing.
Not you.
When Winky Wright, hold on, Chief. Hold on, Chief. Hold on a second. When Winky Wright, listen. When Winky Wright was on top of his game, Floyd was still $135, $140. So what the hell are you guys trying to talk about? $140 Floyd
They just wanted Floyd to lose, man, and it never happened.
Hey, listen, these guys always talk bad about Floyd. They don't ever put no fucking respect on Floyd's name. I'm getting sick and tired of this shit. It's either people are head. Right. These guys are.
Man, you really don't understand the timeline of how that shit went down.
Hold on. Okay, Judo. Okay, explain to me the timeline. Go ahead.
Well, okay. Well, what was Floyd doing at 154?
Well, he didn't go to 154. He didn't go to 154 until he fought De La Hoya in 2007.
And he had the belts.
Right. So what are you talking about, Winky Wright in 2007? Nobody knows who Winky Wright is.
You just interjected that, you fucking maniac.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Swearing at everybody. You're a genius.
What did he do at 154? Stop it. What did he do at 154?
He beat De La Hoya and he beat Canelo at 154.
That's how he got the belts. What did he do after that? At the 2 years after?
Well, after 2 years after what? Canelo or De La Hoya?
Well, he held on to the fucking division for 2 years. What did he do? I'm asking you directly.
Well, he defended it. He didn't
do fucking shit. I'll take it.
Hold on a sec.
You're right. He didn't do fuck all with it. And
he did. He fought.
And nobody got. Go ahead, Bucho.
Okay, go ahead.
Chief. I didn't say shit.
Well, Bucho, can I interject something real quick?
Yeah,
I just want to say, because I was listening to the show and I just wanted to jump in on this. There's a big distinction. First off, fuck Fury for this fight. I'm not throwing that kid any bones or props at all. I just want to say the big distinction between him and Mayweather. This fight is not being sanctioned. It's not going to go on his record.
Oh.
You know what I mean? With Fury. It's not a sanctioned fight. You know what I mean? Whereas that fight with Floyd was his 50th win against somebody who never boxed before. That's the thing I took. I don't care if he won to fight Mayweather all he won. I mean, McGregor. It was a circus fight. It was what it was. But it shouldn't have been counted as his 50th win. He should have done that against a real boxer. Where, you know what I mean? That's the only issue I really had with it. And that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
If you really wanted to.
But Jimmy, the thing is, the reason why he counted as a real boxing fight is because McGregor, that's what he is. That's his style, is boxing. And McGregor,
he's an MMA fighter, dude. He never fought in boxing.
No, I understand.
Listen, he's good on his feet, no doubt about it. But we keep seeing over and over and over again, even when guys were notorious, known for their punch and stand-up, like Nick Diaz in MMA, he's one of the all-time great stand-up guys, and he got picked apart by fucking Jake Paul, by somebody trained regularly boxing. You know what I mean? So it's a different, because listen, MMA, dude, is so different. You're worried about kicks coming at you.
It's not comparable.
Legs. You know what I mean? It's totally different stance, totally everything. It's not fair. And it's kind of, it's like, all right, Jake, why don't you go now and fight MMA guys? Like, why don't you go to an MMA ring and fight one of those guys? It's just kind of fucked up that they always show MMA guys going and having to fight boxers.
Well, that's because they don't get paid nothing.
No, they get paid, but they just don't get paid the same kind of money boxers do. But I'm just saying, it's just boxing. Stand up is one part of MMA. That's all. just one part of it. And don't get me wrong, I think a lot of MMA is just boxing's retarded cousin. You know, I don't like that fucking rolling around with a crotch in someone's face. I'm not big on that.
That's why I don't think
Yeah, no, you know what I mean.
It's not aesthetically pleasing, as they say. You know, it's
like
not for
as a
everyone.
preacher, remember I told you that time I was sitting there watching an MMA fight, dude, and I was next to this kid who was so excited about the ground game. He was just sitting there talking to me, and I was trying to get away from him, and he's like, he was getting all excited about the nuances of the ground game and wrist position. Yeah. I'm like, dude, I don't give a fuck. I don't care, man. Dude, there's somebody on the ground wrestling, you know?
The most exciting fights in the UFC is when they're standing up. That's a fact.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's not even fighting old boxers. He's fighting old MMA fighters. When he fought a young boxer, that's you could find what's the Fury, because the guy he fought Fury, the younger man, the one that he fought, fucking Jake Paul, forget his name.
Oh, Tom Fury.
Yeah, you could find fighters like him in any fucking gym across the United States. That's basically at the level that Jake Paul's in against a younger dude who's a boxer.
I wouldn't even rate him that high. I wouldn't even rate, honestly, Gons, I wouldn't even rate him that high. I would say he's on like I think a lot of the amateurs that beat the fuck out of him because they train all the time and they fight a much higher level competition. He's on like, he kind of reminds me of guys that are like 20 years old that they get into MMA and they wanted, because they wrestled in high school and shit. Like, well, I know how to do this. And they have a small, like, MMA career, and then they go pro. He reminds me of that. And he's going to get fucking torn up. And that's why you don't see him fight anybody that knows how to box. It's all for
Mayweather and Conor?
No. We're on the Jake Paul for some reason.
Oh, okay, versus Nate.
Well, just him in general. He's not a boxer. He doesn't know how to do it.
He's definitely a boxer.
No, he's not.
He's a boxer, bro. He's a boxer now. I mean, you're kind of just a hater if you don't give him credit by now. He's training. He's training his ass off. He's fighting some pro MMA guys and shit like that. He's a boxer, dog. You can be 0-1 and be a fucking pro boxer. You'll still be on BoxRec.
I mean, shit, Rolly's a boxer.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a pro boxer, you're a pro boxer. Like, how are you going to tell a real professional boxer he's not a boxer?
He doesn't fight pro boxers. How about that? And then when he has fought one, he loses.
But he's still a pro boxer.
Would you say he takes the class seriously? I would say
nobody's denying that he can crack hard. But the real thing is, it's hard to gauge his level because he's just picking apart old men.
Right. I mean, it's not.
Wait a minute. No, we're not going to do that.
He's a pro boxer.
Gonzalo, I mean, this dude started out as a fucking YouTuber. Like, we can't expect him to just go in there and beat champions. He's at the level he should be at.
Why would you expect him to get clairvoyant or free will over everything else? Like, oh no, guess what? You get to fight a 170 pounder and you're 200 pounds. How does that make any fucking sense?
Big ass following, bro.
Okay, here's the thing.
How is it? I mean, he's not. You don't get no special credit because you were a YouTuber. You're just a fucking regular man, dude. He's like 27 years old. He's just a regular man.
He's not a regular man. He's a fucking multi-billionaire. He's a multi-billionaire.
Like, you still got to work hard to get to that.
He's been crazy. Is he gonna go through his whole life picking apart old MMA fighters to make himself look good?
He might. He fucking might. It doesn't matter because he can still do that. He has a following to do that kind of shit.
Yeah,
so I mean,
he's a professional.
Guys. Like Quack said,
he's gonna make more money. That's how they do it in fucking boxing anyway. So I mean,
hold on.
Go ahead,
okay, when you're a so Jake Paul, yes, he's having professional fights. So I guess we have to call him a professional boxer in a sense.
And he's training too.
But hold on, yes, he's training too. But at some point, like, if you're a professional, what's the objective of a professional boxer? Just to box professionally?
To make money.
Or
to make money.
Fight pro fighters.
To make money. That's the real objective, to make money.
Do you move up in the ranks? Do you want to
to make money, bro? Stop it.
Okay, so it's just to make money. It doesn't matter what you do. So
yes, the same reason.
Yes, it's to make money. Why are we trying to like fake a fucking?
Okay, so that guy doesn't want to.
Yeah, bro. Nobody cares about that.
Let me explain this real quick. It doesn't matter to the objective, but to the fan, we know a boxer when we see one, and we know what a world champion is. He's not on that level. That's all I'm saying.
We're not.
Nobody said he was the boxer.
By the way, guys. Guys, by the way, guys, can I say something?
Canelo and fucking everybody else.
Who's
arguing that he can beat the champion?
Guys, Bucho's trying to say something.
Jesus, my mic is like so low. All right. Yeah, it's a professional boxer wants boxers want to make money, but you know they also want to become champions. You can no, they don't want. Yes, they do want to become champions. The real boxers want to become champions because they even say it like, "This is the best day of my life. I accomplished what I always wanted to accomplish." So that's what what we agree. The consensus is of what a professional boxer is.
Well, can I ask you something real quick?
Yes.
Okay, if they were promised no money as a champion, do you think they'd want to do that?
A lot of them would, yes, of course. They've been boxers. They were kids. They were winning trophies.
You don't think at some point when you're in the gym like fucking 40 hours a week, you're like, damn,
come
bro, I
on,
have no money.
Come on, Bucho. Bucho, that's cap. Bucho, that's cap. You
guys,
hold on,
guys have been corrupted. Corrupted.
Hold on, Bucho.
Corrupted.
Bucho, you're telling me these guys are getting their fucking brains patched in.
No,
they're gonna have their wives take care of them. They're gonna have their wives take care of them until the day they die for free.
Most boxers. Let me say something. Most boxers are gonna fight for money, but they obviously want to become as world champions as high as they can get.
Yes,
nothing's promised. They're gonna go as high as they can get. The majority of fighters, almost 100%, are not in the privileged position as a Jake Paul. They're not in the privileged position as Jake Paul, where you can fucking eat your cake and eat it too, and the man making a lot of millions while fighting cherry picks. No, the other fighters, they're going to fight for money, but obviously, the more money they want to make, obviously, they got to climb the ladder. They have no choice.
They want to be in the Hall of Fame and stuff like that. I mean, just it's all about the money. It's all about the money. No, it's not all about the money, or else
if you need a bigger payday,
every fighter says it's about the money.
In order to earn 10,000, 100,000,
about the money.
200,000,
you just want to make money. You just want to make money. They just want to make money. That's what you keep saying.
Yeah, you're not gonna.
Yeah, literally every fighter wants to go.
If it was all about the money, they'd be sucking cock and being prostitutes or something like that. Of course not.
Because they'd be broke.
So shut the fuck up.
That's a hell of a reach. I don't even know why you.
That's weird, bro. Like you're not even being honest with yourself. Like you just like making. I'm being honest.
100% of fighters were not in the position Jake Paul is. So obviously they want to climb the ladder in order for them to make more money.
It's not all about
They're gonna fucking have to take tougher fights.
Can you be mad at him, Gonzalo? He's doing what he's taking advantage of what he has.
That's what they chose to do. You're not listening what he's saying. You're not listening to what Gonzalo is saying. So what you're talking about, the template doesn't apply to everybody fucking else.
That they don't.
It's just diminishing what it means to be.
Every fighter says they fight to make money. Every single one.
I don't think Jake Paul hurts boxing. Like,
no shit.
Does boxing really got less popular because Jake Paul?
I mean, it just sounds like nobody understands it. So
no,
I would take Jake Paul serious as a fighter. I would take him serious as a boxer if, like, say for instance, on the next Top Rank card, he showed up and fought in a 6-round fight in the beginning when the place was empty. You know what I mean? For $10,000. You know what I'm saying?
That's good, Jimmy. I agree with you.
If he went that route, if all of a sudden he said, you know what, I've done my celebrity thing, I made some bucks, my name's out there a little bit, I got a little name behind me now, I'm going to really get into it now and start going that route. And if
to be fair, Jimmy, unlike these amateur fighters, Jake Paul has the best equipment in the world, the best trainers in the world available to him, the best sparring available. He should be better than those guys.
Let Jimmy finish.
Well, he's sparring. He's sparring. He was sparring in Puerto Rico and stuff like that. They said he's supposed to be moving his camp maybe next time, from what they were talking about after the fight. But yeah, no, if he wants to be taken serious as a boxer, he needs to go more of a traditional route because he can't pick off. What he's doing now is just finding finding the best name possible. Nate Diaz, because of his reputation as a stand-up fighter, because that's all who's tuning in and buying these. It's just MMA people who hate Jake Paul, who want to see him lose because
or they don't like boxing, or they just don't like boxing, so they watch.
I don't think that's even. I don't even think that's really what I think. They really just don't like.
They're
Jake
haters.
Paul.
They're fucking haters. They don't like their fucking sport, Jimmy. Be honest.
By the way, this is a boxing channel.
They had to find somebody he could fight that wouldn't fucking beat him.
This is a real boxing channel. Can I say something? This is a boxing channel, obviously boxing, and we know, but we are real ass boxing fans. We're not casuals. So I don't understand why some people get mad when somebody voices the opinion that Jake Paul is not really a boxer. They got these
Bro,
fans.
let me ask you, how many hours have you put into the gym?
They got
how many hours have you put into the gym? I guarantee you, Jake Paul's put 1,000 more hours than whatever you had in your whole lifetime.
They got
so how can I not give him credit for that? How can I ignore that shit, knowing how hard this shit is?
You can't beat champions, does not mean you're a real fighter. I don't understand what you're saying.
Exactly, like it's fucking crazy. Like that's like if you're that's some casual shit to say right there. That's some casual shit. That says I'll never step in the gym. I don't know shit about you.
You shut the fuck up, dude. Stop trying.
He's a boxer. He's a boxer, but there's thousands upon thousands, hundreds of thousands of boxers.
Yeah.
I mean, why the fuck y'all invite me and you're just gonna mute me and shit, bro? Like, you're saying some dumb shit. I'm calling you out.
Fanboys
we'll just talk about it. We're not fucking mute people. I'm not gonna fucking try to talk over you, but I'm gonna get my point out.
Well, you already said your point.
That's how you get your point out. You talk over fucking
yelling.
every.
I'm not talking over you right now. Y'all can say whatever. Go for it.
Don't get ghetto here.
All right, good. Be quiet for a second.
No, the thing is, listen.
No, I'm just saying, don't be a smart ass either.
Shut the fuck up. The thing is, listen. I'm trying to tell you what they're calling out, bro. Hear me out. Jimmy broke it down to you perfectly. Right? We get the guys trying to make money, and he's trying to make the big super fights, blah, blah. But Jimmy said it perfectly. Let this guy fight on an undercard, right? At the prelims, at fucking 6 p.m., and if he's willing to get the smoke with one of those 7-0, 7 knockout kids that are fucking hungry for a North American title or whatever, then we can give him a little bit of respect. But listen, fighting Ben Askren, who's a wrestler,
that's what I'm
ain't
saying,
fucking getting our respect. Tyrone Woodley ain't a fucking boxer. And listen, the best of all is go on his box rec, look at all his opponent, Nate Robinson, all these guys. That's what it says. Debut. Everybody he fought fucking debuted it.
Like Anderson Silva.
Time to step it up.
No, not Anderson Silva.
Time to fucking step it up.
Not
Time to
Silva.
step it up. Jimmy's spitting facts. All I'm saying is Jimmy's spitting facts. Jimmy's spitting facts. Right? Let's go with what Jimmy said.
Like it's time to fight somebody. It's time for.
I fucking lost my mind a long time ago, bud. Welcome to the fucking party. That ain't new.
Listen.
Are you just finding this out?
Listen, guys. Jake Paul, listen. He's putting in the work. He's taking it seriously. He's training with real boxes and all that. I respect that. But he's at some point he needs to fight somebody who's 7-0, he's around his same age or even maybe younger, who's actually looking for a real professional boxing career, moving up in the ranks and all of that. And then I can really say that Jake Paul really wants to become a boxer, a professional boxer. If he's just doing it for the money, I'll call him a prize fighter. Because that's what he is. He's a prize fighter. He's fighting 40-year-old UFC fighters.
Yep.
And there are fighters.
Facts. That's factual facts.
It's like what's the Facebook dude? Zuckerberg. It's like Zuckerberg and who's the other dude? The spaceship dude. Elon Musk.
Yeah.
They're training.
You're
and if
acting
they
like
throw on
you
the
picked
gloves,
somebody
am I going to call them
random
boxers?
out of
Okay, well, they train. They put on the gloves. They'll probably sell. If it's on pay-per-view, it'll probably have a lot of viewers. So it's one of those things. That dude got a following, and that's why he's popular.
Yeah. Like it's time to step up. It was fun watching. I had fun watching him fight these guys. But now, if he does it again, to me, it's in my personal opinion. I mean, who am I to fucking say what? But it's boring. It gets boring at this point.
You're allowed to say if you're purchasing it. That's the whole fucking point, Pucho.
Yeah,
you're
but
allowed
people,
to
maybe
say
they
that.
still find that exciting. Maybe they still like it. So it's okay if they keep doing it. For me, it's.
Can I address what you just said there?
Yeah.
We're allowed to do that. Allowed to complain. Have you guys noticed? Well, it's all the whole part of the whole fucking grievance culture. Professional fighters like Progress just did it a few days ago with people don't realize what we go through, and basically saying fans don't have the right to criticize because what these guys go through. It's like, all right, but dude, are you also in the bank when you go to cash your check? Right? Are you saying, do you see this check? You guys don't know what these checks are like. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, dude, shut the fuck up, dude. You're telling the consumer, in essence, your boss, the people who pay you to, you know what I mean? Especially when there's knockaround guys with the sport, the backbone of this sport. Believe it or not, it's the dudes who are fucking 7-7s, the club guys who go out there and get their heads knocked in for $5,000, right? Who expected to lose. But you know what I mean? And you see some kid who, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think he's been matched fucking kind of easy and stuff. He's not had a hard life. A lot of these guys, it's all about luck. And I'm telling you right now, there's a ton of guys with records like fucking 17-4 who were just didn't have any handling. Like nobody had their back, and they were matched ugly right out the rip, and they had losses. Like it's unbelievable how predatory this sport is in that capacity. And I've always hated that. So many great fighters that we don't see because they've never given the opportunity because they didn't have representation out of the bat. Like, that's what was so important about the Olympics. So everybody wanted to get on an Olympic team because you had promoters stumbling. You didn't have to win a medal. You just were on that team. You had guys stumbling over them. You had to sign you. Exactly. So sport's always been a little unfair like that. But it really bothers me. Plant's big on that. Progress. I see a lot of the fucking people doing that, and it really aggravates me. It's like, dude, you're making millions of dollars to do what other dudes do for $5 and 10 grand. You just happen to fucking be one of the lucky ones in some aspects. So shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah, there's people in third world countries.
I
saw that Roman Villa got $60,000 for that fight with Boots. That's nothing really. If you think about it,
that can't be true. That can't be true. He had to have made more than that.
It's something.
We need to stop with crying
I'm
about
sure
that.
Jimmy, tell him to send the link of the purses. Tell him to send the link for the purses. He's lying.
Well, BBC doesn't pay their underlings like those guys big, but because it was an eliminator, there was an IBF eliminator. So I would imagine he would have. I would imagine. I mean, you lose 50% right off the rip. So
I'm
when
say
you
that.
win,
He's lying. He's lying, Jimmy. He's lying.
That means you're going to make around like 2,000.
I don't think somebody could have just told him that. I don't necessarily.
Think about this.
Lying, right?
You pay your trainer.
What he heard.
Hey Jimmy, think about this. You pay your trainer. You pay your taxes, and you pay your manager, obviously, who got you the motherfucking fight. He takes that before you even get your check. So you're probably going to be looking around like $1,500 out of $5,000 or something. That's craziness. That's fucking craziness.
When Mickey Ward won Fighter of the Year, or the Fight of the Year, he won it, I think 3 years in a row, but it was like the second year he had 2 fights with just fucking wars, like swollen brain wars. And I remember, like, he bought a fucking car, went to the beach for a couple of weeks, rented a house down the beach, and it was pretty much it. It was gone. Like, gone. He was still working full time right up until the time he fought Arturo Gotti, because he was making good money. He had an excellent.
They didn't manage him properly. Why don't teach fighters?
He got 75K.
Hey man, let me say this real quick while we're out on the internet. Just let me say this real quick. Why don't they teach fighters how to set up basic IRAs and HSAs? Like, seriously, you're a self-employer. Every motherfucker that owns a business has to do this. Why don't they teach them how to do this?
Think about who's going to do it. Who's going to do it, right? Like,
the manager.
The manager half the time is the guy robbing them. You see what I'm saying? And if you look out throughout history, it's almost like I'd say 50% of the time it's the manager taking advantage of them. So you go hire a lawyer, and a lot of times the lawyers take advantage of you. Like, so it's very tricky. And it's because, like, Mickey, believe it or not, was educated for boxing because he was a high school graduate with some college. He went to college for a while. That's huge. Especially back in the day, I'm not too sure because I'm not involved in it like I was back when I was younger. But like 99% of dudes didn't finish high school. Like, you know what I mean? They come from poor families. Their parents don't know nothing about IRAs. You know what I'm saying? Like, just knock around kids, dude. White trash, poor black kids. That's the ones who fought in this game. So yes, I believe you. I know that's why we need a union. I believe there needs to be a union because then you would have union representation. But if you're a union. But if you're a union, you have union reps who would at least not have a financial stake in helping you. Because you're right. What you're saying is right. These guys, there's nobody shows them. Look at 70% of professional boxers file bankruptcy after they retire. 70%.
Hey, Jimmy.
I know it was up there, brother. I was thinking it was on 70, but yes.
Hey, Jimmy, I don't mean to be disrespectful, brother, but you're saying some good business ideas that I think you would be good for.
Here we go.
You know what I'm saying? I'm being honest. Maybe you could be that guy that does the union thing you're talking about.
Fake ass
They're gonna kill him.
No, Jimmy,
This is why.
Jimmy, don't listen to these guys. Jimmy, don't Jimmy, don't listen to these guys. Don't listen to these. I'm being serious. I'm actually being serious.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But no, there's 50 different sanction bodies. That's the problem. There can never be any one union or anything because think about the NFL. Imagine if the NFL, everywhere there was a team, right? Everywhere there was a team, you had an NFL president. You know what I mean? That's what basically boxing is. Every state is completely different. It's always been so stupid like that.
Jimmy, I'll be honest with you. Yes. I think it'd be a little bit better in some context, it'd be better in that regard because when you take a federal statute against everybody like a blanket, like that means you give away your power to this upper entity. It's the worst thing you can do because you have no control anymore. Yeah, of course.
Xbox mic on a phone.
Most boxers are expendable and like they come from different countries. They might be fighting today, they retire tomorrow, or they get knocked out. It's hard to get into a contract. A lot of times the managers are leaving the fighters, or the fighters are leaving the managers and the trainers.
Niggas get knocked out every day.
Look at Adrian Broner. There was 2 years ago. He was flushing 20 any bill that was below 100 down the toilet. Right? And bringing bags of money into strip joints. That motherfucker's broke. Like, literally broke right now. Like, living on people's couches, dude. No, but it's crazy, right? I mean, about the billions, just 3 years ago, that was his moniker. He's living on people's couches right now. He lost his house.
Yeah. He saw my camera. He looks filthy.
I saw it.
Yeah. All right, hang on for a second.
He's got 8 kids. That makes it even worse. He's got 8 kids with 5 different fucking mothers. Like those kids are fucking doomed.
I know they're mad. Yo. The baby mothers. I know.
Their mother has good family.
Hey yo, Jimmy. The baby mothers. I know the baby mothers are mad. I know they're mad.
Well, they're not getting any money.
He actually got paid.
Oh, yeah. I don't fuck your dumbass because you were so more famous and had money. Now you're just a broke ass motherfucker who's in court telling the judge he didn't know who owned his car.
Guys, you know when it's sad when a boxer goes with Don King, like he's being promoted by Don King. Yeah, but what I was saying, when Broner goes to he's now with Don King. Can you believe that? That's how sad.
That's how bad shit got. He's the only one that can negotiate him out of that fucking slave contract, and he signed himself up for another one.
Oh, but think about it, Bucho. Think about it. Who would take Adrian Broner after he posted those Twitter pictures of him and Al Heyman having beef and shit? Nobody's gonna want him, bro, because he's just he's exposing the other guys how they would.
Al told him he was broke, and that's when he flipped out because
Adrian Broner. Sorry, Jeremy. Let me get this out real quick. Adrian Broner supposedly has not been paid out for the Pacquiao fight. He's getting paid over the course of time. It's getting they gave these motherfuckers in their contract. I'm pretty sure this is what they do with people in music contracts. They pay them out in annuities. And you get a percentage of
annuities.
And he's keeping them, but Al's keeping the money in the bank, and he's collecting a higher interest rate.
Exactly. He's putting it all in one. He's putting it all in one fund, and he's investing in it. And part of what he's investing in, he's buying blocks of tickets. Al Hamm is the biggest buyer of tickets at any PBC event. He buys the whole bottom bowl every time. A company started with Floyd Mayweather, and he doubles the ticket prices, and he uses the fighter purse money to buy the said tickets. All illegal, but he does it by having fucking he set up an LLC. So what he was doing, what he does to fighters, what he says is, I can tell you the conversation. He tells them, listen, if I give you all this right now, like I'll put 200 grand on the table and say, if I give you the check right now and he'll pull 100 grand back, you're losing this right off the rip to Uncle Sam. What? 50% capital gains tax. They're like, wow, fuck that. Tell you what, I'll hold your money. I'll give you fucking $3 grand a month. Then you're only taking this away in tax. And they go like, yeah, or I'll give you whatever, 15 grand, 20 grand a month. You can live on that. See, but then these guys just get the 20 grand a month, and they're not counting it out. They're getting the 20 grand a month, even when they're not
Exactly.
fighting. Right?
Well,
and all of a sudden, he fights Pacquiao, and he's saying, I only got paid for Pacquiao. And Hammond's like, because I already paid you. That money's gone. And at the end, he was only getting 2 grand. In fact, the last money being sent to him was by Steven Espinoza, I heard, personal money. He was just sending him like, here's $1,000, dude. Get some fucking food and gas for you. Oh, that's the type of dude. Straight up. Yep. Straight up.
He looks like shit.
So it kind of surprised me that Espinoza was that kind of. I don't seem like I didn't think he would even have the heart to do that. But I guess he come on and felt bad for the kid. I'm sure he's made money off his name.
But think about this logically, though. He must have liquidated
Canelo, give me my money up front. After the fight, give me my money. That's how Canelo, right?
You can't get your money up front. He signed a contract not to be paid like. What the fuck? Listen to me. He signed a contract and not to be paid like that.
Yeah, you do get paid. You get a check after the fight. You understand that, right? You get a guaranteed check after the fight. The guaranteed money.
Yes, you're not listening.
No, I am listening. I am listening.
You can get certain money up front. Like I know Canelo in the past, he's gotten some. Yeah, because it's kind of like, you know what I mean. But then they run a risk. They have to insure that money. They have to insure that because they do. It's not a big deal. They just have to insure it. It's just a high fucking thing. But they have to insure it because say if whatever Canelo went out and got killed in a car accident the next day, and they fronted him $5-10 million. That's investor money gone. So they're insured. It's guaranteed money. But if he had, so they have to just. So it's a pain in the ass. That's why most guys don't want to do it. But you do. But most boxers won't leave the arena until they get paid, especially back in the old days.
I know. You don't fucking leave the building until the check's in your hand.
Mayweather, right? His guaranteed money for that fight is guaranteed purse.
You can't compare Floyd to anybody. This is a ridiculous argument already from the start.
No, but
he's not the guy you compare.
All right.
Well, you're talking about marquee athletes. It's different.
Bosses. We're talking about bosses. Okay. Well, if you're a fighter and you're not getting paid after your fight, if you're not getting a check after your fight of some kind, then you are a dickhead. You as a fighter is a dickhead. You should be getting.
They're all paid like that. They're all paid like that. Why do you think they do? Oh, okay. How about this? How about this logically? You make this make sense. Why haven't any of those people? Shut up for a second. No, let me finish. No, you shut the fuck up. That's the whole goddamn thing. I'm fucking tired of your motherfucking ass. Work on shutting your fucking face. Just shut the fuck up.
All right, one at a time. Guys, one at a time. All right, guys, one at a time. One at a time.
You won't talk to me like that. You don't scare me. I'll talk, dude. I'll talk to you.
Go ahead. Ignore him. Go ahead. I muted him. Go ahead.
Yeah,
fucking bitch ass motherfucker.
All right, go ahead.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh man, guy. Okay, listen, Quacks. I muted the guy so you can talk. So stop insulting him. He's gonna start all over again. Okay, so go ahead.
Bucho, he can talk. Bucho, he can talk.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fuck, man.
Quacks.
You and me, man.
I'm muting you because you're screaming, but Quacks, come on, stop insulting him.
Bro, the other dude told him to shut up. Look, he's a fucking bitch. Like, he just insulting people.
Hey, Michael Rappaport, calm down, Rappaport.
Like, no, fuck that. Chill out, bro. Be fucking respectful of your guests, dog. Man, be fucking done. Nobody wants you.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. But meantime, in between time, if you talk to me like that in my face, you get laid out.
All right.
I doubt it. I'd be choking you or breaking your arm when you're laying on the fucking ground. Don't talk to me like that.
All right, we cool.
Fucking abuse your ass.
Police, nigga.
Internet is real safe. Internet is real safe.
I guess it is for your ass, isn't it?
Guys,
it's done now. We don't gotta do the fucking offline type.
It is real safe for your ass.
That's not gonna happen.
Wait, hold on.
You're just a boxer, bitch.
All right, Quacks.
Now he's talking to me.
I have to mute both
Crazy.
guys. All right, guys, you need to chill out. Time out.
Thank you.
New topic. Who should fight next?
Good job, Bujo.
I gotta give Quags though, man. Quags is a hot fucking. He runs hot, huh? I just noticed that, man.
All right, let's move on, Jimmy. Let's move on. Jimmy, don't start this again.
You could have busted great, bitch.
All
right, guys, let's ignore this. Let's move on.
Oh my
don't
God,
bring out.
Bro, chill out, dog.
We should have that. We should have that.
Every time we have a little dust up on here. Never mind.
Guys, want to know? Just always remember, this is the ultimate corruption in boxing, right? Probably the worst thing I've ever heard. And I've said it on the show. I'm sure you guys, a lot of them remember. At his height, he found out later when he hired an unbelievable firm in New York, and they went through his every dollar and some crazy shit. Like, he didn't know. Mike Tyson didn't know at one time he owned the biggest house in America. It was in Connecticut. His cousins were living there. They were fighting dogs. And when he found out, he freaked out on him because he loves animals. He actually punched his cousin in the face. Yep. I love dogs. He didn't even know. Yeah, he didn't even know he owned it. And because, big bunch of, but Don King was charging him $8,000 a month for towels.
Wow.
Hey, Jimmy, are you talking about Mickey Ward? Are you talking about Mickey Ward right now?
No. I'm talking about Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson.
Because he was, because what's his name didn't have him lined up properly. Like, cussed him out or knew he was sick. He was sick from fucking before Mike even met him. He was a sickly man. And I always thought he should have done better in lining Mike up with the right people. He had Billy Clayton in his life. But listen, I'm just saying, the tribe will stick with the tribe. You know what I mean? He needed to find a good black lawyer who would have his back. Not a Muslim and not a Jew, but just a good fuck guy he could relate with it. He could call up and talk to. You know what I mean? Someone he could trust. And there was nobody in that. His sister, Custer's sister, was like his mother. Like he loved her to death. But she wasn't an intelligent woman. Like, she was probably didn't even go to high school. So he was just taken advantage of. Like, I'm old. I don't know how many guys here are even old enough to remember it. With his height, when he was on Barbara Walters on it was like 70 million people in the country tuned in to watch this. And he sat there and he was debased by that fucking pig of a wife who's telling everybody, well, now that he's on the Prozac, like, you're putting that fucking dude on Prozac, then you're wondering why he's losing to Buster Douglas. And then he couldn't trust anybody. Everybody he started fucking, because Mike's a dude, he loves hard, fights hard, and if he likes you, like I'll tell you right now, completely, he sees Mickey Ward, you should see the hug he gives him. Fucking picks him up, almost breaks his back. He loves Mickey because they became friends when they were like 16, and he's always, but because of that, he just really trusts people who knew him before he had money. That's a big thing too. But all these people who, I got you, Mike, they all fucked him over. All of them. So that's why when he said after he got broke, he was finally happy. He didn't feel like people were trying to fucking rob him. But we talk about Mike for his power, but he's also a tale of how nasty this sport is. Just it eats its heroes alive.
Yep. Very few go out on top.
Nope. Sugar Ray Leonard was one of the few. Marvin Hagler on top. Always made shrewd investments on a couple of car dealerships. Was never really
but Marvin was a little bit
up in Italy.
Tommy Hearns.
Marvin was always pissed about that fight with Sugar Ray, though.
Of course he was furious.
Yeah.
Hey Jimmy.
Oh yeah, he wasn't gonna go back after that. He was so angry.
Oh, he became like a movie star in Italy or some shit. Is that what?
Yes. Oh yeah, became tied doing westerns. Bucho, you just said about that.
Oh no, was he like tied in with the mafia? Is that the way he went to Italy?
Well, yes, that was what happened because he wouldn't do. It wasn't. They weren't asking him to take a dive. They just wanted him in certain fights against certain. He's like, no, I mean that's a step back, and he kept saying no to them. Right? So it wasn't like they were saying, we need you to dive, fucking, we're going to fight this guy, put a lot of money and dive. It was nothing like that. He just did not like being told what to do. He fled New Jersey in 68, right at the height of the fucking riots in New Jersey, which I can't remember the name of the city right now. I'm having a brain thing. What's that? No, it's not Trenton. It's right next to Trenton. It's, but it's when Sopranos, where Tony grew up. What's that? Newark. Thank you, brother. Yes, Newark. He was born and raised in Newark, and he fled.
Sopranos.
Good show. Because he knew that he was he's like, I'm gonna die here because all my friends are knuckleheads. They're just doing stupid shit, and I know where this is gonna lead. So he had $7 to his name stuck in his shoe that had holes in them. And he went up to Massachusetts because he had a cousin. And that's how he walked in Brockton. It was 2 gyms, and he went into Petrocelli's, and he didn't trust anybody. And it was a crazy story. The fucking, Petrocelli, and he, of course, Marvin was thinking everybody's going to rob me. Everybody's going to take advantage. Nobody likes me. I'm a black kid. These guys are white. So, of course, from coming from Newark, there was the height of the racial riots down there. And all of a sudden, they're like, where you staying? He goes, I'm just right. I stayed in the car last night. He said, well, dude. And he showed me that a little apartment in the back of the gym there. It was nothing nice or nothing, but you stay here, dude. And when you go with your hands, he's like, yeah, I used to do drywall. We work on my construction crew. And they were saying this over lunch. And so he took his shoe off to take out his money. And Petroselli said, put your money away, dude. I'll fucking take it out of your pay on Friday. And Marvin, he very astute about his money, checked his pay, and he didn't take it out. And he was like, the first time someone's being nice to him. So it took him a while. But where that relationship ended, when he went to fight Sugar Ray Leonard, it was crazy, crazy money. Petroselli, behind his back, told the promoter, cut my fee. He was getting 15%. Like everybody else, he said, dude, that's crazy. Because he was looking, he's like, that's millions of dollars I'm going to make. Cut mine down to 10 or 8%. And Marvin came in the office, and the first he said the only time he ever really yelled at Pet, raised his voice, threw his sunglasses across the room, and told him, if you ever do that again, I will fucking leave you. Ever do that again. You're getting your 15 minutes. You know what I mean? And he's like, fucking, why would you do that? Because he was really angry about that because, put it this way, to this day, if you're a reporter, if any of you guys ever get into this and go into reporting, don't ask him, well, what am I saying? He's dead. I forgot that. But he would not answer about the Petrosellis. Like, if like he would say, no, I don't want to stop that. And the reason why? Because he would start crying every time. He walked into the funeral, people were there, and he just walked in and fucking, he kneeled down on the coffin, bawled for like 5 minutes, and fucking kissed him on the forehead and walked out of the place. And then he moved. That was, I think, after he moved to Italy. It was like about a month after that, because they became very close, and he knew. But the Petrosellis also was that people were talking about. Told Mike, what should I do with my money? I'm starting to make money. So he invested it in shit, bought a diner, just things like that. A car, a used car lot at one point. But by the time he retired, man, he watched his money. He didn't need anybody. He knew what banks are paying on what money.
Jimmy, I
he
got
was
a
very
question for you.
Yes, brother. Yes.
Hey, man, a person like Marvin Hagler, a man like that is like an elite athlete that trains all his life, who's like in excellent shape and condition, who was kind of young. Why would he die all of a sudden? Like, what's the reason?
There was this COVID shot.
You had any idea?
I don't know if I can say that on the here, but okay, the Cavu shot. It was within days.
Happen to you when you're old. You be the most pristine athlete.
And mind you,
happen.
Okay,
like,
Mickey ran the fucking marathon
something
with them the year before.
So everybody could die from something.
Like they were friends too. So
you know what I'm saying? A guy could be the greatest health in the greatest shape.
They do a run. It's a quarter marathon. So whatever that is, what is it? 7 miles.
Something you never
see.
He
said, dude was fucking. Dude, he was running like, because I asked him, like, he's still got. He's like, Jimmy, this kid, Mickey's a good runner. Mickey can run like a motherfucker too. They did like they were one of the fastest guys out there. And he was 57. And Mickey said like he didn't skip a beat. He never drank really. He kept himself in good shape. Like he said Jimmy with his shirt off. It looked like he could get in the fucking ring. Like that's just who Marvin was. So yeah, dude, it was complete bullshit. His wife first said it was because of that, but then got pressured probably from lawyers and made a statement saying no, it had nothing to do with that. But when it first happened, she was the one saying, "What the fuck?" I mean, this was a fucking superbly tuned athlete his whole life. Yeah, so it got me, dude. It really bothered me. I took that real hard when he died. Just gonna put that out there.
Yeah, like I said, man, you could be in the best shape of your life, right? Something else could kill you. Like it was just your time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like something the government's forcing you to take.
Yeah, I'm about to say that. I don't think it was this
God don't choose. But I mean, okay, yeah, okay, you got the jab. All right, cool. But I mean, it is what it is.
It sucks though. No, but it's just because you got to understand, dude. I don't, worship many athletes, but I used to drive down. We used to fit 12 of us in a '66 Impala. Fucking like, dude, it was so illegal back then. They just didn't give a fuck. We used to ride around the back of pickup trucks. Imagine that, like 6 dudes in the back and the cop just ride by. That wasn't illegal. We used to have so many more freedoms when I was a kid. I feel bad for you guys. But anyways, the younger generation. But so we would go down there just to watch him train. And it was amazing.
He was.
It was amazing to watch him train.
He was amazing.
Fucking trained like nobody ever seen. That's where Mickey Ward fucking fashioned his style off him. And by style meaning like toughness. He wanted to fight like him. He wanted to train like him. And Mickey was one of the kids who go down and watch him. And Mickey's like, dude, he just never stops. You know, you do something for 3 minutes, bam, the buzzer goes off, you cool down. When the buzzer went off, he went and did abs. You know what I mean? Like, so he's smiling, then boom, 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 and do abs. Then he'd do neck pulls. This dude never stopped, dude. It was incredible. Yes.
Hey, yo, Jimmy, I truly believe that they poisoned Marvin Hagler. They poisoned DMX. Other celebrities, they poisoned them. Yeah, because like they use COVID to poison our heroes. You know
you can't say that word on the stream. I'm telling you, YouTube's gonna fucking shut us down.
What?
They did it. You can't even say that with the COVID working word.
Oh damn!
I know. I'm not even kidding, man. We had a second Renaissance channel.
That's why you can't say the J word.
Oh my bad.
You can't say
anything.
anything.
My bad.
You can't say anything.
I didn't know. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
All right.
Well, Bucho, they actually I think 3 months ago, I'll find the article and send it to you. YouTube actually lifted the ban, saying you can now question it, that they won't fucking kick you off. I mean, they made actually a press release when they did it. But the fact that they even banned it in the first place screams fucking red flags. What
exactly. I'm going to say the same thing.
About it.
Yeah.
And the only immunity, like people are saying, wait a minute, but I already caught it, man. That's what about, I got natural immunity. Oh, the only immunity involved in that drug was for the fucking drug makers who were making it. Think about that. That was the reason I was like, no way. When I heard that within weeks of them in developing it, right, that the first thing Congress passed was an immunity clause, meaning if there's any nasty side effects of this drug, you can't hold these same cocksuckers who turned a generation of people into fucking heroin addicts with their OxyContin into a pocket, and they knew what was going on from the research. And so what they did, they moved the plant to Mexico to make them cheaper. You know, hillbilly heroin and shit in the 90s, that was all pharma. The same motherfuckers who are being propped up today. It's just clown world, but yes. So fucking terrible that
well, that's what fentanyl is. Think about how we got fentanyl. They synthesize fucking opium.
Yeah, that's.
No, we're getting shut down here. Yo. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yo, guys, can you hear me on YouTube? This is about to end up like Yo, what the fuck's going on? Hold on. What the fuck? You guys can hear me on YouTube. We can't hear everyone else though. Yeah, exactly. You guys can hear me, but
I respect shows, man.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. You good? You good, Bucho? You here?
Yeah. Discord fucked up, man, and everybody on YouTube was freaking out. It's like, what the fuck? As soon as you guys started talking about that stuff,
the connection's poor. The connection's poor. Discord.
Okay.
No, they watching. When you talk about that C word, they're on it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they can't give you a hard strike or anything. Would I not put it past them to fuck with the feed? Yeah. So then I apologize if my fucking talk is when I did it.
No, I don't know.
It's a machine. It's a machine. It's an algorithm. It picks it up.
Let's talk about that stuff on the second Renaissance channel on Rumble. Rumble, freedom.
So who's
taking a piss? Who's taking a piss? Please mute if you're taking a piss. I can hear.
Hey, we talked about the AJ fight a while.
That's totally me, man. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Can you motherfuckers hear me or what?
Yeah, go ahead. Somebody was taking a piss, man.
I can hear your fucking cunt ass right now. Your fat cunt. I can hear you.
I'd rather listen to I'd rather listen. Yeah, it's like.
Let's go, Mirage.
I'd rather listen to.
I'm not even cooking, and you're so emotional already.
All right, go ahead. All right, I'm gonna have to mute people.
You're easy work, Madra, so you got no chin. You got no chin at all. Your chinny is fuck, bro.
Let's hear your fat cunt mouth talk, Mirage. Let's go. Let's hear it.
No, I was talking about let's let the adults talk. So you just shut up. Is AJ going to make a statement, or is he going to fight like a bitch again?
For what?
Go to a boring decision.
For what?
What's going to happen?
Statement for what? Statement for what?
A statement that he's still a top guy, or is he going to blast this guy out
a top
like
guy.
a top guy does?
He's a cash cow of the heavyweight division to this day.
No, that doesn't mean you're a top guy.
No, he's a cash cow. He's a cash cow.
He has to. Mirage, he has to. He has to.
Okay,
but he has to. If he doesn't, it's not going to be good. He has to. The fact that this dude got fucking folded, a little fucking sus as far as I'm concerned, but folded a while in the first round. If he was to dare to go the distance with this fucking dude, the fact that it's already people questioning that he hasn't stopped anybody in a while, he has to fucking stop this dude. He might as well retire because I think at that point, people in London are just not going to. There's not going to be any more 90,000, 100,000 crowds. You know what I mean?
Hey, yo, Jimmy,
he won't want to fight with 30,000 people. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, yo, Jimmy, right? Yo, if AJ goes the distance with this guy, yeah, you might as well pack it up, bro. And I love AJ. You might as well pack it up.
Yeah.
He's there to get knocked out. He's there to get knocked out.
No. It's all in his head. He's actually the best he's ever been. If you really look at how we fought that first fight in the second fight with Usyk, right? And you go back to every time against Takam. No, but still, he fucking looked good, though. Like, still, he was quick. I like the way he moved. I didn't think he embarrassed himself, but it was just so hard for him. Yeah, it's just so hard for him to take those losses. That and the fact that he keeps changing trainers every time. That's telling you right now.
Now he went to Derek.
Something's on this dude's head.
Now you went to Derek James. Look at Francis. Yeah, the funny thing is, though, I don't think that Helenius is like a great fighter, but he was better than how he showed against Deontay Wilder. That's for sure.
He took a dive. That's why I took a dive.
That's for sure.
Yeah, I think it was a dive. Listen, I have no proof to that, but it was a dive. But listen, his arm was off. The farther you hold your elbow away from the body, the more power is off it. The only time that works out if you snap it out the end of his punches. That's where Wilder's power is. We've seen it over and over again. He hits people in close. He really doesn't do much damage. It's his length, that Tommy Hearns build. It's like a whip. And when that right hand comes out, he snaps it, right? And all that length and inertia. And he'll pull you out. But he needs you right at the end of his fucking punch. In close. This guy was in close, not on the jaw. And the fact, listen, when you're out, you breathe a certain way. When you're out with your eyes open, okay, like he pretended he was, you don't breathe regularly. You just don't. I've never seen it. And I can't even begin to tell you how many people I've seen knocked out with their eyes open in my lifetime. And they've never breathed normal. Their lips are always, or they're making a sound. Right, like the snoring, weird shit.
Yeah, because they're snoring.
Their eyes never turn. Like they'll roll around in their head, but they don't fix and stop on something and go back. And his did. Listen, that dude was not out. I think he just fucking didn't want it. He didn't care. He thought he probably knew he was going to get banged out. Why take the damage?
He got paid to do.
I got paid exactly. Yeah. I got paid. I'm gonna fucking get out because he knew he wasn't gonna win the decision. That was 100%. So the only way he was gonna be able to win was knockout Wilder. He probably didn't think he could.
But Jimmy,
he took the first shot that hit him and took the night off. Yes,
Jimmy. Now, like I don't know. You might be right, but also doesn't it look terrible on your resume? You get knocked out in the first round. Like who's gonna call you back?
Of course. Of course. I think he probably thought that was his last
that was your sparring partner.
Okay, yeah.
If you was your sparring partner for the
obviously
longest time, you would have respected his power.
Yeah, do the math.
And then,
sparring partner.
Then we already know that it wasn't the PBC's first rodeo. He did it before with Gerald. Was it Gerald? No, it was this guy who trains him now. He was training him now. Dude, what's that? That was one of the worst dives I've ever seen. The fucking left kind of coming around, but his elbow was completely parallel with the ground. And when you're hooking with your elbow parallel to the ground up, not coming in with your body like if you were swinging a baseball bat, bringing your hips into it. Yeah. So it was an arm punch around his guard. that wasn't going to fucking put him down at all. It seemed Scott got hit by a much bigger punch. And that second punch, the right, Lucho went off his fucking forearm, glanced his face, and Malik Scott, I'll tell you, and he goes down, then he turns, he looks, he hears somebody saying something, he turns and looks at the end of the crowd, dude. It's so obvious. Yes, brother.
Hey, yo, Jimmy, I can't wait for Joshua against Wilder. I can't wait for December, January, because he's going to spark Wilder within 2 rounds.
I don't think so.
Trust and believe me. That's
I don't
a fact.
think so. I don't know, man.
You don't think there's a thing that Wilder can spark his ass?
I don't know.
Come on now.
AJ can punch as well, man. AJ, whoever lands first more consistently, I'm not sure because it's a 50-50 fight, man.
No, it's not.
Wait. So let's look at it this way. Every man Wilder has fought, he's landed that right hand. AJ is not going to be any different. He's not Floyd Mayweather. So what makes you think that he can recover?
AJ got power in both hands. He's not like Fury, okay? AJ got
but Wilder has generational power. It's different.
Wilder couldn't land that. He couldn't knock down Fury in the second fight. And in
like I said, every man he's fought,
I understand every man, but I understand that.
AJ is not Fury.
But what I'm telling you is that not in every fight. And in the third fight, when Fury went down, I mean, Fury just...
He can definitely knock out AJ.
Hold on, let me finish. In that third, guys, why can't I fucking finish my point?
AJ's going to be careful, but he's going to knock out Wilder within 5 or 6 rounds.
Yo, AJ almost
Wilder, to me, every fight with Wilder is 50-50, no matter who he fights, because he's obviously limited skill-wise, but he has power to knock out anybody.
Yes, he does, but that doesn't make it 50-50. I mean, what was the Vegas odds on the third Wilder Fury fight? They had Fury up big.
No, I know. I'm not talking about like the Vegas odds. No, I'm talking about like just in general. He at any moment he can take you out.
When I hear people talk odds, I automatically go to Vegas because that's what I've done.
Oh no, I don't care about that type of stuff.
Yeah, so
but I'm saying like he can take you out at any moment.
I'm telling
you. Usyk, for example, I can see Usyk outbox him and just piecing up Wilder for like 8 rounds. And then Wilder just catches him one time and it's lights out.
But that sloppy right hand is not gonna... That's sloppy. That right
would have him so tired. If Fury had him gasping, if Fury's big ass had him gasping in movement, what do you think the movement Usyk would do to him? He doesn't breathe right. You can tell he doesn't breathe right because when he goes to finish people, he's still punching. The ref's waving the fight off, and Wilder's throwing punches off the back of the fucking ref's head. He gets all hyped up. That's just how he fights. He's a very emotional dude in there. That's how another reason I knew that dude threw a dive, Scott, because Wilder turned and kind of looked very mutedly to the fucking audience and kind of like, because I think he likes Scott too. And another thing, why did Scott become his trainer? Because he took a dive. Hey man, I took a dive for you, dude.
I just think.
Hey yo, Jimmy. I'm telling you, yo, Joshua has been. I'm telling you, Joshua became a greater fighter after fighting Usyk 2 times. Taking those 2 L's made him a better fighter. It's like Canelo against Floyd and Gennady. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's gonna be a.
Hey, honestly, why do people bash Robert Garcia?
I'm telling you.
Why do people bash Robert Garcia? To me,
shut up, nerd.
No, you shut up.
Wilder's gonna get squashed. I'm telling you, he's gonna get knocked out. You get sparked. I promise you.
Why the fuck do people bash fucking Robert Garcia? I thought he did a great job.
He sucks.
No, AJ, he had the right game plan. It's not his fault. AJ fucking gassed out.
He only supports Mexicans, man. You know he's racist, right? He only gonna try hard for Mexican fighters, not like for other fighters. You know?
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Man, come on now.
That's a fact.
He doesn't. Yeah. No, you're lying.
No,
I'm lying.
Hold on.
I'm lying.
He's had.
Can you prove that?
Oh, he did a good job.
I'll tell you right.
Evidence or slander? What is this?
Jimmy. Joshua told me he didn't see Robert. Joshua told me he didn't see Robert.
I just want to say something to Garcia family, right? In defense of them, listen, when the old man was still running the show, when Garcia's father was still running the show, he didn't give a fuck. That was one of the most multicultural gyms in California. It was known for that. If you were a white kid, he didn't give a fuck. If you were a good fighter, come on in, man. He'll work with anybody. That old man, that family loves boxing. Are they going to have a preferential, feeling towards somebody of their own race? I would hope so. I would hope that they would bond a little easier of the same culture, but that doesn't mean he's not going to still do his best for a white fighter if this kid's doing all for him. You just see what I'm saying? Like giving his best. And he has a history of showing that with different fighters. So, and I think everybody, and it's normal to love your people, but that doesn't mean you're nasty to others. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, Jimmy. Right. Okay. Anthony Joshua, right? The UK cash cow, probably second behind Canalito, right? Second cash cow besides Canalito, right? He told me, right? He told me in the world, right? He told us, I didn't see Robert. Where he at? Well, I was training him. Where he at? Multi-million-dollar cash cow. You don't train me?
My brother, are you Puerto Rican by any chance?
Yes.
And I'm not making a disparagement. No, that's cool. I grew up with all kinds of Puerto Ricans in Lowell. But is the way you said listen. No, that's funny. No, check this out. You Puerto Rican fucking Canelo's name. Say it again.
Canalito.
You said it in Puerto Rican style.
Yeah, yo.
That's funny.
My cousins, and my little sister, they love Canelo. My cousins and my little sister, they love Canelo. They say Canalito. They call him Canalito. They love him. Canalito. Yeah.
That's funny. Everybody claims him. I see white people. Dude's got red hair, man. You know, he's like a white fight.
My aunts and my cousins, they love Canelo. He's a good-looking dude. Like they love Canelo. Canalito. Canalito. That's what they say. Canalito.
Right. So listen, he's never in boring fights, and he's always never you know what I mean, coming up. So he's a fan-driven dude.
He gave you what you want. The only person he really ducked was Gennady. We put the belt in the trash. Gennady told Canelo, "Give me my belt." He gave him his belt. That's what happened.
HBO loved him. You guys got to say HBO loved him because he never said no.
No, Gennady
was just unreal. Canelo never said no coming up. He'd fight anybody, whoever they said, okay.
He said no.
That's how he
Canelo
is.
Said no.
I mean? Yeah.
He said no. Yeah.
No, by the time Gennady, but that was when he was already the fucking man. That's when Floyd already had passed the baton and retired. So he was big enough to do that. But on the way up, when he was still making his name, Canelo didn't duck anybody.
He ducked Gennady before the first fight.
Think about it. Everybody was telling him not to take the Lara fight. Everybody was telling him not to take the Trump fight.
Nobody wanted Gennady.
You know what I mean?
I love Gennady.
What would have happened if Triple G would have fought Lara?
Died.
40 years old?
No, not right now. I'm talking about back then. If he would have fought Lara, what would have happened?
Died.
Back in 2015, Lara was too little. Triple G would have beat him fucking senseless.
I think Lara would probably have given him a lot of trouble with his feet.
All right. Yeah.
At his height, at the height, when everybody was ducking him, when fucking Fox. I mean, when you had fucking world champions saying, now think about how cocky these motherfuckers are. They very seldom even give compliments. And when they said, the reporter, imagine asking your world champion, what about, Gennady Golovkin? Oh, fuck him. You swerve that lad. Punches like a mule. Forget about it. I mean, listen, everybody saw, as fighters, they saw what they were seeing. That kid hit so quickly, and he was so accurate. There was no wasted punches. It
was a boxing
granite chin, right? Yeah, exactly. Elite boxers are saying. And then think about Billy Joe shit-talking Saunders, right? Probably the biggest shit-talker in England.
No, go ahead.
He's
say
angry.
It.
The 3 times you say shit when you're serious, though, that doesn't suck, dude. You're nuts if you're saying it sucks. Billy Saunders is a good boxer. There's absolutely no doubt about it. He's a good boxer. Did you see what he did to Lemieux when Lemieux was still a little Lemieux-ish? He fucking made him look stupid. He had a swing like ghost food. Jimmy. When
Gennady stopped him, he was middleweight champion. He was a middleweight champion. Wait, when Gennady stopped him, he was middleweight champion on a knockout streak. That's what Gennady stopped him. He was middleweight IBF middleweight champion. He stopped him.
It was the argument.
Has Triple G ever fought a fighter even similar to a Lara type?
Yeah, listen.
That style will give him trouble.
To the phone and choke
Hey, Madrasso, shut the fuck up.
Already.
Thank you.
No, we're not. I'm not
Billy Joe Saunders. Billy Joe Saunders. Billy Joe Saunders has some of the best.
Has more accolades than any of them. He does.
Listen, Billy Joe Saunders has excellent fucking feet. That's his best attribute. He was given fucking a couple of times. Listen, let me finish. He has excellent feet. He was giving Canelo some fits with his feet. My point being, he turned to Chris Eubanks in a fit of argument when the only time guys say shit serious, well, when they're angry, drunk, or getting laid. And he was pissed at fucking Eubanks, and they were arguing. He said, fuck Gennady Golovkin. Gennady Golovkin would beat you and me on the same night.
Same night.
Listen, from 2013 to 2017, nobody wanted to fight him. He was paid millions of dollars in combined monies from people who had to pay him because, like, nah, fucking Cotto, $800,000. See you later. Almost $1 million. Here you go. I'm not fighting you. You crazy?
But he was happy to fight Canelo.
Fight that dude.
You want to talk overrated?
That he was.
Why do you think that was?
He was.
If you want to talk overrated,
goes to show you how tough Canelo is, though. Goes to show you how tough Canelo's chin is, because Gennady caught him in that fucking. Was it the 10th round of the second fight?
Yes.
In the 10th round in the second fight, dude.
The second fight.
Yeah, dude. Listen, I could not believe Canelo took that shot.
I gotta make a case for Canelo's chin in the Kovalev fight. Kovalev caught him with the right hook, and his Canelo's face turned and faced the camera.
So we're getting off topic.
He got caught.
Look at his neck.
Well, don't you get off topic all the time, motherfucker?
No, I'm not talking about you, Don. And by the way, I need you to pay my money. So you pay me my money, dude. I don't want to hear anything else you gotta say after you pay me my money.
What I want you to do with the money, I want you to put it towards your college education, motherfucker. That's what you should.
No, I'm good. I'm good on that end, Don. You don't need to worry about it.
His money. He gets to
talk your shit, Don. Talk your shit, Don. Break your dinner. Talk your shit, Don.
I need him to go to college. This motherfucker needs to go to college. That's what he needs to do.
Well, he can.
Come on, guys.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
guys.
Shut up.
I'm just saying, shut up. Like, what the fuck? Okay, like, let's move on. Let's take.
I'm gay.
Uncle Pete Scalebender, I just got in here. I guess he wants to say a word. He wants to. He's very eager to drop the N-word. Go ahead, Pete.
Ooh.
Better not.
He's just drunk on rum and he's feeling violent.
You better not, Pete. Come on, check your ass.
Been drinking coke.
Quiet this whole time.
How you doing, Peter?
What up, boys?
Hope life treating you good, my man.
All I'm saying, Jimmy, was that Triple G never fought a fighter like Lara. That's all I'm saying.
God. Oh my God.
That would have been a different style to me. I think you're a bit of a different style.
That's because.
What the fuck?
Listen, you don't know how to fight as he fought.
Fight him. Lara didn't want to fight him. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, Lara, of course. Yeah, nobody would.
Hear that motherfucker.
Yeah, listen, the guys in the PBC back then in 2015, I read Haymanites tweeted that out. He said, fucking nobody at the PBC will even use words with the letter G in it, just in case people fuck around and think they said Triple G. So it was shit. Tom Woffler sent me personally a DM. It was like the fucking War and Peace. This fucking thing went on forever. He broke his whole career down to me and shit. Like all the fucking every fucking. He was sending pictures of the contract offers he sent out. He said, Jimmy, everybody. HBO was sending contract offers, career high paydays to everybody near his weight. Nobody would even respond. They didn't even answer back.
No shit.
So when you hear shit later, when you.
You know who responded, Jimmy? Sorry to cut you off. You know who responded? Andre Ward, when he was in a contract dispute with his dying promoter. That's the guy that fucking responded. A guy that couldn't fight.
Yeah, but at 168, that was ridiculous because Ward changed in the middle. He said that. Well, he said that in the middle of the fucking Paul Smith camp. He was getting ready to fight Paul Smith, and he made that statement about Little G. I'll fight him at 168. Mind you, 2 days later, he changed. Yeah, he changed it to a catch weight of 172. And after the fight, right? When they he asked 3 months after the fight, he was asked by an HBO reporter, "Will you fight again at 168?" Right? No, what happened is after that fight at 172, he fought the next fight at 175, and it was in the locker room after that fight. They asked him, "So are you going to stay at 175, or are you thinking you're going back down to 168?" And he laughed, and he was short, and he said, "No, man, 175 was getting hard to make." So mind you, that was within 6 months or 7 months of him saying, "Oh, Triple G is 68." That was a weight he would have never got to
Jimmy,
I'll do you one better, right? Plus, he needed two warm-ups to face Kovalev, and everybody who spotted them both, everybody who spotted them both said Triple G hit harder. Everyone who spotted them both said G hit harder.
But Jimmy, I'll do you one better, right? There was a whole HBO meeting, right? Gennady Golovkin was talking in fucking Kazakhstan. He's talking crazy. He was like, yo, talking about Andre Ward, like, yo, we supposed to fight in the meeting, but you complain about your elbow and shit. I was about to come and fight you. You know what I'm saying? But you said, no, something wrong with my elbow and my shoulder. It was talking in the HBO meeting. They were both in the same room together. Gennady Golovkin, Andre Ward. They were talking about that fight. HBO wanted that fight. Andre Ward was about
that was Andre Ward being jealous. That was just Andre Ward being. He was the face of HBO boxing. Then he fucking tried to renege on his contract with Goosen, and he took it to court. So he was out for 2 years. In the interim, this kid from Kazakhstan, who Tom McLaughlin had to actually get him on. I think they only paid $50,000. He goes, "I'll take whatever money you give, and I will fight whoever you tell him to fight." Because he just wanted to get him on HBO, and when he did, everything else was history. He started banging people out. So he became the face of boxing. And once that happened, Ward hated him for that. He was just mad.
I know.
He was jealous, and that's when he started talking about this racial preferences. Dude from Kazakhstan.
Yeah, he hates him.
Tried to read what on his contract?
When they've done his contract.
Hey, listen. No, I'm kidding. Hey, listen. Hey, Rare Breed.
Fucking Pete. You know what he said, you motherfucker.
As high as you are on like Shakur's technical skill, right? Who's more technically skilled at middleweight than Triple G, man? Footwork, punch selection, his mechanics.
I mean, that's not what you. How many great fighters were at 160 at a time?
It's always that. That's the
Like at least Shakur's in a tough division.
I agree. Look, you and I agree on one thing, right? I mean, on a lot of things, but we agree on one thing. Eye test. It's got to matter. Yeah. You must use the eye test. You cannot go. I'm not hiring you for a job. I don't care what your fucking resume is. I don't give a fuck about a list of names. The eye test must matter. So then, therefore, why are you going to come to Triple G and say who's he fought? No,
I didn't say that.
You can say that about what?
I think Triple G is a great fighter, and I know part of his resume is not all his fault. Let me finish. We gotta let people finish so we can get our point across, and then we can argue.
All right, guys, let him fucking talk.
I know you're a Triple G fanboy, but let me talk for a second. You shut the fuck up.
Let him fucking talk.
Goddamn. Look, listen. Yes, Triple G obviously passes the eye test. He's as good as a pressure fighter as you can be. High IQ, great chin, great gas tank, great jab, underrated defense. Yeah, he's a great fighter. But I just think a guy like Lara, every fighter has that one type of style that gives him trouble. I don't care who you are.
Can I just say something?
What do you mean with my basing that off? Let's not act like Triple G would look unbeatable every single fight.
Hold on. Let me say something. Guys, I don't know why nobody can hear me. All right, here's the thing. When Rare Breed says there's that one style, it's funny that one style is always like the guy that's moving around and running away. That's the style that nobody can figure out. That's gonna give anybody trouble. That's exactly what you mean by that, Rare Breed.
You sound like a casual.
No, that's it. That's what you mean. I know you. I've known you. You've been here a long time. I know what you're talking about. I know what you refer to.
Lara was not running against Canelo. Now, Rigondeaux did, that's running. Rigondeaux was running against Casemiro. That's called running.
Let me address your point, because Gonzalo would say the same thing, right? People who fucking, and now you're not going to question it, dude. I mean, hey, the fucking prediction just recently, dude, should at least somewhat tell you we know what we're looking at. And the guys whose opinions I respect, right? I've said a lot of times who they are on there. when I found out about Triple G through them, because they were so blown away by what? His unbelievable balance. No, he didn't waste any movements, and he cut the ring off like nobody's business. So for you to say that somebody like Lara would give him a hard time because of footwork, when this dude was known for the reason why he could knock people out, you got to get to people. There's a ton of motherfuckers who can hit hard. They just can't pin you down. Like fucking listen, and then you said, listen, let me finish. That dude he knocked out in the third round, who said he was gonna bash his face in, who wasn't powerful at all, but he had very quick feet, great feet actually. And Triple G fucking demolished him because the kid couldn't escape. Triple G would go where he was going. So for you to say Lara would have just gave him a hard time, you're saying that, dude, because there's always going to be a part of you. And you just know it.
I know. Jimmy. This is the guy that probably said that Fulton's gonna give trouble to or beat Inoue because he has that slick black style.
Well, this is the same guy that Ryan Garcia
that slick black style. That slick black style is gonna be something that because it's styles. It's the style. Styles makes fights. It sounds pretty nice. It sounds nice.
That's one thing.
Just shut up.
You know, that's one pick. But Bucha also plays.
Can I say something? Okay. All right, hold on, guys. Hold on. Everybody's fucking yelling. Let me talk. I never fucking talk. All right. I was saying that this black style that Rarewood likes to mention, like it's the styles. Styles make fights. Some styles go strong. Yeah, you're referring to the African, like you're referring to that slick style.
Laura the Cuban dummy.
Oh my God! It's the same shit. It's the moving around style. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. We're all the same to you, huh, Bucho?
No, Jesus. Here we go. The victim. Hold on. Let me talk.
You shut the fuck up,
dude. You shut the fuck up.
Made you the co-manager?
Hold on.
I don't know.
Let me talk, man. Okay, I'm gonna have to mute people because I don't know. They start fighting between. Okay, guys, come on. So, anyways, Rebel, yeah, that's what you're referring to. And with the Ryan Garcia fight, again, you go back to that fucking fight. Tank Davis is overrated. That's why I said he might lose to Ryan Garcia. I even say it was a 50-50 fight. But anyways, I've gotten other predictions correct. I said that Crawford was going to win that fight in the 10th round. I think he ended in the 9th, right? And I said there's no way, and you can go back and look at it. There's no way Spence wins. I said that. Even Mr. BDA was like, there's no chance. I said there's no fucking chance. So I was fucking right on that. I was on point. I didn't just say, this guy's going to win. He was almost to the, I got it almost precise.
There was no wavering.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bucho straight up. He's going to stop him. And I remember BDA was like, oh, really? You think you guys? Because he was always kind of questioning whether he would stop him. I know he knew he'd win. And Bucho was straight up, no, he's going to stop him because he went over the style. We talked about it. He studied the films, and he saw what Crawford had that could beat him. And that's the thing with Triple G. And then we skipped right over William. Then we skipped over William Moreau.
So how can you study?
Listen, I'm not going to. But William, what about William Moreau?
The rider was on the wall the whole time.
Okay, but Jimmy.
He was another fucking dude.
I'm gonna go after Rare Breed.
Yeah, thank you so overrated, Rare Breed. Thank you so overrated. Thank you so overrated.
Bud Crawford and see that he's more skilled than Earl Spence. But at the same time, you can't see that shit with Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis.
Yeah, Tank is overrated. You're going to see Tank is overrated. Tank is completely overrated.
Watch your swing. Watch your swing and a miss.
Yeah. Tank is overrated.
Why are you talking for him?
Rare Breed. Jimmy, let me talk. Jimmy, let me talk, please.
No, I'm talking to Bucho this whole time. I'm not talking to you.
Rare Breed. I'm telling you, Tank is overrated. And I'm going to get this right. You're going to see this guy ain't shit. And you've seen it against Isaac Cruz.
No.
These other boxers. No. Yes. Go ahead. No. Yes, he's overrated.
No, if he loses,
I think my mistake. All right. This guy's
like, I have a question for Rare Breed. I have a question for Rare Breed. Rare Breed.
Go ahead, brother. Ask your question, brother.
Yeah, Rare Breed. How come Boots didn't knock out Karen?
Why didn't he knock out Karen? Karen came to survive and he succeeded. Congratulations.
He survived. Is that what Lara did against Canelo in the last part of the fight?
No, Lara actually won rounds against Canelo. That's the difference.
Yeah, the last part of okay, Rabbit, listen to what I said. In the last,
at least 5 rounds.
The last, Rabbit, the second part of the fight.
Look at more the adjustments. Canelo.
I don't know why they can't hear me, guys.
Bro, Canelo lifted more off.
Don't bring up Lara Canelo. You're not gonna win that battle, buddy.
Yeah, listen, Rabbit. Guys. Jesus, I know you can hear me, and everybody just talks over me. I know my mic is slow, but
no one talks over me.
Bucho, I hear you. I hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, it's slow. The mic gets fucking low because of the settings.
Your voice is actually a lot lower than everybody else.
I know it's slower, but if you kind of hear me, then that's it. You don't talk. Rabbit.
Then shut up.
I was gonna say this. I said Lara, the second part of the fight with Canelo. The second part. The first part was competitive, but as the fight progressed, Lara started feeling those shots, especially the body shots. That's when he literally started running away. Like he was running. All right. So you can't tell me that. Okay. So it's not when it comes to Karen. When it comes to Boots and Karen, you make this excuse.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, Canelo did do a good job of cutting off the ring, going to the body, which Boots could have done more of. But the difference is Lara took more risk than Karen. Karen didn't really take any risk. He took a little pot shot and then would move. Pot shot and move. There were times where Lara would throw combinations. That's
what Lara did in the second part of the fight.
Lara took way more chances. That's how he won rounds. You can't win rounds just throwing one shot in a round.
Your eye test.
What are you talking about? When you pin people on the ropes and they can't exit, you're controlling the space.
He ran the whole fight. I don't understand where you're getting this nonsense from. I don't know if you watched the fight. You actually watched what Lara did in the fight. He ran the whole time. He was on his bike the whole time. He would pop shot and get out, shoot and
the pop shotting though was more effective in the beginning.
On YouTube.
In the latter parts of the fight, Canelo completely. In my opinion, this is just from my aspect. I thought he took over. I thought when he got him on the ropes, it's one of the most basic tactics you do to fighters. You get somebody on the ropes and they want to exit, you throw it to the body so they can't duck out. Canelo started breaking them down slowly.
Exactly. He has Canelo stop every fighter. He's fought like, what the fuck, bro?
He didn't stop fighters that have been knocked out multiple times, and he
there's of course. Listen, you can't stop every fighter, but you can dominate. Hold on, but you can.
What's the point of bringing up Boots? That's stupid.
Come on, Mirage.
Boots looked terrible in that fight. Boots looked terrible in that fight.
Canelo's already proven. Boots is improving.
By the way, a fighter like Boots would beat the shit out of Canelo. Like stylistically, that's all we're matching for Canelo.
Don't engage, guys, don't engage. Do not engage.
Didn't you say Boots would beat Crawford in retirement?
Don't engage.
Oh man.
Don't engage Rabbit in this comment.
The only fighter in the world to me that would beat Boots right now is
Rabbit.
I thought I heard you say you beat him in retirement, my friend.
Yeah, I know I'm high on Boots. I don't give a damn.
He did his career.
It doesn't make any sense, though. You have a guy that's too scared.
Well, he's not been able to prove himself because they don't want to fight him. Sounds like Triple G, doesn't it?
Well, it sounds like you're insane right now. Don't you think a little bit?
What is it now? Now Espinosa said that he can't fight an opponent.
At least at 154.
Yeah, but you have to pay people extra just to get in the ring with Boots.
That Canelo's afraid of him and he fights at 168.
They really do.
It's craziness.
I mean, Terrence Crawford said he fought him, but Boots wants to talk shit. If he gets online and starts talking shit, says he beats him.
That's not his personality.
So hold up. Everybody priced himself out from fighting this Boots guy, right? He's the boogeyman, right? No one wants to get in there with him. And then Karen, I guess what? They got him at a bargain. They got Karen for a fucking.
Karen is a fighter from the Ukraine.
That's how he's trying to
That's what everybody's trying to tell you. The guy is nobody.
Do you know who Karen was, where he was fighting before he went to Showtime?
That's what you're saying. He was in there surviving.
Here's the guys. Can I say something here? Canelo was fighting Lara, yes, he ran and all of that shit, but Lara, I mean, let's be honest, he's not Karen. Karen is like Rarebit said, he was a guy from Ukraine that nobody knows about, whatever. So that means Butsen is supposed to knock out this guy. That's what you're supposed to do.
That's my point. When you guys are running like that, just blatantly running like that, that's the time when they get stopped. Dude, everybody tried to do that against Triple G eventually. I mean, we're trying to do it from the get-go.
Canelo even hurt Lara?
Mirage, shut your fucking mouth for a second. Mirage,
Canelo couldn't even hurt Lara.
He did hurt him, idiot. He did hurt him. Don't watch the fight.
The thing about it is, sooner or later, they all tried to displace against Triple G, and he cut him off and knocked him out. I'm just saying that's what it is, you know.
Triple G's got better feet and he's bigger than Canelo.
How's your mom's
Canelo?
Hold on.
You're a fucking.
Hold on. I gotta ask my question now. I've been waiting. Mirage, I need you to hook me up. Hold on, shut the fuck up. Fucking cocksucker. Shut up.
Oh boy.
Okay, I gotta ask Mirage. Hold on. Mirage, please come and clutch this one time for me. Bro, I've been trying to get Ebony Bridges OnlyFans, like leaked. Come on. Show me the leaked account, bro. Where's the leaked account?
I don't know who that is, man.
Hold on, guys. Let me get. Come on. Lady Mirage, don't fucking play me like a sucker, bro. Where's Ebony Bridges? Ebony Bridges, she's from your fucking country, bro. Where's her OnlyFans? I heard she's got OnlyFans. I want the leak. I don't want to pay. Listen, I don't want to fucking pay a dime for any fucking skank. So give me the leaked version. Give me the version that any fucking idiot can access.
She's a hard worker. She's a hard worker woman, bro.
You're never gonna see some
Scalp
You
in
can
his
call her
mum.
a
She-
skank?
She's cheap.
Damn,
She
come on,
does
man.
it for free. That bitch.
You better go to
Come
work.
on, Mirage.
That hooch, okay?
I got a whole fucking bottle. I got a whole bottle of fucking lotion right here.
Incredible
It's on your ass,
guys,
Logan.
is Mirage pretending that he doesn't know who Ebony Bridges is fucking classic.
Why would
Pretend away.
I think the other part of it is
She got her titties on.
I don't know.
Mirage, you fucking cocksucker.
He knows
Mirage
doesn't like girls. Mirage loves Benavides.
She's pretty hot. She's
Does
pretty
she have a
hot.
hot brother or something? Because
Mirage
knows
doesn't
who
like
that is.
girls.
How you know who she is? I thought you didn't know who she was.
Jesus
No, I
Christ.
don't know the name. The name didn't ring it, but I know who she. I know who it plays.
All right, come on, guys. Come on. Let's get back to box. Come on, let's get back to
I think
box.
you completely hijacked a complete conversation.
Yeah.
Mission
I'll
accomplished.
be on the lookout.
I'm sorry, bro. I apologize.
It doesn't
What a
matter
lying
if
cunt.
you're
What a
Lara.
fucking liar. What a fucking lying cunt right
No,
there.
the way I show my apology,
You have exposed yourself many times,
Come on.
and we let you talk, and you exposed yourself all the time, Mirage. You are a wet little cunt, man.
You're gonna have a
Come on. Why do you gotta call me? Why do you gotta call me the C word?
Little fucking cunt, man.
So,
Fucking asshole.
Come on, bro.
Benavides camp one
That
day.
dude had
They really
some
are the
feet.
power restraining order.
You guys are rude. I'm like,
All
I
right,
can't even
guys,
fucking
calm down.
catch him.
Guys. One at a time, please.
Yeah.
Mirage
So to make
doesn't like
too much of a
girls.
big
Loves
deal, he
Benavides.
the guy he was on his. He was running for like 12 rounds. It's not a huge deal, man.
Talk about whatever you want.
Mirage doesn't like girls.
Terrence Crawford's going to be right in there in front, so it's not even comparable.
Mirage doesn't like girls. Loves Benavides.
Boots thing. So Crawford says, I've got nothing to gain to fight Boots, whatever. That's cool. If you want to move up, that's cool. But if you stay at 147, you got to fight him. You can't go fight Keith Thurman, fucking Stanionis. You got to fight the number one
What are you
dude.
talking about? No one knows what you're talking about.
Canelo. You want him to fight Canelo?
Fucking
I'm not going to say he's ducking, but if he stays in a division, he's got to have to fight him. That's the bottom line.
Jesus Christ.
You're such a fruit,
Now,
Mirage.
Canelo, on the other hand,
he's
he's the biggest ducker of this generation, clearly.
Fucking face on
Come on, Mirage. Come on, bro.
Benavides.
You guys got to put some respect on Canelo's. Here's the thing, man. I'm going to start saying this from now on. If anybody wants to talk shit about Canelo, you should be prepared to go in the ring with Canelo. Otherwise, don't be fucking running your mouth about the pound for pound. Don't be talking shit about the pound for pound king right now. All right, unless you want to get your ass knocked out by it.
How did we manage to find two drastic fucking arguments?
The pound for pound ducker would be Benavides.
Oh,
you don't even believe that. Don't say shit you don't believe. I believe the shit I say.
Of course I believe it. He's never fought a champion. Benavides has never fought a champion.
Was that Campos that just said that? You absolute shit stirrer. You did that on purpose.
Benavides fucking man.
You're unemployed, dude. Shut the fuck up.
God damn it.
Mirage, really are a creepy freak. You know that. LT
freaked everybody out.
LT found footage of Mirage. LT found footage of Mirage.
He's a creepy little fuck. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
You're a creep.
Hey guys, imagine if Mirage and Rare Breed had a baby.
He's a loser.
Damn.
Then what the fuck does that make you?
Imagine if Mirage and Rare Breed had a baby. Damn.
Jesus
I'm the
Christ,
man.
you're a little fucking bitch, dude.
This place attracts the worst of the worst. This place
I'm
attracts
far
all
more
the scum
educated
of the
about
world.
boxing than you are, man.
All the scum of the world.
You're supposed to be talking about flight.
Dude, you're a fanboy. You say I'm a fanboy. You defend Canelo. Whatever he does, you defend him, man. That's weak. You got to call him out.
Because
Hey guys on YouTube, am I too loud?
Right now.
I never
You got to
defend
call
Canelo.
people out.
I attack
If Benavidez went
calling
after
you
a
out for
154 pounder, I'll call him out. Benavidez went after 154 pounder, I'll call him out. I'll call him out.
Because
I'm not going to say,
oh,
he's a tough guy.
He's trying to fight Canelo, though. You got to say, I mean, Canelo should just beat his ass 3 years ago if that's what it was all about, right?
Yeah, Canelo doesn't want to smoke. That's obvious.
Like,
I wonder what doesn't really make a lot of sense.
My least favorite
He's fought
panelist,
nobody.
for sure.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
But I'm right.
how old is
You know I'm
Benavidez
right.
right now? How old is Benavidez?
27. He's 27.
You look like
He's
a
27 and has never fought a champion. Benavidez is almost as good as Andrade.
That's factual
Anthony Durrell was a champion.
What are you talking about?
Have you seen the records? Hey, where do you think? Hey, who do you think Terence Crawford fought by age 27? Do you reckon he fought a whole bunch of great fighters? No. He's
He was pound for pound.
He's
just like
Benavidez. Hey, listen, Mirage.
26-year-olds have barely fought anybody. 26-year-olds barely fought anybody.
Terence Crawford has been on the pound for pound list for 8 years straight. He's been on the pound for pound list for 8 years straight.
So when he was the same age as David Benavidez, his best win was fucking Ricky Burns, and that's it. He never fought anybody.
Yeah, but you know why he was on the pound for pound list? Listen,
He wasn't when he was 26.
The reason he was on the pound for pound list is because a lot of people who make those lists have what's called an educated eye, and they knew who Canelo. No, they knew who Crawford was, and it's all the same people who said he was going to fucking stomp a mud hole in Spence's ass.
Yeah, but when did he get on the pound for pound list? When did he get on the pound for pound list?
He been on the pound for pound list.
I think he was strong.
But anyways, we had him beating. Coming right into 147, Steve Kim said he beats Canelo. He's now the baddest man at 147. This is when people got in his mentions, and boy, did he fucking look like the fucking right man.
But Jimmy, I'm making the point. At the same age, like all these fighters, they didn't do much either. They're saying, "Oh, Benavidez hasn't done this." At 26, 27, Crawford was still just getting started. Canelo a little bit better, so all very
You don't know what you're talking about, Mirage.
Dude, I did an investigation, man. I investigated this, man.
You don't know what you're talking about.
He's going kind of rogue, isn't he?
By age 27, Crawford's wins were Ricky Burns, Gamboa,
Listen, the sum total
Did he only
of what you
recognize
know
the
is
names
that
on
you
his
like David
record?
Benavidez. That's it. That's it. That's all you know is that's your favorite fighter. And that Canelo won't fight him. You don't even know, when you asked that question about Crawford, what was he doing? When you asked that question, you didn't even know the answer to it. You had no clue. You don't know who Ricky Burns is. You don't know who Ricky Burns is.
I mentioned Ricky Burns, you idiot, and you're saying I don't know who he is. Think about that.
Oh, Ricky Burns was my God.
You have no fucking clue except for one thing.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Educated eye about boxing. Ricky Burns is locked on Benavidez's crotch.
Ah, man, come on, man.
Some people have Ricky Burns borderline Hall of Fame. So
I hate to talk like that,
Ricky
but
Burns is a
you're like a rude cocksucker.
B-grade fighters,
Yeah, we're seeing this evil side from. We're seeing this evil side from Pete right now.
I don't know why I get Scalebender and Boxing Chief left up, but y'all kind of similar.
Yeah. Those are both fucking
the aggressive.
I'm not evil, man. I just
not evil. What's the word? That's not the right word.
Like Mirage is a rude cocksucker.
Oh, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Come on, you don't
he's a piece of shit.
Your mum? You're gonna tell your mum?
He's a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit.
You gonna call your mom?
Listen, guys. And listen, Mirage. I'm not listen, dude, I'm not anybody to talk fucking stupid shit, but I can tell you right now, I'm a judge of, if I judge anything, like I go in the room, dude, when I walk in a room with people, I can tell you right off the rip who can fight. I can just tell how they carry themselves. And I'll tell you right now, and I'm just telling you straight up, Pete's a tough motherfucker. Tough motherfucker. And you would not say that to his face, Pete. He's a big fucking tough. I'm just saying right now, because listen, I saw him on the night of the storm interact with his community, and I saw the respect they gave him and just the way they handled themselves.
Who's Pete?
Yes.
Wasn't Pete? Wasn't Pete?
Now he's no punk. He's the type of dude who'll give you the shit off his back, but he's not gonna let you take it.
Dude,
Pete. What are you talking? Hey, wait, hold on.
I want to hear.
He was talking. Hello. Go ahead.
I don't.
I was gonna say that I'm gonna mute people.
No. I'd love to hear it.
I was gonna say that, Pete, were you like Sean Penn during the Hurricane Katrina with your holster and a gun and like acting like you were helping people out?
It was more like I am Sam.
I was trying to interview El Chapo. But I want to be El Chapo. Defense about the someone was giving him grief about the Ryan Garcia pick earlier, the Tank Davis Ryan Garcia.
That was me.
Yeah, you. Yeah, he was on like a 5-day coke bender, cocaine, fentanyl. When he made that pick. Yeah. So.
Well, he's not the only one. Just saying.
You gotta add the nuances to that. But I add the nuances to that. Hold on.
Wait a second. Last time I checked, cocaine helps you absorb punches better. So what the fuck are you talking about? Are you claiming he cheated?
Listen, are you claiming he cheated? Go back and look at that when Buccio was making those predictions. What would he say? He would say straight up, a lot of me is picking this pick because I can't stand Davis in the way he's ducked. And I can see Davis having the power to stop him. Listen, it was never like, oh, fucker, Garcia's the man. He's going to take him. I believe.
Yeah, no, I never said that. Like, and everybody knows
the skill gap is crazy, though. That's why I can't imagine you would pick Brian.
What? The skill gap is not crazy, right?
The skill gap is huge between those two.
Man, did you see? Hold on. Did you see round two? Hold on. Did you see? He's saying that Ryan Garcia is so bad. Tank was holding on. He even got hurt in that fight. He looked terrible in the first 2 rounds. I was like, damn, my prediction is gonna be right. Then after that, everything collapsed. Everything collapsed. But I mean, if you think Tank, watch that round. Watch round 2. Watch round 2. You're going to see what I'm talking. I think it was round 2. Yeah. You're going to see Tank Davis. He looked terrible against a guy that you completely disregard. As like you say, this guy's a YouTuber or whatever. Go watch again that fight. Now, of course, I think Tank's better than him after what we saw, but not by much. And you're going to see Tank Davis. Yeah, of course. And that's why I always said it was a close fight. Tank Davis is going to get completely exposed. And you're going to see this. Another of my predictions.
The only person that can expose Tank is Shakur Stevenson.
No, of course. Yeah, I don't care.
If the skill gap was so wide, what's up with the 136 weight?
That's his biggest win. Rare Breed. Ryan Garcia is his biggest win. Just let that sink in. Ryan Garcia is his biggest win.
If the skill gap's so big, what's up with the catch weight?
Why is why is it his biggest win? Hold on, if this guy's so bad, how can this be his biggest win? I want an answer. How can this be his biggest win? How can this be his biggest win? How can this be his biggest win?
Ryan Garcia asked for the catch weight.
How can this be his biggest win?
Did you just hear what Red Breed said? He said Ryan Garcia requested that catch weight.
He did because he wanted to go to 140. He wanted to go to 140. Tank said, "I'm not going to 140." So okay, fuck it. Let's fight at 136.
That's what is that the way you think it went? You think he said, "Hey, let's fight at 140," right?
I'll just grade myself.
Everybody, kick back for 1 second. Kick back. Everybody, kick back. Okay. You're saying that Ryan Garcia said. And I'm saying his team, all right, whatever. Ryan Garcia said, "Hey, let's do this at 140 since you fought at 140 before, right, Tank?" And he goes, "No, I'm not fighting at 140." And then Ryan Garcia said, "Okay, how about 136?" Hey, let me ask you a question. You think that's how fucking? You think that's? Is that your way of? Is that your diluted way of describing how Ryan Garcia asked for 136 catch weight?
Yeah, he didn't want to fight at one.
That honestly with a straight face.
Doesn't make sense.
And on top of that, Tank had all the same stipulations that he did.
Hold on. What about
it? You said earlier that Ryan Garcia asked for that catch. You said the skill gap was huge, and I said, "Is it really fucking huge? Is it that big?"
No,
it is that big. Everybody could see that. Bucho's Coke fucking binge, diluted him. He couldn't see it. All right, fine. I said, so what's up with the catch weight? What's up with the catch weight then? If the skill gap's so big, fuck's up with the catch weight then? Well, Ryan Garcia asked for that catch weight. What?
Exactly.
Ryan Garcia asked for that catch weight.
And not only that, Pete, this is
asked for it.
And not only that, this is Tank Davis's biggest win, one of the biggest wins. I don't know what the other one would be. I guess when he won that WBA title at 130. So what does that tell you about? That's what I'm telling you, Rabbit. So Rabbit, let me finish. So what I'm telling you is that Tank Davis is overrated. Even looking at his resume, you can tell that. So calm down. You will get exposed. I will get. My prediction would be.
Wait, hold on.
At the end of the day,
the second part to this whole thing, and I want to ask him about the rehydration clause. So, whose idea was it for the rehydration clause? Was it, hey, Tank,
is that
can
Ryan's
you put
too?
a rehydration clause on top of making me go to 136? What's your
am I a fan of the rehydration clause? No.
I just want to know. I want to know
what you're saying.
You better have that same fucking energy for Canelo.
Requirement.
You have that same energy for Canelo, John, because I know you don't like the fuck out of here. Miss me with the polarity question.
Craziness.
What's the question?
Now that we've covered the catch weight, that obviously that's bullshit. That it wasn't Ryan Garcia's fucking idea to have a 136 catch weight. All right, obviously, everybody understands that. You even understand that on some level. You even know it. You're not going to admit it, but that's okay. He's asking you furthermore, how about this rehydration clause? Was that too Ryan Garcia's idea? And you're talking about you don't like rehydration clauses, and you're talking about what about Canelo?
But you act like only Ryan has to follow the stipulation.
Don't ask him a question when he poses you a question.
No, I'm not asking him a question. I'm telling you a statement.
Question.
I'm not asking a question. Tank had to follow the same stipulation, so what's the fucking issue?
Listen,
only Ryan had to follow it.
Garcia agreed to it. They didn't force. It's not Gladiator. They didn't fucking. He's not a prisoner. They didn't put a gun to his head to fucking get in the ring. But was the catch weight? We've already covered it. Was the rehydration also Ryan Garcia's idea? I know he agreed to it. Leonard Ellerby said that.
Can you imagine a guy like
main response? That's all I can say. He agreed to it. He agreed to it. Yeah, we know he agreed to it, but was that his idea? So I go back to it. If the skill gap was so big, what's up with the catch weight and the rehydration?
Okay, did the rehydration clause cause Ryan Garcia to throw 3 hooks in a row that was so easy to counter? Really?
What are you
hooks in a row?
Oh wow!
But that kind of goes towards Pete's point.
Hypothetical. It's an abstract.
Let's be honest, bro. That's not splitting
on the best loan.
Just more abstract.
If Davis was confident, if he was as confident as you were about him, he wouldn't have asked for those things. Nor would he have talked about him being on steroids. Listen, I've watched that kid's skills deteriorate. Big time. Go watch a film right now of him fighting Pedraza, and then go watch him fighting fucking Isaac Cruz. It's insane. And then you go look at him anytime he's fucking off in the streets with his belly. He's like 155, 160, and half his camp is a fat camp. So he's not working on anything new. He does these fucking stupid hand. Listen, he's not gotten better. He's slower. His punch count. Look at his punch count from the year before he became champion. Before he fought Pedraza, he was known as a volume puncher. Now he's want to throw some of the least amount of punches in the ring. Why? Because he doesn't have the conditioning for it. He's allowed because listen, somehow he knows it too, because that's the reason why he's complained about being matched soft, because he knows his skills have eroded because they've matched him soft as fucking silk pajamas. And the point is, when you go up against a fucking Instagram model and you fucking put a weight train fucking hydration clause on him, come on, dude. How can you not see that fucking Davis is not that guy? He just isn't.
No. I don't think he is that. I think Shakur is that guy. But let me finish.
All right.
Look, you guys have me confused with Tank Davis. I like Tank Davis. I like his fighting style, but I don't like the way he's moving. And I said a million times, if he's gonna fight
Pitbull Cruz or what's that retard's name? You know his name, Romero. Or he fights Stephen Colbert. Stephen Colbert. If he fights any one of those guys, I'm done. Like, I'm off the tank.
You should be done already. I don't know what you're waiting for. I don't know what you're waiting. Like, why are you waiting for more?
Ready and get ready to get off the train because it's
we're already out, man. Ruby, here's the thing: we're already out. We're already off the train. Like, you're still on the train. You're a fucking idiot.
Well, we know why you're not on the train, Bucho, so that's no secret.
What is it? What is it?
Oh, that's actually facts, Ruby.
Everything fucking facts on that. It makes sense. Does that register to you?
I gotta ask you guys something. I'm on the YouTube, and why am I getting fucking the Viagra ads? Why are they? Did I somehow fucking do some stupid shit there? No, come on, referee. Come on, referee.
YouTube knows people, they know everything, bro.
Listen, somebody on your phone under your account looked up Viagra prices or bought it recently.
No, Jimmy. Somebody mentioned or it could be this though. Somebody mentioned what could have happened. What could have happened is somebody
have those issues.
No, what could have happened is if you say the word, then the phone.
Come on, guys. Bucho, finish what you're saying there.
I'm saying that your phone is listening to everything you fucking say. Your phone is listening. If you say certain words, you're gonna start seeing ads on your phone. I'm telling you, I checked that out. Say whatever multiple times, and you're gonna start seeing it on your phone.
Bucho, stop. Just stop. He doesn't need to fucking procreate. Are you out of your mind? Leave it alone.
Getting ads for where are the young boys at?
What Bucho just said is a fact. They actually had to come clean in a fucking congressional meeting. They do that. The phone, when your phone is on, they found out through tests, and they found out, it's picking up. Even when your phone's not on, it's recording and it's listening. And they'll start selling. They sell that product. That's the biggest thing in the internet is selling access. Is selling, just they pass your name around to everybody, making billions off it.
Yeah, pretty much. They're collecting data at will, and it's something you're signing off for. Any app you sign on to, pretty much anything you sign on to on the internet, and you accept, you're accepting privacy withdrawals. So you're basically letting people just access your phone 24/7 in a speaker setting, Alexa, Hey Google, whatever you want to call it. They're recording everything you're saying, and then they're targeting your ads, and that's blah 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 blah.
It's a complete privacy. It's a complete privacy segment, though.
If I start like an animal post, they just bombard me with that shit. Hey, but Scalebender,
we had this whole litigation last year with the company about that, and it went on for years, and it was just a fucking nightmare. But yeah, it's pretty much. When I sold my old company, it was just like. It was a lot of we were in court for fucking two years at least 2 years for this shit, and it was a fucking nightmare.
What did you sell?
Scalebender.
I sold my first business.
I know, but what was it? What kind of company was it? You sell a tech business? You sell an industrial company?
Wait! Don't dox yourself! No! Don't dox yourself! Don't say it! Don't dox yourself!
Don't do it!
Don't do it! Please! Don't do it! Don't dox yourself! I'm begging you, bro.
You saw it on the private market. Nobody fucking know.
Listen.
Reverend was saying something. What are you saying, Reverend?
All I know is this, you guys. From what I found out, anytime you sign on to anything, and I'm talking anything, if you accept anything, any terms and conditions, you are signing a lot of your privacy away. And this is what I found out. If you sign on to a fucking
company, the way you're talking right now, you sold a tech company.
No.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Let him finish. I want to hear what he says. Let him finish. Go ahead. Let him finish. Jesus Christ.
Because this is what the litigation was about. Was if you sign on to app, any kind of thing at all, you're signing away a lot of the access to your phone or your computer or your laptop, whatever it is.
Are you kidding me?
What happened, Bucho? Bucho, what happened?
If you're using Uber. Okay, if you're using Uber Eats, if you're using what's the other delivery?
Lyft.
What the fuck? Every time we talk about something that's serious, look at what happens.
Yeah, he's cut off. But I hear you, Bucho.
Yeah, I know, but I can hear everybody else. Like, what the fuck? Every time we talk about something serious.
The feds. It's the fucking feds. They're after us.
Yeah.
The fucking feds are after us, bro.
Slugger slams the cop. Slugger slams the fed, bro.
Oh, come on. Don't say that, bro. Come on.
Bro.
Oh, come on. Don't say that.
He's wearing a wire.
Are you guys back on?
This is getting scary now.
What I do every
It's getting scary, spooky. All right. You know, guys.
Come on, bro.
Slugger, I use my name. I tell me pictures of my house. Like, why do you tell me you muted me?
No.
What happened, Jimmy?
No, I didn't mute it.
I didn't hear you, Jimmy. What happened?
No, why do you care if you're being doxxed is my point. But like, I put my name, I live low. Fuck, I'll tell you my address. I don't fuck. Anybody got an issue? Comes
no, here's the thing, Jimmy, here's the thing, Jimmy, here's the thing. And I know, Jimmy, here's the thing. I know I'm sinning right now by getting intoxicated. So I know I'm offending the Lord. But the thing is, since I got close to him, I'm telling you, Jimmy, hold on, Jimmy, since I got close to God, I'm telling you, these demonic spiritual warfares, they're coming to get me. So I got to be careful. I don't want to get doxxed because I'm telling you, this devil will fuck you up one way or another. You know what I'm saying, bro?
Slugger, your mere existence makes baby Jesus cry. All right? So...
Hey, have you ever seen King of Comedy? Has anybody ever seen that movie?
No.
That's Slugger Sam right there, buddy. Right there. You never seen that, Bucho?
Thanks, buddy. Thanks.
No, I don't think so.
Thanks,
you're
buddy.
the King of Comedy. You are the King of Comedy. It's a good movie.
You're an awesome fella, buddy. Listen, hey, Skillbender, I'd love to have a beer with you one day. How's that sound?
Yeah. Sounds great.
Come on, honest to God, I'd love to have you sound like an handsome guy. I'd love to hang out with you.
All right, guys, we're gonna end the show. I gotta go to sleep. But thank you for.
Come on, this is getting good.
Nah, man.
Bucho's hammered up on
Look,
Cooper Libres.
Bucho, let me say this, bro. Let me say this shit before we get off, bro, because y'all guys were arguing about Red Reed about his picks and his knowledge, and he wants to pick on somebody for making a wrong pick. Didn't you have Fulton by wide unanimous decision against Inouye, bro?
Wide.
And you were serious about it? So don't be talking about
yeah, it was the slick style.
If you pay attention, look, if you pay attention, you can see a pattern in his picks. It's not because he has boxing knowledge.
No,
there's a pattern.
It's a slick.
I could argue the same thing.
This is what Red Reed. Guys. Here's.
I don't know, bro.
Guys. Here's the logic that Red Reed used. Styles make fights. Inouye has never fought a style like that. You know what we're talking about, and therefore, Fulton is gonna win the fight. That's the logic. The style. I keep hearing the style, and I know what you mean by this style.
This style, and you're not used to seeing people going fast.
Back foot. The back foot style. That's what.
Also, fucking what's his name? Fulton, like the guy that K calls him Fulton. Fulton even said that himself. I feel that this guy gets propped up because he's a Japanese.
What were the guys that Inouye fought? What were they ranked? I said, what were the guys ranked that went? When Inouye fought these guys, what were they ranked in their respective weight classes? This is crazy. He's been clipping off the guys that mattered.
I picked Fulton by unanimous UD because I knew that's the only way he was going to win this fight because he's not knocking out Inouye.
That's fair. That's cool.
Yeah, and also honestly, I thought it was a 50-50 fight. I thought it was a 50 fight, so I went with the guy I wanted to win because it's a 50 fight. You hear me out? So and he lost. Not only did he lose, he got fucking annihilated. Giving away credit.
It's a 50-50 fight, but you go with the wide unanimous decision. You didn't even know that Inouye could actually box because he was outboxing. Not only did he stop him, he outboxed the guy.
No, that's not true.
So
that's why
it's true.
I know he can box.
Oh my God! So how can he win a wide unanimous decision?
He outboxed Fulton in every capacity.
You don't know shit. You don't know what you're looking at,
You don't know what you're looking at.
You don't know what you're looking at.
He's just strong. He can't box. He's just strong.
He outboxed him. He fucking outboxed. So how is he winning?
His footwork is immaculate. His balance is fucking insane. He's predatorial in his tactics. His fucking one of the highest. Like his accuracy is insane. The way he steps to people, he doesn't. Listen, there's a thing. Go look it up online. There's maybe some cowboys on here will know a cutter horse. The horse that.
Oh, I know that. No, I don't know.
Yeah, you're trying to corral a fucking horse like a fucking cow. These horses, boom, boom, left and right. Like the cow can't get by him. That's how he is. Because you know why? Because the horse goes to where the cow is gonna go. And that's the type of fucking footwork. You could see Fulton. It was you saw in his face like, holy shit. These are things that my whole career I've gotten out. I've been able to slip out to the left or right, and this motherfucker's right there in my grill. He set the pace. Every aspect of that fucking game, he lost. And because people weren't respecting what he did, they didn't respect his wins. They didn't respect, because everybody didn't hear these guys. I don't know who the fuck these guys. Navarrete. Who the fuck is that? I don't know who he is. Omar. They don't understand that that's a fucking Hall of Fame fighter. And he demolished him. And nobody gave him the credit for it. And that's why, did you see him pointing to the gloves? Because remember the hand wraps? He kept saying to him, fucking, these are your hand wraps. Kept teasing him about the hand wraps as he bashed the fuck out of him.
There's no way he was going to win a wide unanimous decision.
Perhaps it's just a fucking crazy thing to argue.
Over and over again, he pointed to his fucking hand as he punched him in the face. He was punking him in that fucking fight. Put it that way.
Obviously, like his mouth. Though,
so he did say that, and Fulton. Inoue was furious when Fulton pulled in the race thing. Couldn't believe he did that. He's only getting the props because he's a Japanese guy. Like, wow.
That's what racist shit to say, bro.
Just really.
I never said that.
Bucho, I had a question
did.
for Bucho, really quick. I'm sorry, just really quick, off topic, really quick, Bucho. I listened back to it and I was cut off when I was talking about the litigation. So I would like to go on the Second Renaissance and explain. I think on the Rumble I can explain more about the Privacy Acts and the litigation that I was involved with. And maybe they won't cut me off. Is there freedom of speech, like completely? Free domain to talk about.
Yeah, you can talk about that shit. I don't know what the fuck happened.
To an extent, you can't defame people, though. Think about that logically.
Gentlemen, I listened back on the show on this episode right now on YouTube, and I was cut off purposely when I was talking about certain things. And I think that's absolutely atrocious.
We heard you drop off.
I think it's atrocious. I think it's terrible, and I think the public needs to be aware of all these things.
I think it's coincidence too, Damadrasos. I think it's coincidence too. Go ahead and say what you got to say.
I don't know because there were certain things I was talking about that I got cut off for. And I would like to just address these things to you guys. If you,
all right, how about this?
When that happened, I felt the presence.
You have the floor for at least one of them right now. What's your favorite one?
Okay. Anyways, and when that happened too, I felt the presence in the room I'm at right now, and it felt cold. And I think the ghost tried to molest me.
Yeah.
But I don't know about that.
I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna hop off. You guys have a good night, and I'll catch up with you guys later. Have a good night.
Lock your doors, man.
Give me my money, dude.
Lock your doors.
You know what's funny though, too, Puccio? You know what's funny? All those Akai, all those dudes who were completely wrong in their prediction. He's never faced an American pressure. Like the things they said, you could just tell they never seen this dude fight. And after he's never seen a fight in his life. Literally, the way they were saying his name, it was insane. So they made these predictions off slickly, totally because he's a Japanese dude. Come on. And he said that. He's never faced the power of an American fighter and all this other shit, but they all did. But the minute the fight was over, they were doing the follow-up podcast to a man. It doesn't matter. Hold on to that pound for pound because fucking it's going to be snatched by a brother this weekend.
Hey,
Which wins is going to win. So they were saying that if Smith would have beat Crawford, he would have beat, had of Inoue, which is laughable because of what their accomplishments is, not even in the same ballpark. And now we've seen that up close too. That fucking Jimmy was always who he was.
But Jimmy,
let me respond. Hang on.
Hold on a sec. Hold on. Let me ask Webby, did you see somebody owes you money?
Yeah. Fucking Don Madrano.
I mean, he didn't say. Hold on. Wait, shut the fuck up, white boy. White boy, shut up when I'm talking. Okay, Webby. Hold on, I said shut up.
I don't care what you said.
He's right.
Tell John to be a man and pay me my money.
You guys all just shut the fuck up for a minute.
No, he's
Reverie, you didn't pay any money. Reverie, I gotta know. Reverie, I gotta know who's the slime ball.
Too stupid for
guys, I'm gonna have to mute people.
Reverie, who's the slime ball that
Thanks for having me on, brother.
Thank you, brother. Have a good night, Pucho.
Jimmy, yeah, we gotta go.
Who didn't pay up?
Jesus Christ. Sorry about that, guys, on YouTube. This got out of control. I gotta fix my mic. I checked on the internet. They sell like some other more professional equipment because what I have, I think, is not adequate. I need something that has multiple audio lines or something. I don't know. I was reading up on the internet. I know a friend that's gonna help me out with this, so maybe I'll buy that thing. Cause yeah, nobody can hear me on fucking YouTube. Sorry, on Discord. Anyways, thanks for being on the show. I want to thank everybody who donated. Actually, we have the names here. Earl Stevens, Rick Starr, Just Bryan, Jonathan Merson, Chet Collins, and High and Low Sports Centrum. Thank you for that. And yeah, we'll see you. I guess we're going to have a Sunday show. Post-fight show. We might have an immediate post-fight show tomorrow if something crazy happens. You know, so if like AJ gets knocked out or something crazy happens in the Navarrete Valdes fight. All right. So, having said that, good night. Take care.